요즘 곡은 너무 조용해. 밤을 태우던 악기들은 모두 어디에. 럼블콩 맞은 전적 위에 의지를 다져 악기 토끼가 깨어난다. 숨을 고르고 큐를 돌려라. 사라진 불꽃이 다시 불러. 난 원래 악기였던 거야. Now it's time, here I go. 맘을 다잡고 뛰어들어라. 승리의 감각을 다시 깨워. 난 원래 악기였던 거야. Roll it back, 다시 날 부른다. 나는 그래
나실라나?
그런 거 같았어요. 이상했어. 솔랭 7판을 꼭 해보도록 하겠습니다. 가자! 안녕하세요.
솔랭전사 오셨다.
지금 해도 되나요?
네.
그럼 저 이거 롤 화면 공유할게요. 저 뮤트 올 하고 시작할게요.
네. 그거는 그냥 항상 습관적으로.
근데 제가 어제 솔랭하다가 저를 버리고 자꾸 서포지 도망을 가는 거예요.
너 도망가는 것보다
네.
로밍을 가는 거예요.
아니 2렙 때 갔어요 도망.
아.
그건 도망이죠. 날 버린 거야.
이거는 도망간 거긴 하네요. 심했네 그 친구가. 첫 번째 목표는 우선 룬이 잘못됐네.
왜요?
초반부터 세지가 않아요. 이거 왼쪽 거 맨 마지막에서 저 가운데 거 들어야 돼요.
이거요?
네, 그리고 오른쪽 거에서 맨 밑에 거 봐봐요. 네, 그거에서 맨 왼쪽 거예요. 그건 첫 번째가 네, 그거. 맨 처음에 설정돼 있던 거는 약간 후반류. 근데 요즘에는 후반이 너무 중요하다 보니까 후반에 센 걸로 해야 돼요.
알겠습니다. 선생님 저 잘할 수 있을까요?
할 수 있어요, 잘할 수 있어요.
오케이.
자신감 가져, 자신감. 맞아, 그리고 상대가 티모잖아요.
네.
티모면은 이제 스풀에 가면 이제 얘가 투명 상태가 빨리 되니까 스풀로 가는 게 아니라 그 반대편으로 가면서 플레이를 해봐요.
여기요 여기?
네, 그쪽 라인으로 해서 이제 큐 맞추려고 해봐야겠어. 좋아요. 약간 그런 식 좋아요. 때려 죽여. 네이스.
잠깐.
미니언이랑 같이 싸워요. 미니언이랑. 그리고 카이팅 베리어 쓰고. 괜찮아. 좋아요. 다 잡았어요. 이제
정글타이.
포깅 좋아요. 이제 Q를 맞추면 이 궁을 바로 한번 눌러봐요. 그렇죠. 좋아요. 그거예요.
나이스!
되게 많이 보인다. 약간 욕심 부리지 말고 우선 집
욕심나요.
여기 자아를 갖는다고 이거? 이제 만화가 없잖아요, 그죠?
네.
밀고 집 가야 돼요. 그럼 궁쿨을 해도 돼요. 궁쿨리어를 해도 돼요.
아이고. 잘못했어요. 죄송해요.
아니. 괜찮아, 오케이. 형 큐? 카이팅. 런. 도망가야 돼요. 살아나요, 사이.
아이쿠. 저 왜 이렇게 세냐?
탑이 또 저러고 있거든요.
내가 갈게.
너 못 잡을 것 같긴 한데 이거. 궁 그렇게 쓰면 안 돼요.
왜요?
이거는 얘를 죽이려고 하는 게 아니라 쟤를 그냥 막는 용도예요. 그냥 그럼 저거를 이게 저 집 우리 집 터져요. 때려. 어차피 얘 여기는 못 잡아요. 괜찮아요. 오른쪽을 무빙하면서 오른쪽으로 아니요 거기는 민데. 아니야 괜찮아요. 게임 끝나겠다는데.
선생님 방금 화내시려고 했던 거 아니죠?
제가요?
또 졌어.
근데 저는 이 판에서 그래도 희망을 느꼈습니다.
진짜로요?
카이팅은 우선은 많이 연습을 해야 되지만 괜찮았어요 그래도.
저도 열심히 하고 싶거든요. 저 솔랭 티어도 올리고 이걸로 좀 분석 데스크랑 인터뷰도 더 풍성하게 채우고 싶다는 욕심이 이번 계기로 좀 있었으면 좋겠어가지고 오늘은 가르쳐주신 내용을 생각하면서 그렇게 해보겠습니다.
파이팅 하세요.
고생하셨습니다.
고생하셨습니다.
어려워. 제가 잘할 수 있을까요? 이러면 이게 나가는 거잖아.
술장장님
슬짱짱님 채팅 감사합니다.
상훈 PD님 닉네임이 훈 PD예요. PD님이 어제 저보고 인사 안 해주시고.
언제요?
채팅 치신 거 보면은 뭐 팬 소통 없나요? 뭐 저기요 인사 안 해주심. 계속 죽으시네. 훈 PD님
나가세요.
저 포스트잇 좀 찍어주세요.
이거요?
미포는 평큐평 W 끼고 ER.
이 노래 가사를 여기 메모장에 켜놨는데 열심히 연습했어요.
모든 걸 아주 열심히 하고 있으니까요. 제가 끝까지 꼭 열심히 해볼게요, 여러분.
파이팅!
두 대 한 대, 한 대. 이게 얘한테 쏜다는 거예요.
그건 알아요.
저 너무 무시하시는 거 아니에요?
무시하는 게 아니라 제가 느끼기에 은비님이 60레벨까지 너무 그냥 막 했어. 연습 모드 같은 거 좀 시켜줬었어요.
그동안 뭐 하셨어요?
누가 뭘 뭐예요? 무서워. 내가 그나마 가르쳐준 거야.
여러분, 저는 지금 롤파크에서 퇴근하고 바로 집이 아니라 친한 언니 오빠 집에 놀러 왔는데요. 11시 46분이거든요. 근데 저는 솔랭 7판 과제가 있으니까 오늘은 언니 오빠랑 같이 게임을 좀 해보려고 합니다. 화이팅! 화이팅! 아! 뭐야! 너 언제 왔어! 지금 그래도 이겨서 기분이 좋거든요. 그래서 열심히 재밌게 또 더 해보겠습니다.
아, 네 거다.
4시 반인가요? 와우.
이 지친 얼굴.
이제 너무 졸려요. 근데 지금 마지막 칼바람까지 3연승인가?
4연승.
4연승 했어요. 너무 뿌듯해. 너무 졸려서 이제 자야 될 것 같아. 안녕. 오늘도 미션 클리어. 같이 해요.
게임을 맛있게 농심 화이팅!
파이팅! 요원 파이팅! 2등 가자!
Welcome, ladies and gentlemen, to LCK 2025. It is the AA squad here, Atlas and Orcs, ready to bring you two pretty incredible matches. One of them potentially very fast. The other one, we have no idea, because it's Legend Group and then it's Rise Group. And that's just kind of how it goes. We are, as it feels on this desk, saving the best until last. But first, we have T1 against Nongshim. And is there a chance, Orcs? Is there a hope that Nongshim can take more than 3 towers?
We'll have to see. You know, I think it's a lofty goal.
Yeah.
We'll keep our eyes on it. You know, 3 towers is 2 towers. I think there's a good chance.
2 towers and a grub. Maybe we could give them 2 towers and a grub.
Oh, we can do 2 towers and a grub. I think we can do that.
Maybe something like that. We'll have to try and figure out exactly what the stakes are going to be. Let's dive into the standings here. And there's a reason why we're talking about it as being a relatively lofty goal. Because Nongshim have the worst win record here in the LCK as of rounds 3 to 5.
And T1, despite being 3rd in the Legend Group, their 3 to 5 record is the best.
Yes.
In the Legend Group, even better than Gen G by 1 game. So, yeah, this is the best form of the Legend Group against the worst form of the Legend Group. So, a tricky matchup, but Nongshim, at this point, at the position they are currently in, facing being put in the play-ins, not the playoffs, they can't be picky. They need wins, and they have to put everything into every match ahead of them, including this one, which is a tough matchup.
Yep, and this is, like, of course they're not going to be eliminated or anything like that. This is still the Legend Group, but let's have a look at T1's destructive form. Yeah, this is just the best stat in every single one of these positions. They get feats of strength more than everyone else. They've lost the least turrets. They average the lowest amount of deaths, the most kills, and the shortest game time.
Yeah, and also the most tempo vibes, can I just say?
Yes.
That is so clear. Phenomenal form, really ramped up, and Ona, a big piece of that. You know, earlier in the year when the form was a little bit rough, Ona was a big reason of their success.
Yep.
The whole team is playing fantastically, but Ona approaching a huge milestone, will be the 5th jungler to hit 3,000 assists.
Yeah, and then only 550 to go, and then he will eclipse Score, who will not be increasing that number anytime soon, depending on, you know, whether Cuz has a rough week or something like that.
Maybe we start adding, as a coach, you get whatever you think, you know?
Yeah,
that counts, right?
We could do that. Like, if one of the drafts we actually consider pretty good, then he can get some assists for that. Unfortunately, he hasn't got many in recent weeks, as it turns out. All right, let's get into this one, as T1 will be on the red side starting things off. They did not have side selection. That might give Nongshim a little bit of a window into this one. But, like, who are we kidding? It's probably not going to help, even in the slightest.
You'll take any advantage, you know,
True.
any edge. And something we've seen consistently in these game ones against T1 have been really hard. I mean, every game against T1 has been really hard. But
Yes.
game 1 in particular, because we've seen these drafts where you kind of look at it and go, oh, they got all of that.
Yeah.
So blue side, definitely a little helping hand to Nongshim to hopefully deny all of that. I'm thinking when we see them get things like the Jins, the Bards, the Varuses, you know, sometimes for Doran, like the Ambessas, the Auroras, for Faker, the Orianas, the Rises.
Yep. There's a long list.
Yeah, there's a lot of champions, and that's kind of the issue. There's a lot of champions you want to excellent on, and you really want to try and deny away from them, but
oh man, look at this. Ona's team keeps getting kills when he's not there. Must be very frustrating. 5th on kill participation at 15 minutes.
Gideon's winning on solo kills, though.
There we go.
There's something.
Some positives can be drawn, but it does mean that Nongshim are kind of left alone fairly often, whereas on T1 side, they're succeeding without their jungler, which is also a little bit of a worry. You mentioned that they were the kings of the tempo vibes, and that is absolutely true. Ona, I feel like he deserved this, right? He deserved these last 3 rounds because he was the guy that was able to get a whole bunch of tempo in their first couple and kept T1 very competitive. Looking forward to seeing how T1 can actually carry this momentum into the playoffs and then beyond. as we do approach Worlds time.
And I said this at the start of the week, but we are in a new patch which had some significant changes.
Yep.
Being honest, we haven't really seen that many of them manifest. We haven't seen teams really experiment that much.
Did see the Callista.
Yeah.
Yesterday, that was cool.
But I think this is the time where maybe there's a bit of uncertainty in the meta. Maybe if you can bring something out that you practiced in scrims and thought, hey, this is really OP, teams haven't really figured out yet, that's where you can find advantages. I think back to last year when KT did beat Genji and broke that big win streak. It was on a new patch, and it was at the Senna Nautilus, so they got 2 games in a row. So that is prime time to take down a big team, to win as an underdog, to get an upset. So maybe we see Nongshim lean on that. Definitely a team where, Jiwoo has been known for bringing out some more eclectic picks. Lahen's definitely, yeah, so maybe in the bot lane can be an avenue to look towards that, or even though...
No, hey, you haven't even spoken about the man who cooks the most, and that is Kingen. I mean, I didn't see Diana necessarily in those patch notes, but maybe, just maybe, we'll have another opportunity. Also, Kingen absolutely loves the Rumble, to go back to a more serious note, and Rumble has looked completely broken on this particular patch. Cool thing, though, is that we saw Broken Blade playing things like the Rek'Sai towards the top side of the map, picking up the Kled as well, which is kind of cool. Rek'Sai's changes more happened on the last patch, but did get a few buffs, so she's looking all right. But Lahen's is a Singed player, and Bwipo just played that. So, yeah, I mean, Bwipo is a top laner, but still...
Yeah, I mean, technically counts. I do feel like something that will definitely be denied from Kingen is the Rumble. You know, I've talked about how I think this champion is insanely OP on this patch. Gen.G didn't let it go through at all, and I feel like, especially against Kingen, you're not going to give him any opportunity to play that. But we'll see what the approach is going to be in this draft.
Looking forward to it. Let's dive into it right now. As we mentioned, Nongshim do have the blue side, so they will be able to pick up their pick first. We'll see what they are going to prioritize. They're not going to need to ban the Rumble. That will likely fall to T1 unless they do want to risk it. Speaking of risking it, like, maybe they're going to have fun. Maybe we're going to see some of the cool picks that have been making the rounds. But we'll just have to see. Not necessarily a team known for mixing it up when they don't necessarily have to, and they absolutely don't have to.
Aurora ban, pretty solid as well. Put more emphasis on that Rumble. And we see the Varus come through, which, I mean, makes sense in general, but especially against Guma. Does also kind of put pressure on that Yunara. With the Varus gone, means the Yunara ban even more pertinent. And the Pantheon to come through, so no real ban towards that Rumble. And Wukong still available as well. They are going to prioritize the Wukong in this situation. So, I mean, it makes sense. A lot of junglers were nerfed, hit down on this patch, and Wukong was the one who kind of wasn't. Pantheon as well was nerfed last patch, not this patch, but both of those really strong. So Gideon gets himself a really strong jungler with that pickup, but does leave over the Rumble to Doran, which I know Kingen feels bad about, because not only does he not get to play it, but it also passes, means it's going to be locked out for the rest of the series with Fearless.
So, we are in the Legend group, but the Rise group special is available. They could just pick any Rakan right now, and Nongshim, theoretically, if they were in the Rise group, would be guaranteed a victory. That could be a decision that they could make.
I mean, in terms of proximity, they are the closest to the Rise group.
They are.
In terms of the standings. So it does give a lot of proactivity. Looks like leaning towards Orianna, though, which is also a pretty good denial away from Fake. It is his most played in the most recent rounds.
Don't mind it, as the Ornn is going to be the pickup into this Rumble. It was considered a counter pick-ish type thing that can get through the lane. I don't know whether that remains the case.
Yeah, I'm less convinced by this pick.
But wait. So, the first letters of the 3 of these champions. Say it out for me.
Ow.
No, it's woo!
Oh, the other way.
Yeah.
Hey.
In order.
Okay.
It's woo! And that's pretty cool.
Okay, yeah.
Right?
You know, great pitch.
Yeah, I think that's the most serious thing that we can go into about the Ornn versus Rumble matchup.
I thought you were going in a different direction with that.
Woo!
Our minds just jumped. I mean, technically with 2 O's, wouldn't it be ow? It'd be like ow,
ooh. Yeah, I guess. It would be like a weird wolf type situation.
Yeah.
Not the wolf that's in the space.
Yeah. Bard ban pretty good into Carrier. Alistair still open. Rakan still open. You would love to get Rakan as Nongshim, but it's going to be hard in this situation because I feel like if you like ban Alistair here, they might just take Rakan themselves. You could leave it both open. They're going to ban the Braum in this situation.
Interesting.
We'll see what T1 opt to do here. They're just going to go for the Jhin for Guma. A lot of comfort on this. I will say there's a good amount of picks to kind of get onto the Jhin and disrupt his ultimate with the Ornn.
There is also the Alistair left up, which is kind of crazy. So that could be picked up by Lehens. Of course, he really does like the pick. The Carrier, I think, will have something planned. We'll see what it is going to be.
I think just like Sivir Rakan could be so good here. You know, movement speed. It's a great scaling pick. There's a lot of melee champs at full melee topside in T1. And Rakan with Wukong, I mean, I've said like a million times how much I rate this combo.
Plus with Ornn, it's also fantastic. Pairs up with Orianna very well. You can deliver balls pretty effectively.
If you want to go Alistair, though, I think that's also fine. I mean, it also sets up the ball and a bit bulkier because there's a lot of AoE damage. That's the one concern about Rakan. So when Galio was a support way back when, he was actually a really good matchup in Rakan because the taunt is so easy to lock down the Rakan with. Yep. There's also the AoE from the Rumble, so you could just kind of get exploded, whereas Alistair a lot more durable in that situation. So a bulkier frontline for Nongshim. They do have decent dive threats. Their comp scales pretty well. And they've kind of managed things decently. Are going to see the Poppy coming for Carrier, though. And I think T1 pretty happy with what they got, right? They have the Rumble for Doran, a phenomenal pick. This strong skill machine mid-jungle. They have Jhin for Guma. They have Poppy for Carrier. I don't think it's the best Game 1 draft we've seen for T1, but the bar was very high for that, right? The fact that Carrier doesn't have Bard, immediately I think Nongshim have handled things better than some teams, but still, it's a lot of power for T1, and they're going to be very happy with what they've picked up.
Yeah, and also in a Game 1 of a best-of-3 hit, by the way, it's Wusa. So a bit of a Bad Boys 2 reference there as well, which I absolutely love. Bit of an anger management type reference there. Which I think is really, really cool. So, a Wusa. And that's what maybe Nongshim are going to have to do in this game. They're going to have to calm down, bit of Wusa, make things work.
Yeah.
That's what I'm getting to. That's my idea. I can't pronounce T1's champions as far as just the first letters.
So that's your main criticism.
Yeah, the acronym, not very good.
Yeah.
The team comp probably fine. I think a lot of people would look at Galio and they'd be like, oh, not enough damage. Not fake as Galio.
Not enough vowels, I think, with that.
Yeah, no, it really is a worry. In fact, none.
Yeah.
So it does just make it impossible.
Usa
on the other side, gorgeous.
Not winning any Scrabble games with this setup.
Oh no. Although, a lot of very high value letters. They just don't go together. Let's jump onto the Rift for game number 1.
소환사의 협곡에 오신 것을 환영합니다.
You know there are people that actually like didn't know the Wusa thing from Bad Boys 2?
You know, there's actually a point I was going to make, because think about it, Nongshim have a lot of vowels themselves.
They do, yeah.
If they go first, they had side selection, they put the vowels down.
Aha!
And then you can use their vowels.
That's true.
To make words in the rules of Scrabble. That's how it goes, you know? So...
Like picks.
Yeah.
But like it would be the proper noun picks, unfortunately. But it is League of Legends related because it's Lulu's Fairy, and so they could have spelled. Oh no, but there's no I.
Where's the I? Was thinking, where are you getting the I from?
Well, it's in Alistair and Orianna.
No, but
we're not doing the whole word,
okay,
are we?
It's a lot easier if you just have every letter in the full names.
Yeah, so it'd be pox, and that sounds less healthy. It's still a word though.
Pog? We can make pog.
We can make pog and jog. We can definitely jog.
Ox.
Ox. There we go. That's an easy one. We can do rocks. Rocks Tigers.
Yeah.
There we go. A little bit League of Legends
I haven't really
themed.
used the A very much.
Oh, that's true. There is an
Rag?
A. What about Jap?
Rap?
Yeah. We got Pag. I don't know. No. Rag. We could do Rag.
Yeah.
Racks.
Racks.
Like barracks. Like they shorten it in StarCraft.
I don't think you get any points for that one.
I think it's also.
I need a referee for that.
RACKS as well.
Yeah.
I think technically.
That's the sort of one where you put down and you try and justify it to your little brother, and he's like, no.
Yeah. No. My grandmother would not have allowed that.
Pulling the dictionary out on that one.
Yep. Although she would always put in words that made absolutely no sense to me, so I felt like she was cheating. Just turned out that I didn't know very many words when I was 7. Calyx is doing a decent job here. Remember, he is coming off the back of like solo kills against BDD and stuff like this. Calyx has actually had a little bit of a resurgence here in the LCK, so Faker not having the greatest of times up against this Orianna. Tough matchup, obviously, but good to see that Calyx is playing it out the way that he's supposed to.
Yeah, putting the pressure on early on. What you want to see.
I'm feeling that the tempo vibes aren't necessary. Okay, never mind. Carrier is going to be able to find the heroic charge into Lehens, and all of a sudden they have a massive.
Why did you say it?
Yeah,
Why did you say
I shouldn't have said it. I know I shouldn't have said it.
Did we not learn anything from yesterday?
I did. I learned that we cannot actually help it.
Yeah.
And the caster curses will just happen. They're inevitable, and I should not worry too much because Chronicle is never going to admit that he uses them for evil.
Don't try and fight them. And he does. That's
He does.
true. He tries to pretend, oh, I don't know. They don't exist. How can I use them for evil if I don't even believe in them?
Yeah, exactly. And then brutally murders KT with it.
Yeah.
Shameful. It's pretty ruthless. But that's okay. We were just talking about the tempo vibes. No one's died yet or anything like that. Okay, good. We're safe. We're safe. Lane swap does come in.
Very early swap come through. Getting King into the top lane matchup. And also saw Jiwoo picking up this big wave in the top side, but they have lost out on a lot of farm as a result. So you are just going to see T1 match. I do think Jiwoo is going to be able to pick up some. He is picking up some of the CS, but he's still going to be behind compared to Guma on this one.
Yeah, it's actually turned into about a 300 gold advantage just from the lane swap, which is suboptimal, especially considering the fact that Calyx did have a decent lead in that mid lane. Things like that just means that it is purely the swap that has gleaned that extra money over to T1. And they will now have waves stacking up towards them as well as Gumayusi and Carrier make their way back to this lane.
Yeah, now have the heal advantage for T1's bot lane as well, so there's that added pressure. It's not a fun matchup to play the Alistar into. Also, the Jhin is just going to have more pressure than the Sivir. You will eventually get to the point where you can just wave clear and kind of ignore the Jhin, especially if you can spell shield his abilities. But those early levels, a little bit precarious.
Yep. And I'm a little bit worried for Kingen as well, because this is one of Doran's favorite champions. He's been fantastic, especially like team fighting on the Rumble, as Carrier does go in. He's just getting a little bit of harassment down on this Poppy. Working out quite well. You're not going to quite find the Boomerang Blade value. But yeah, I do think that T1 in this mid-game are going to really start to have a field day.
Yeah.
Which is not exactly a brave thing to say, based on how they've been playing all the time. However, Carrier is going to have to use the flash to get out of the way of Lehens, who is now looking to turn his attention towards Gumayusi. Gideon in position. Was there a little bit late to affect the players. Faker walks over a ward, and Ona looks to take down the Drake in response to that topside aggression.
Yeah, so I think T1 fine with this. You know, it's a trade of summoners. T1 do trade down slightly because they commit the heal as well, but both supports have Hex Splash. I don't think they really care too much. But ultimately, Lehens goes for the play setup. Carrier uses the charge, so he can then just flash out before the stun comes in. And Ona picks up a dragon essentially for free off the back of that.
Not to mention, Doran is able to just steal all the crockery away from this bottom lane turret. Kingen still in a lot of trouble, not going to be able to build enough items to get him out of this one, as Ona will finally finish this one off there as the smite to secure the Hextech Dragon, going to be the first one. Cloud is going to be next. Ox, we had a bit of a rough day yesterday. Shockwave going to come through here from Calyx, looking to chase down Faker here, winding up the clockwork quite nicely, but doesn't quite find the command attack.
Yeah, just trying to keep the pressure up. We do see swap coming again from Nongshim, and King was having a really rough time in that matchup. Has started to get a bit of magic resist, but I just feel like the Rumble does so much damage now.
Yeah, and he's also just going to be able to equalize the wave, and that's not very equal, actually, because it does mean that once again, they are going to have so much control in this lane swap scenario. Doran not going to be missing out on anything, and gets to utilize this tempo however he would like.
Yeah, so one of the things they changed when they did the rebalancing with Rumble is now his Q, even if you like just catch someone with it, they burn for an extra half a second. So when you're playing into like a range matchup, or you're playing into like an 80 carry and a support, I feel like he has so much more threat, because even if you're just
need to tag.
Clipped by the flame spitter, you're taking so much more damage than you would before. And obviously, Rumble's always been pretty good in lane swap situations because of the power of the equalizer.
Oh dear. Kingen was looking to try and get in line of these minions so that he could get that Bella's breath off. As you can see, not going to be able to Searing Charge this one as Gumayusi reloading! He was reloading at him! It was so menacing!
Scrambling with the bullets. The only thing that really saved King there is the fact that Guma didn't have his ult available very close.
Or any bullets.
Or any bullets. Had to go to the bullet store before he could finish him off.
Yeah, no, like the Walmart was just a little bit too far away. Is that's we don't have any Americans on this particular desk. We don't have Walmarts in Australia, and nowhere really.
We have a couple on the space, though. I'm sure they will be able to fill it.
They can let us know whether Walmart was the right thing to say.
Yeah,
and perhaps it was. As Gumayusi, he's got bullets. Ox.
He's got 4 of them.
Oh, there's one. There's a grenade. 2, 3. And there's the 4th one. Bit of damage onto Lahens. As Carrier able to get a whole lot more off as well. The reload does come through. 2 more left in the chamber, and the last one will do it. First blood over to Gumayusi. And Jiu, he's on the hunt, but unfortunately, his cow was hunted.
Jiu actually doing so much damage in return there, but the support wasn't there from the rest of the team. You know, if Gideon had come in, if Calyx had come in, that could have been a huge play for Nongshim. But in the end, they end up picking up 3 grubs. So I think Nongshim not too upset about that, but it must feel frustrating for Jiu there to have pumped so much damage into those 3 members of T1 and not really get a kill in return. We have a look into the top lane matchup, but it's still going really bad for Kingen.
He does have a Spectre's Cowl. That item generally makes you feel better, but it just doesn't look like he's feeling better. It's about a 30 CS advantage. I do want to say that Valdez did dive into Twitch chat. What was he saying? Where is it? There aren't any Walmarts on the space, Orcs, as it turns out. Doran's also just going to burn Jiu down. Yeah, the tick rate actually does look like it was improved somewhat. The flash forward as the barrier comes down, and no flash for Doran means no way out. A little bit overexcited there, but great positioning from Jiu.
Yeah, great play coming in from Gideon and turn that around. I think Doran, unfortunately, if he'd overheated with that flame spitter, he could have just beat Jiwoo down with the overheated autos, but wasn't quite able to finish him off there. The fact that Jiwoo still had his summoners after that top play was a big difference maker there. So a kill does come in, going over to the Wukong. And things still pretty close in this game. You know, a little bit of an advantage for T1 in terms of gold. They do have that dragon, but King getting some plates here on the back of those grubs, gonna feel really nice.
A bit of tempo to come through here as well, as the Justice Punch going to not really work out there for Faker. He is still gonna be fine. And I think Calyx sending a message.
It's really important that Calyx is maintaining this pressure on Faker, because we've seen times where there hasn't been this constant pressure, the Galio's been freed up, and he's just taken over the game. So important he's constantly doing that here. They know Lahens doesn't have flash, and they know they can just commit to the play. Guma sets up the root. Ona flashes to commit, but look how much damage G was actually doing in return here.
Yeah, the barrier actually gets so much value from Gumayusi there as well, keeping him alive 100%. As Doran teleports in and kills Jiu. Oh, tries to kill Jiu.
It feels overheated there. Oh,
whoa, okay. Carrier in a little bit of trouble as the ricochets are flying through, but does run out of them. As Gumayusi is able to get himself to relative safety. You can see there is definitely frustration there, and does manage to get some revenge against Doran at least, and does send Carrier home.
I mean, think of a situation where Jiu had another couple of kills as a result of these plays where people are super low on HP, so Carrier on not the favorable end of that trade, but does manage to get away, does manage to survive there on very low HP. Still a big deficit between the AD carries though. Jiu down about 500 gold to Guma, but does pick up that Essence Reaver.
Yeah, able to actually get that first reset. Zona looking to start off this Cloud Drake. Will be Double Dragon over for T1. Could be an Infernal this game. Could also be like an Ocean or a Chemtech, which is not necessarily as coveted, but still some good options available as the Ram is going to come down. Doran just walks in between it. That's the way you do it, by the way.
Yeah.
Sending a message. Okay, the Mountain is going to be a good option for both teams, honestly.
No flash and Doran, that was just a kill if you got hit by that. So, you know, there's two sides to it. There's a dodge and there's a miss.
Yeah.
You know? Let's praise Doran for the dodge. But,
yeah, move on.
Needs to work at his bowling a little bit, let's just say.
Yeah, he's ramming.
Yeah.
Just hasn't quite told the Forge God where to go.
Power of the swiftness boots, you know. Doran's just walking so fast.
Wait, Ornn is the Forge God, isn't he?
Yeah.
The Ram isn't the Forge God.
Yeah.
He just is. Yeah. That's a bit silly, Atlas. Calyx, looking up towards his top side. We'll see whether he actually does rotate forward. Does find himself at least a little bit of shellfish, but otherwise not too much more. Gideon moving over towards this mid lane where Gumushi has parked himself for now. And geolaning against Faker this time. Doesn't look too worried about it. And honestly, like, even though we saw the whiff on the ultimate, things like that, haha, funny, funny, this game is extraordinarily close. Only 400 gold in it, and I'm looking at an Ornn, a Sivir, and an Orianna. There's a lot of scaling potential here, not to mention Alistair, very valuable later on in the game. Wukong as well.
If this goes to 5v5s, Nongshim definitely, like, they have the composition where they have great team fighting, right? A lot of engaged threats. They have great DPS for the Sivir. They have a lot of targets to hit. You know, it's 4 melee champions.
Whoa!
That you can just shred. And Calix is continuing to put the pressure on with this Orianna.
He is not perturbed. Maybe should be a little perturbed. Took a little bit of damage there, as we could see off the back end, but otherwise is really making sure that this mid lane is impenetrable for Nongshim.
And you gotta remember, like, look, Nongshim are still, they're a tiny little bit of goal behind, but think how dominant T1 have been so far in round 3 to 5. So even just to be keeping it even at this point, it's a positive omen for Nongshim, especially with this composition. They just need to keep this momentum going, and with 2 dragons in the hands of T1, I'm looking towards this Herald, I'm looking towards this next dragon. These are the big turning points of this game. These are the points where really Nongshim needs to find good fights, favorable setups to establish themselves. I'm a little bit concerned playing into the Poppy. We've seen so many teamfight setups just ruined by having a Poppy on the side who just like knocks away your key engager and messes everything up.
And of course, the Wukong can be a little bit tricky, right? You can utilize the Warrior Trickster in order to try and get that ultimate to be aimed wrongly. Things like that might be an opportunity here for Gideon to do some tricky stuff to keep himself in the fight, but Keria hasn't often been known to miss.
Yeah, they do move G with the mid lane, so I feel like having him in the bot lane for quite a while. It wasn't a big issue, right? He can just clear waves when it was up against the Galio, but now having him mid and kind of just maintain that mid prio, as Sivir loves to do.
Yep. So Faker down here towards the bottom lane is going to taunt up King in momentarily. Looks like Nongshim a little bit more interested in this Herald that's going to be coming up in 23 seconds time. Gideon wanting to move up towards his top lane, but Doran does have this control ward, so he will know exactly what's going on. But it is Calix. This guy is dangerous. Speaking of danger, the Deadly Flourish is going to come on through, and Lahen's down to 50% health.
See how cautious T1 were about committing heavily for that play. A little bit apprehensive. Ooh, that damage.
Okay, not a bad Boomerang Blade.
Okay, did just walk up to the 4th shot though. You know, I was there to praise you, and then he kind of just said, you know what?
No, that's honor. That's honor right there. He's like, Gumayushi, he ate the full combo. I will allow him to have his. There's Shockwave going to pull back Doran after the flash. Very nicely done. Still gets the flash out of Calix, but going to be a relatively even trade. Still, T1 now with positional advantage over this Herald. He'll be able to make that one work. Calix with his teleport up though, there is a possibility that there could be a contest, but it looks like it's just not going to come in.
Oh, they're looking for it now.
Okay. Captive audience going to slow up Gideon as he's making his approach. Teleport in from King, and let's see whether the Ornn does come down. Bellows Breath to eat the CC out of Faker, but the taunt will still come on through, and Nongshim, I just think that they're realizing they're too late. Not going to bite off more than they can chew.
Yeah, felt a little bit overforced. The Herald was already kind of gone. He was so low when they got in there. And now the question is, what are you going to get on the back of this, right? You committed a TP, you moved in. Raptors, maybe?
Well, there is a little bit of a headbutt pulverize onto Faker. Nice double taunt to come on through as he's buying a lot of time. And the problem is, that means the rest of T1 are making their way over. The Unbreakable Will comes down. Nice double pulverize there from Lahen's, but the curtains have been called. Flash out from Lahen's means that he's just definitely dead. I don't know why we're pressing that button right there, but sometimes you just panic and you need to press F.
This feels like such an error from Nongshim because I don't think trying to commit the Herald was necessarily that bad, but by over-committing on that side of the jungle, now you've given T1 great opportunity to Herald mid, and Dragon is now spawned. It's 3rd Dragon of the game for T1. Lahen's just going to TP mid, but you could have spent that time setting up around Dragon, getting control of the area. Now you're giving a team with Poppy set up to get vision, to get control. And you also move in to try contest, but it's so difficult.
Yeah, and you need Calix to move first, right? Because a heroic entrance is available here for Faker, so he can get over there a whole lot quicker than the Orianna can. So she does make her way down towards this mid lane. Nongshim not going to give this one up without a fight, but feels like the tempo vibe certainly moving even further into T1's position in this game. Nongshim kind of teetering on collapse is kind of my feeling at this point in time.
Yeah, doing a good job of forcing in here, though, managing to get mid-prio and keeping T1 away. But you can see there's a lot of vision behind still, that ward over the wall there. So there is information for T1. And they were kind of just waiting for the Galio. Faking out here, they're moving in.
Yeah, Ram comes down, there's the equalizer, but it is going to tag Doran this time. The knock up onto Faker, but he still gets the ult off, and down goes Doran to start this fight off. Now Calix trying to get himself out, but he will not be able to. Ona with that Crescent Guard is able to lock him down. That is actually going to be feats of strength as well, but Ona still going to fall. Pulverized, flashed out of the way of by Gumayushi, but I don't think they're taking a dragon unless Carrier has something to say about it as Faker punches with justice and takes down Jiu. Gideon over the top. It should be the kill onto Carrier, and it will be, as Gideon does get the Q off. There's not a lot of damage left remaining there, here, though, for Nongshim, as Gideon does manage to sidestep the curtain, as Faker will just punch his way over to this side of the map and should be able to keep himself alive. And Doran's back up and available. This means no dragon to be taken here for Nongshim, and T1 might actually still just get it.
Yeah, tense. Pretty chaotic situation on the back of that fight. Initially looking like T1 maybe had found favor by getting Calix, but he gets a big shockwave. So we see Doran obviously getting focused down initially. He's kind of caught in a bad spot, but then Calix ends up getting stunned and with no flash. Does get a huge shockwave.
Massive.
But it still ends up going down to Ona, but then the turnaround comes in. Kingen finds Ona, and it's a lot of trades here. This is when it looks initially good, but this play from Carrier to find the Sivir lost all the momentum, I feel like, for Nongshim in this situation. You had a scenario where I really felt like they had just won the fight, and then they completely got deflated on the back end because of that pick on that 80 carry. Now they are back on the map, they do have control over the area once again, but everyone's back up, you know. Some ults still not available. I think the significant ones is Lahen's not quite there yet, Guma's not quite there yet.
Yeah, Cyclone as well as Call of the Forge God, both of them. Very big deal, but Nongshim, they do have positional advantage, and right now they are utilizing that. That should mean that they are able to collect this dragon here. T1 not looking to get in there as Owner is still making his way out of base.
This is big, you know, getting the dragon for Nongshim. I was really concerned about a scenario where T1 picked up that third dragon, and once you have that looming threat of soul, the game becomes so hard to play, especially as Arakan is on the other side of the map, which is become very hard to protect.
Petals. Oh, Faker gonna steal one of Kingan's petals. You'd have to feel like that should have been his.
Yeah. There's a lot of petals in that area.
Yeah. Arakan going to spawn there, as we just saw. Faker making his way over to at least supervise.
But I think very big. Can't understate how big it is, especially when you have composition of skills so well that you did deny that dragon from T1. Stop them from getting the soul point. And now can focus your attention towards this Arakan on the top side.
Yeah, Equalizer comes through just to clear out this wave. It's going to very comfortably do so. This outer turret was pretty close to going down. No one with first brick just yet, so that would have been a decent chunk of gold. Could have honestly almost just brought Nongshim straight back to even with T1 from that point. But they've got feats of strength as well. There are certainly some things that are helping them out. The Kingen has started to upgrade things. Level 13 has come through. His Rookern has now got a cute little border. And he is actually going to be able to just knock this one down. Demolitionist indeed. Yeah, and they do manage to get that first turret.
That bot tower likely to follow pretty soon as well. You know, neither Faker nor Doran can really match up to the Orianna in a 1v1. Just the pressure that Calix has right now.
And this is getting a bit rough as well. The Jhin doesn't quite have the wave clear that Jiu does have. Does have a fourth bullet that Jiu does really like to collect for himself. But Steadfast Presence comes down, Gideon not going to be getting.
This is the point that people normally play the Ornn into Rumble for once you have that Kennick Rukin.
Oh dear. Well, the Ram does come on through. They are lacking a little bit of damage. As I really hope that, like, we didn't get Lahenz's camera, which would have been maybe very funny.
Yeah, you ever heard the phrase "no man left behind"? There's a reason for that.
Gio unfortunately didn't get that message.
Yeah, is it on Gio? Is it on the rest?
Yeah.
The one who hit it, I didn't actually see in the moment.
I think it was a hoof. I really do think a hoof probably did it. As Gideon not going to get tagged by the deadly flourish. As Gumayushi's like, no, but you loved the fourth bullet last time. Not going to happen. The turret isn't going to fall down as well. It is very, very close to it.
Yeah, very fortified without the minions there. They should just be able to pick it up. It was lowered earlier by the Herald, and it will go down. So, first turret of the game for T1.
Yep.
And it does make it difficult because Jiwoo obviously loves to have that mid prio. We've seen him pushing up constantly, but now of much more threat with that tower down, and then immediately just going to start up the Arakan. There's no vision on it specifically, there's vision around it, and no blue trinket available at this moment, but Lehens is moving in.
Yep, walking up does manage to get vision, as they don't actually sweep it out just yet. Still, they're turning on to Carrier. Equalizer comes through, gets a fair bit of work done as Carrier finds the heroic charge. And now the taunt is going to connect. Faker was just waiting for Gio to go over the wall. It's beautifully played. And even though it's a quadra pulverize, it does not matter at all because Kingen and Calyx are a million miles away.
Great play there from Carrier, finding the Sivir again with the flash play, and now Calyx is going to do his best to try and force this off. The General comes in. King can just block this, though.
Yeah, heroic entrance is going to get Faker in immediately as the curtain going to be held, but I think it is going to go away. The triple taunt going to come down for Faker as he holds Gideon in position. Steph's presence continues to do so as he'll burn down. It's a double for Doran, maybe even a triple here as he's just going to obliterate on. Down he goes. Faker grabs that kill, and that's going to be Otacon as well. T1. Phenomenal team fight, put themselves in such a good spot.
T1's control around these neutral objectives, their setup, and their just ability to pounce when they see an opportunity, so precise. And Jiwoo, I've got to criticize, you know, gets engaged on here. You had flash, you had spell shield, gets caught out by the flash stun, knocked into the taunt from Faker.
Special delivery.
Yeah, and it's brilliant setup from T1, but if you get caught by that initial stun from the Poppy, it's game over. You can't let that happen. You represent so much damage for this team comp, and then it becomes this impossible task for the rest of Nongshim to try and stall out. But it was a great setup here. Faker getting on top of Calyx with the taunt, and I think Calyx kind of had to flash there because he doesn't even get a chance to get his shockwave off here.
Yeah. And they all just disintegrate.
So low as well. Yeah, it feels like maybe if he got his shockwave off, maybe there was something there. It's hard to say.
Might have been a couple of kills.
Yeah, it was just a rough spot to be put in. It was kind of a doom situation they were trying to force because it felt like the game was slipping away if they let the Arakan go. But ultimately, T1 holds strong, ruthless in their execution around the Arakan.
And it turns out they were probably correct as well, because the game really does feel like it's slipping away now that the Arakan's gone. So you might have been onto something, as Faker is going to be monitored here by Doran. Means that he's not going to be going down or anything like that, but now it's sole point on the menu for T1. And Nongshim do want to deny this if they can, but it is just going to be a massive difficulty as Hex Splash in from Carrier, looking for a possible opportunity, an avenue forward. As Lehens comes over, that is goodbye to the Orianna, but Heba pulverized to connect onto Carrier, and he just goes down. That's a kill over to the Sivir as Kingen buys so much space, just wandering off to the side. He is going to die, but a 1-for-1 and a dragon going over to Nongshim probably feels pretty good. Still, T1 have now taken up occupation of Nongshim's side of the map, and it may not be a place that Nongshim can get out of. Heroic entrance, Jiu going to have that spell shield as he flashes. Wind becomes lightning, still connects, but there's the shockwave. The pulverize on top, and Ona will be going down. Jiu's still alive this time, but Doran has found him, and he's got a dangerous flamethrower. Down goes the Sivir. There's the ace for T1, and a moment there for Nongshim, and then it was snuffed out. And Ona hits 3,000 assists.
There you go, huge achievement, and T1, it looks like the play was going to come in for Nongshim. The shockwave is big, the CC's there, but they hold strong.
Huge cheer from the crowd here, as look at that, still standing, by the way.
Oh man, look at the T-pose. That's Aura right there. He knows.
Absolutely is. He's like, yeah, I might be dead, but do I look dead? No, not even a little bit.
0 HP, he's still going.
Yeah, absolutely.
He's committed. Here, so Carrier ults Calyx away, buys time, and it does end up kind of giving away the dragon because, you know, we see them go, we see Carrier go down, we see the rest of them focus on Kingen, which does just give her the dragon, but T1 are fine making this trade because they know with the position Nongshim are in, oh no.
Oh dear. Well, medium rare?
He gets out.
Yeah, Lehens is going to be all right.
With the position they were in after taking the dragon, just so easy for T1 to wrap around and cut them off. So, you know, they don't really care about whether they get that extra dragon because they're so far ahead now. They're looking towards the purple worm, and TP comes in. Nongshim going to try and contest this one, but Carrier is out of vision, and he's going to threaten with that ult.
Yep, And now just flashes on in as well, can deliver a gargoyle. So right in on top, and down goes the jungler. That is just going to be freedom there onto the Baron, as Gumayusi was tanking up said Baron because he was the last one left in the Baron pit, but he'll be absolutely fine. No one's there to contest. And T1, this is their bread and butter. Just take control of the game. They'll take down the Baron here, and they'll look to close this one out.
It feels like every time Carrier has flash, it's just like, well, someone's dying and it's going to cost you heavily.
Yep. And sometimes he just has Hex Flash, and that's also just as dangerous.
Yep.
Finally get the outer turret bot lane, though.
Yeah, been a while. The Hen's fishing on the side.
Oh, T1 not taking the bait, as Lehens will be able to stop Faker from recalling for the moment.
Faker is very strong. I would not,
yeah.
I would not go in on that. Oh, Calyx.
All right, well, there is a little bit of a drive-by there, as Calyx was actually seen from the sky.
Where's he going?
He is just going to stand here and go back to base. That is his attempt. And it will be successful. There we go.
Yeah, you know, we take the little wins.
100%. I mean, the big wins, though, are on the T1 side with a 5-0-9 Galio.
Yeah, I was thinking of the setup from Carrier to go for the...
Well, Shockwave is going to connect, but Gio is once again lying on the floor.
Yeah, not ideal for Nongshim.
Yeah, I'm going to say subpar on that one, as Equalizer goes down. Not the most value here for this one, but the Pulverize coming on through there onto Carrier. And Lehens not going to find too much. Nice little searing charge, but the double taunt. And Gideon, he's melting, and there's the Harpoon to finish him off. Lehens gets tagged by the Flame Spitter. The curtains have been called, and I think it is indeed curtains here for Nongshim in this first game. T1 just a little bit too good here today, and have been, honestly, for weeks now.
Feels like even if you have an okay early game, even if some things are going right for you, once you get to the neutral game, once you get to those neutral objectives, the setup in the mid game, you have to do everything right and more to stand a chance. Oh, they're going to look for him?
Yeah, Faker just trying to get his flash on cooldown, and he will effectively do that as T1. I mean, it was closer than it could have otherwise been in the early to mid game, but when we're talking about that, you can tell that the team is just a little bit too dominant at the moment.
If you look at the form that we've had in round 3 and 5, this is honestly the biggest disparity we have in the LCK in terms of what we can have playing each other in the groups. And I think Nongshim did okay in the early game, but it's just some major mistakes will get punished so ruthlessly. And I think that's what's been a big struggle for Nongshim, is like you don't get second chances in these games. You make even if it doesn't feel like a big mistake, Carrier flashes onto someone, you don't flash in time, okay, the game's over. It just kind of feels like that's what happens, and it's especially frustrating because Jiwoo, there was some fights where he was pumping out damage and it felt like he was starting to become a threat, and then he dies, and then it's like, well, that's game.
Yep, and it certainly was. As you can see there, a bit of a flatline when it comes to the gold until about 20 minutes in which case T1 just decided that they were going to win, largely because of the walking barbecue on the top side of the map, Doran having a lot of damage in that last game. And Nongshim, they're going to need some Wusa heading into game number 2. Thankfully, they can remember the names of their champions. They will have access to that, and we'll have access to a short break before the space, and then that second game. We'll see you soon.
야, 11호. 노플.
뽕도
야,
내가
뽕
뽕
뽕
줄게. 바텀 라인 천천히 넣어.
이거 거리네. 공 있고 더블 쳤어. 여기까지. 꼬리? 안 돼, 안 돼, 안 돼.
나는 없어.
천천히 봐봐.
나 3초 뒤에 도착. 뽕?
필요로 가. 와. 좋다, 이거. 끊어줄게. 뭐야. 끊는다면 야, 살려줘야 될 것 같은데? 날려줄게. 깨끗해. 예? 얘 11 풀안 돌긴 해.
아.
공정도는 있겠다.
everyone, welcome to the space. It was a great start for Nongshim, just like they did earlier in the week. However, T1, they hit the button, and the button was the Go team fight and make a mad movie clip, and they were able to do that. They're up 1-0. Degon here alongside Wolf and Chronicler, and little good bit of life here for Nongshim. We've seen games earlier in rounds 3 and 4 where it felt like they never even got into the server. However, this time, put something together early on.
And I know I'm always glass half full kind of guy, but I think we were agreeing that this is a lot better than Nongshim have looked. It's kind of similar to what we saw with KT, where I feel like 2 weeks ago, Nongshim just looked like they couldn't do anything. The fact that T1 still beat them came to surprise absolutely no one. But I do really want to highlight, I think that their early map movement, their laning was a lot better. And this is something that they need because really, Nongshim isn't competing against T1. Nongshim is going to compete against KT and against DK and whoever else is going to be there from the Rise group. So getting better, improving is the big goal.
I think for Nongshim in their last few matches, they've shown that while they are still afraid to make big objective calls, they're not afraid to kind of send it to look for a pick right before an objective, for example. So team looking a little bit more confident in general right now. It's not enough, though. Like, it's close, but it's not enough. The team fight finds that we're finding, the big shockwaves, for example, that have, given them a chance in some of these fights. The picks on Doran, almost enough, right? But not quite there. But I think if they can continue this trajectory at the end of the season where it matters most, heading into playoffs, maybe they could make an impressive run.
Let's take a look at the highlights here because started off here at the bottom side of the map. It was a pretty messy fight here, Connie.
But the reason why we bring this up is because I think this is better than Nongshim have looked for a lot of these games. I think that even though the KDAs don't really reflect it, the performance of Calix and G was actually a lot better than we've seen before. I think that they had a really nice target selection here onto Doran to start with, and then were able to recuperate. And it's something that has really plagued me with both Nongshim in particular, KT to a lesser extent, is as soon as it looks kind of bad, everyone peels off. But they actually fully committed here, relying on the damage that they had still had available of the Wukong, who in these longer fights can really do a lot of lifting. And even though this wasn't like a crazy blowout fight, Nongshim of a month ago could not have done this.
Yeah, I agree. Also, the shockwave, the ball placement there was really big. Like, T1 didn't respect it, and there's just an instant punish, right? And I think it's as simple as, you could just simplify this and be like, T1 shouldn't walk into that choke point. But I think Nongshim predicted that T1 would try to extend that fight, because T1 always tries to get more than what they bargained for. Like, they get a pick, they win the fight, they're like, no, we're going to push this all the way. They got a good punish there. These types of punishes I think you need to have to be able to strike back and to punch up against a team like T1.
Yeah. Later on, though, they try to set up a play on the top side of the map, and that's where our highlight number 2 happens.
And it's really funny to see how quickly it goes from kind of playable to not playable at all. And what we wanted to highlight specifically was how an attempted play from T1 just before this, where they end up using the Ornhorn, just loses them the game outright. It's the work being done here by T1, and T1 isn't actually looking to secure this out of con. They just want to fight. I think T1 is the best team in our league at setting up these multi-segmented fights where a lot of people are coming from different angles. And in this case, Carry has the bait, and Faker is the one that actually ends up, I think, making this fight unplayable.
Faker is flanking here. It's a really nice play here from Owner, who actually knocks Gio into the taunt, which Faker has prepped when he sees the angle. So you can tell this is coordinated, right? Because Faker's already taunting before he even gets sent in. But frankly, even if that play doesn't happen, T1 collapse, Faker has the flank angle, he has ult as well, and they win this fight. Like, this is a checkmate situation from start to finish, but Nongshim have to approach the Otacon. I think if they played it slower, they played through the Sivir damage, maybe there's an angle there. Don't engage onto the Poppy support. But ultimately, T1 just have those punish angles, right? They had the deep vision, they had so much vision, they get set up for that taunt. Faker gets another triple here, and it's just another amazing Faker Galio performance. We saw it get him a trophy again at Worlds just last year, and this pick is so strong right now for our best mid laners, and Faker continues to make an impact.
And there's some cope for Nongshim here. This is a very expensive draft for T1. You know, they use Faker's Galio, they use the Jhin, who we always go towards, they get the Rumble out of the way. They also got Owner Xin Zhao out of the way, although he was it was a menace. Degon doing a really good impression here. But I do think that, unfortunately for Nongshim, we can really see the biggest gap between these two teams in when it comes to T1, not just their individual team fights, but their consistent team fights throughout the game, the way they set up the fights, but it's mostly just the way they play around objectives. I think T1 out of any team are the best at starting an objective to turn, and Nongshim is just not on the same level.
It's not enough to be ahead against T1 and Gen G right now. It's not enough to be even like 3,000 or 4,000 gold ahead. It's about setting up those fights, getting the vision, getting the prio on objectives, turning off of those objectives, being confident enough to make those calls. Because if you just mess up a pinch on the top lane and lose vision, T1 wins that fight down 3,000 or 4,000 gold. Like, the early game doesn't matter anymore, so you have to be really on the spot when it comes to deciding when you're going to fight, how you're going to fight, and getting that, doing your due diligence to set up. That's more important than what you're going to do in terms of the early game.
Yeah, and with a game like this where T1 draft's pretty standard, they're still saving those pocket picks for later on. This is great practice for Nongshim to know, hey, this is a thing that we're going to play if we play them in playoffs, if we want to try and win an LCK championship. So therefore, we need to be able to play against it. Had a good 15 to 20 minutes. It's just that setup at Otacon was pretty tough.
There's also no team in the LCK that does this nearly as well, right? Like, when it comes to Gen G, I think their macro is unmatched. Their team fighting is, I think, tied with T1 for best in the league. But particularly, I think the objective setups and the turns, T1 is just kind of a tough cookie to deal with. If you're playing against a Rise team, they're not going to have the same level of execution. And that's when I look towards the team fights that I did think looked better for Nongshim.
Yeah, all right. Well, we'll see how they do in game number 2. Calyx had a good start. Let's see what happens here. 1-0 T1 over Nongshim. Let's see how it shakes out.
Thank you very much, Tigon. We will indeed attempt to shake it out whilst also getting in our woosahs to make sure that everything's going to be okay. Looking forward to the acronyms put on display here by Nongshim in game number 2, and maybe it's going to be just as fun.
That's the hope, you know. They had the acronym advantage game 1.
They did.
Fortunately, wasn't enough, but
hey, it helped in the early game.
It did. So maybe if there's an acronym that can help in the late game, that could help out. I do have some thoughts. I feel like, as much as obviously the composition that Nongshim have, we can see how it's supposed to function in the late stage of the game. I feel like a lot of emphasis with this comp was put on Jiwoo on a hyper carry, and you know, you had King on a tank. I feel like just put King on a carry.
Yeah.
And you know, I feel like Jiwoo maybe on a more utility pick, because I think he has had some positioning issues in their recent matches. And also, if there's any team or even a specific player who's going to target your positioning, it's T1 and Carrier who are going to make your life hell. But I think we'll see how things go now. Immediately, we start with a bit of a shake-up when it comes to those bans. So T1 go the same direction, but we're getting Nico, Xayah, Yorick coming out. So Aurora, Varus open and available.
This is kind of crazy, taking a lot of risks with this particular array of bans on Nongshim's side.
I feel like the Aurora ban kind of was setting up for the Rumble, but then they didn't end up taking the Rumble because they took Wukong. So maybe that's why they've dropped it in priority a bit.
Yep. Yone going to be banned away, so Pantheon should be the first pick.
Well, it's Pantheon or Varus. That's the tricky one to come out here. And they are going to go for the Pantheon, but now you're giving Varus over to Guma, which feels especially bad because you just banned the Xayah away from him. So like you committed that resource, that ban away from denying an AD carry from Guma, and he is just going to slam Varus, because why wouldn't you? Varus did get nerfed on this patch, but most of the nerf was onto his E. The Q nerf was very, very slight, so I'd imagine with how good he's on the pick and how it's still being prioritized, he's probably still going to lean towards it, but we'll see.
Yeah, we've seen it banned away more than we've seen it picked since the patch did go live. But still does give information that this is finding a lot of success in scrims. Varus is going to be, of course, snapped up.
The important thing is most of the damage taken from his E was when, like, you've got more points in it.
Yeah.
Not in the early levels. That's when it would feel the worst in lane if it was weaker. So Varus still has a good lane. His Q still does a ton of damage. He's still going to function much the same. They do lock that in. They also take the Aurora, which is a flex. We've seen Doran play that. And we know Faker can play it as well, so has the options. We get the Ambessa coming out from Kingen, so on a carry, which is good to see. Could be a rough time into the Aurora if that's the matchup, though.
Ooh, Talia Pantheon, that is actually a lot of power.
That's a good topside, honestly, for Nongshim. And we'll see how T1 are going to respond, because they only have one pick available here. Do they just go for the jungler? I would imagine jungler here and keep the flex of the Aurora alive makes the most sense.
Yeah, I wouldn't mind that. Rakan also down in value just a little bit, but the Bard is still there. So locking in this bottom lane, man, that is a lot of pressure in that lane if they do decide to lock this one away.
Yeah, I mean, it gives you, honestly, such a powerful bot lane, and you now have bans to put towards Nongshim as well to amp up the pressure even more. You know, you're taking away the Nautilus from the Hens, so...
Yep.
Yes, you put lower priority onto Owner's jungle pick, but, you know, the strongest junglers on the patch in terms of, like, Wukong and Pantheon are already gone. There's still a lot of, you know, little lower tier junglers, and even you see the Rise ban, Nongshim aren't even putting that much more pressure on the jungle picks. The fact that you have Varus Bard for Guma carrier just feels like a nightmare playing into that, and I really wonder what G1 and the Hens are going to be able to bring out into this.
Well, it's not going to be Kai'Sa or Nautilus. Certainly some things still up and available. I think Corki is probably like an okay choice.
I'm not going to lie, I mean, Kai'Sa fits with the comp, but I would not want to play Kai'Sa into Varus Bard.
The thing is, so far they've got Pat. So if they did want to lock in the acronym, Patch is still available.
Yeah, and T1 have Vab.
Oh.
So they're doing a bit better than last time.
This is actually pretty cool. So Pat and Vab, let's see what, you can't really get to a word, but Vaba is going to be put in here. If we allow some Korean to slip over, B and V are actually the same letter, but it's Jarvan, so never mind.
Okay.
It's kind of ruined.
Okay.
Ziggs. Pats.
Coming out.
It's Pats. We're patting the dog.
Going
Patzel.
Leona, that was the go-to combo. So I think one of the things that's a little bit uncomfortable with Ziggs into Varus specifically is that, you know, when you're throwing your Qs at long range, it's a lot easier for the Varus to hit than you do, but you still have your ult to set up if you have CC. And it kind of works when, you know, the the Ambessa and the Pantheon are going forward, you can just ult from a distance. It's also very good into the Jarvan.
Faker's having a bit of a giggle, but he's obviously going to play Ahri. This is like, and if T1 is still likely to win this game, it doesn't mean I think that this matchup is good. I think it's just not.
I mean, I think generally Ahri has been good into Taliyah historically, but Ahri has been doing terrible in the LCK recently.
Yeah. It was actually, in the end, T1 got Vabja.
Vabja?
Which actually kind of...
Oh, and Nongshim
it sounds like it's got meaning.
Nongshim have Patzel, which
it
sounds like
a pretzel?
Like a pretzel, but what variation of a pretzel would that be, you know?
Ooh, a Patzel would be, I don't know. Maybe it's like, oh, it's a pretzel, but it's made out of pastry instead of dough.
Okay, you're
or
cooking,
something.
But isn't dough pastry?
No, technically not, right?
I don't know.
Pastry is like a bit sweeter.
I don't know enough about baking to query this.
Yeah, because you know how you can have a croffle, which is like a waffle made out of croissant. Have you seen one of those before? Your wife would not be happy with
God,
it. I don't think.
She's here today as well. She's gonna be.
Oh no, I'm sorry, Pris. I'm sorry, Pris. It's not my fault. It was
also in
terrible.
space, and you know how bougie he is with cooking.
He is quite bougie.
He's gonna be like, how dare he?
Maybe he's got like meat patty pretzel is Dagon's suggestion. That sounds terrible. But let's have a think about it as we get onto the Rift.
소환사의 협곡에 오신 것을 환영합니다.
All right, here we are, ladies and gentlemen. Oh, Owner with the shout out to his boy Poby as well over in the LEC.
Love to see it.
Yeah, you do love to see it.
So I think, we're having a lot of action already.
Stuff is happening.
I think, honestly, Nongshim pretty happy with the top side. I will say the Aurora's, the Ambessa is not going to have a super fun time with the Aurora, but like the Taliyah Pantheon feels really good into the Jarvan Ahri. Feel much better about that. My concern is the Varus Bard, right? That's such a threatening combo. We know what Kerry has been doing with his champion. He's been absolutely styling on teams with it. That's a major concern. I think the Ziggs makes sense from the perspective of you're playing into a Jarvan. We saw when Chovy brought out the Ziggs, it was specifically into Jarvan. He's been playing in solo queue into Jarvan, so really good into that pick because obviously you can get out of the Cataclysm with the satchel, you can interrupt his flag and drag with the satchel, but it's not the most fun. You can obviously ult Varus and he's a mobile, so you have that set up. But if you're trading poke, the Varus is kind of just going to be able to Q you from a distance, and it's all harder to hit long-range Qs in return. And the lane is not going to be fun either, so I'm a little bit concerned about the Ziggs in that regard, but we'll see how it pans out.
Yeah, so far picking the gap between Keria and Gumayusi, as we can see there. But you should be able to farm pretty safely. You also do have the... Oh, that didn't feel very good, did it? He does have a short fuse, and you can imagine missing CS like that would send him off. As Gio might be... No, he's not. Oh, he is. It's actually surprising.
I think the main thing is...
Get that one, doesn't get the last one, though.
As long as he's getting XP is the main thing. Top lane, not going too hot for Kingen right now into Doran. The Aurora, brutal to lane into, so... We have two lanes that are kind of getting brutalized right now for Nongshim, and a little bit concerning in that regard. It's really going to come down to this mid-jungle being a big point of strength.
Yeah, but look at Calyx, man. Having a great time.
Yep.
He's doing okay. Okay. That physically hurt Orcs. He has now collapsed on the Caster Blanc and is at risk of not being able to get back up. As you can see here, guys.
You know what it is? You know what it is? Like, what it is you throw the E, and it's when you're not 100% confident in it, and then you see the angle as you're throwing it, and like the timing is you have to to E flash, you have to flash kind of early, and he threw it and was like, you could tell he wasn't like, because he flashed late, he wasn't, oh no, man.
No. Well, cosmically bound, and there is the flash forward from Guma, and he misses it. Okay, 2 can play at that game, I guess, but he takes the magical journey. Through goes Lehens as well. And now he's away from the turret. Bouncing bomb is going to be avoided. Gio not going to be winning any snowball fights, I don't think.
Okay,
that was just a cavalcade of errors.
Things are getting goofy right now.
Well, yeah, so Keria's going to get lit on fire. There's the satchel to bring him back. The flash forward, but it doesn't do anything. Finally, the kill goes down, but it's a huge trade up for Nongshim.
I get it. The failed E flash was mind control from Lehens.
It worked.
It worked so well. Guma and Keria saw that and went, okay, now it's time for us to do some goofy stuff. And boy, they did. And now, all those concerns about being a rough lane.
He also gets to teleport back. It's insane.
Yeah, I mean, such a winning scenario.
All right, take me through it, Orcs. I'm just not going to watch.
So, eating the stun, really bad. Here, Guma didn't actually have any abilities to finish off this. He was level 2 with E and W, and doesn't have Q, didn't have mana for it, even if he was level 3, I think. But can't finish Q. So I think didn't need to flash there, and then takes the portal, and then Keria is just tanking the minions and gets CC'd. It's like you don't have cleanse. And then flashes for the play, and Guma is under tower with no... Yeah, I am...
He did hit 3, though.
Yeah.
So he got the Q.
I don't see how this goes in any other way.
Yeah, Nongshim elated, but still having a giggle. And I think that makes a lot of sense as a Nongshim fan.
You know what? You see a lot of Bard in solo queue, and this is more akin to the Bard you see in solo queue.
Yeah. We also saw a bit of Bard like that yesterday.
I will say, let's be honest.
Correctly.
You miss every shot you don't take.
Exactly.
But
and
what I will
also
say,
missed that shot.
I will say something about Keria's Bard, right? He is phenomenal in this pick.
Yes.
But he is also a clip farmer, right?
Oh, yeah.
And he's hunting for clips, right? And that passage of play felt like a little bit of clip farming.
And look, sometimes you try and find the clips and they don't come, and that's fine. That's allowed.
You guys see those fancy clips, right? You see those Chinese TikToks, and you don't know how many outtakes there are to get them, right?
Exactly. Doing it live, that's the difficult thing. Look at this. Hence, really difficult to miss all these plays over and over again. That was not the segue that I was looking for. However, I did need to bring it back.
One more Zenith play, just one more, He'll get the next one.
He's quite close to them, but it's not quite working out here as the magical journey does bring Keria and Faker in. The charm's going to go wide, and that Zenith blade landed. Has now no aftershock and no way to get out of this one as he does manage to avoid some of the skill shots, but not that last one as Gumayushi's going to even out the kill score. Still, Gio looking for a few angles here, finds a satchel and says, get out of my lane, Gumayusi. Yeah, and Gideon's coming over. Guma doesn't have flash. The wall is going to come down, and Keria, can he defend? No, he can't. As the sidestep doesn't quite work out, Faker is out of the blue stuff, so he's going to have to get out of the lane, and he is going to do so. This game is a mess, and I love it.
This feels like Rise vibes, you know?
Yes.
If we're being honest, it's getting goofy quickly. And you know, when you have a Pantheon Talia, you can kind of thrive in that goofiness. You can just come down, clean up whatever's going on bot lane.
Yep.
And this is what's going on bot lane. I'm not sure if this Zenith Blade from the Hens actually panned out positively, because he actually dodges the charm. I guess he wanted to be away from the wall, but then I think he just ended up in, I don't know, maybe he was just dead anyway, but he ended up in a pretty bad spot. The charm initially being dodged was good. This satchel, though, from Jiwoo actually knocked Guma further away, and I thought maybe that might get him out, but Gideon was pretty sharp with the spear. Also, Calyx jumping off the wall early was good, so he didn't get stunned into it. I was a little bit concerned about that. A lot of concern. I think the general theme is I'm feeling concerned about a lot of people. I'm feeling concerned about Kingen right now.
Yep, he is just, in a bit of trouble. Does survive.
Guys,
momentarily.
Have you seen his farm?
No, I haven't. Have you?
It's Hop, Kingen. No, recall. No.
But he's now above half. He needs this. Oh no. Oh no. Oh no. Oh no. Oh no.
Okay, he's good. He's
fine.
He's chilling.
Okay.
He's okay. Yeah.
Doran also
running out of
doesn't have a
mana.
lot of mana. Yeah, exactly. So maybe we're just okay. As Kingen is now. Oh, just go home. Just go home. Oh no, just go home.
Oh,
just go home. Just go home.
Just
go home.
He's so dead.
He is very dead. Well, he does
not dead.
Never mind, he's totally fine. As now in goes Gideon. Mega Inferno Bomb's down as well. Massive damage on the Doran. And the flash forward. Gideon just needs one more auto. He'll find it as the Zenith Blade in celebration there from Lehens.
He's calibrating, okay? He's calibrating the Zenith Blade.
Oh, no. He never wanted to go in there.
No.
It was a message.
It was a zoning Zenith Blade.
Yeah, exactly.
But hey, it was a good return play. And again, seeing the value of this Pantheon coming in with the ult, able to turn that play around. In a bit of a bait. Oh, no.
Well, Gio's going to have to flash. Does have a satchel. Bit of a fadeaway jump shot there as well. Like that one a lot. As
I feel
Lehens and Gideon will be able to steal a red.
I love when we get like the melee range flag and drags from the Jarvan. It looks so over the top when he just like does the drag like and goes like a meter, you know? So this was a pretty nice getaway. Ona immediately commits the ult to try and go for the burst, and it was just a good flash. Then the return,
max value on the Grand Starfall and the Mega Inferno Bomb
and
as well.
It looked like maybe with the stun, Doran was going to get out, but the flash commit, Gideon finds Doran, no cooldowns left, and there's that zoning Zenith Blade.
Oh, beautiful. You love to see it. That is going to be 2 grubs over to Nongshim as well. Already managing to find the feats of warfare in this game. They will augment that with 1 step towards the objective ones as well. So definitely a good look for Nongshim here in this game. We said that their starting game 1 was good. They never really had the tempo vibes. I'm feeling like in this one, no one has any tempo vibes. It's just a mess. And maybe that's good for Nongshim.
Maybe. Dragon just get picked up here by T1, but obviously
trade for grubs. Yep.
Nongshim, so pretty fine. Jiwoo now has his Ludens, so he can kind of just annihilate waves whenever he wants. And that's kind of going to be the state of mid lane when these 80 carries are there, just waves get destroyed.
So,
Trade-off.
I was having a conversation with my wife the other day, and she actually thought that Ludens was a ring. Do you see it?
What?
Yeah, I don't know. Because I've always just thought of it as like Luden's gunblade.
I just think of it as a gun. I sometimes called it Luden's gun.
Yeah. I just want
ring.
Yeah, I don't know how it's quite there either. But I guess I can somewhat see it if it's like going off the screen, like the handle of the gun goes down or something like that. We had a long conversation about it, and I just couldn't quite see it.
No,
I'm gonna check Twitch chat just momentarily. Because if you guys can see it, let me know.
That would be, if you weren't already married, that would be the sort of thing that you would say.
There we got a bit of a zoom in here. There's also Kingen likely going down as the Zenith Blade will commit. Mega Inferno Bomb gets the flash. And Gumayushi is out of there, but looking a little worse for wear afterwards.
That's the thing I could imagine a girlfriend saying, like, oh, do you not think it looks like a ring, by the way? But you're already married, so I don't think she needs to do that.
Yeah, no, she does. Yeah, that would have been very subtle, Orcs. You're right. It is called a companion as well, which really does fit into that narrative. But yeah, we can't get married again. Unless she divorces me, which wouldn't be great. And if the aim is to get
well, if she starts saying that like Lost Chapter looks like divorce papers, then,
then I'll get worried. Yeah. It's like as she hits 25 stacks on her Magi, she's like, "Oh, this last page didn't like that one either, but can you sign?" At least she's having a good game, you know?
Yeah, that's the important thing.
Yeah, that's definitely the good part. Anyway, I'm glad we had that conversation while a bunch of action was happening around the map, as here's a grand Starfall, and Kumiyushi not going to get hit by a few of the buttons, but the satchel was already put up, and Giu's going to knock it down. Another magical journey in here from Carrier, as Seismic Shove held onto here by Calyx. Man, these sidesteps are looking clean, as he does eventually have to flash to get out of the way of the charm. But the rest of Nongshim coming down towards his bottom side, and they are just continuing this pressure.
Yeah, good fancy feet there from Calyx, and it just feels like these repeated attempts on Aguma. There's a mobile virus being punished now. Giu in a little bit of trouble, maybe.
Okay, Solar Flare, another celebration here by Lahens.
Hey, you got the flash, that's the main thing.
Sending a message to Faker. And Faker did actually, like, it was actually zoning.
Yeah.
You know?
I mean, at the end of the day, if the ult was going to hit, he would have just flashed anyway, so I'll give him a pass on that one.
Yep.
I don't think you were getting the kill regardless, but some of the bint.
Do you know, and the thing is, even though we were having a giggle about some of these Zenith Blades from earlier on, this early game is way better than what we saw in the last game. So something's going right.
Yeah, it's going good. It's actually going well. You know, maybe the only thing more powerful in T1's current form is the Ahri win rate at the moment.
Yeah.
They're going in the wrong direction.
And honestly, I'm looking forward to when Ahri is just not going to be picked into Lilia ever again.
Maybe if you ask Wolf, just not picked again. He's really not a fan of it. I'm sure he'll talk about it on the space.
Well, Calyx is going to just throw Owner out of his own Cataclysm, but he just gets back in there, and down goes the Talia. Nice collapse from T1.
In that situation. Not really any outplay potential there.
No.
Once you get Cataclysmed, and you really are going to be the target in this game, because Ziggs has always an answer to get out with the satchel, so...
Also is able to bomb the bottom lane as well.
I feel like that's going to be consistent.
They're continuing to siege.
One team kills Guma, the other team tries to kill Calyx, and we're seeing that, you know? Trade play here. Turret's going to go down, though. Power of Ziggs, and that will be feats of strength for Nongshim. We saw the stats earlier today. T1 getting, I think it was like 83% of the time.
That is a stat that has gone down as of this game.
Yeah. It did go up with game one, but obviously gone down a lot with the rare situation where they don't get it.
Exactly. Calyx now moving back towards his bottom side of the map to continue clearing out minion waves. Solo lane's going well here for T1. Still, never mind. Maybe Doran is in a little bit of trouble as Pingin looking for an angle here as between worlds he goes. As Giu makes his way towards his top side, Gideon was looking to try and punish Doran, but Carrier will be able to back him up. Gets himself out of there with the magical journey. And Doran did want to stick around. Looked a little bit dangerous, but it's another turret mopped up here by Giu, who's playing the Ziggs the way you're supposed to.
That's how you do it. Move him around, get the turrets. Also, notice he didn't satchel the turret there. He saved it.
Oh, look at that. Solar Flare. Perfect sweet spot. Perfect Zenith Blade as well. As Lahens looking to dive on top of Gumayushi. Last couple of rocks from Calyx are going to get that one done. As Gideon, he's on the Rift Herald, but there is a teleport in to make sure that everyone was safe. King in to keep them all in order. And Nongshim are just pushing a gold advantage.
Yeah, they're being proactive. They're making things happen. They're using the global aspects of the composition really effectively, utilizing the Ziggs, and it's not a mammoth gold lead, but it's a gold lead. It's solid, and they're shutting down Guma, who's on this Varus, on this pick that has so much budget. So often we see this pick banned in the first rotation. They let Guma, one of the best Varus players in the league, on it, and they're targeting him again and again and again, and it feels like he's never got summoners available. His flash has just come back up, and I have no doubt they're going to try and burn it again, but his cleanse is gone once more.
Yep. It's real dangerous. And you saw in that play Carrier, like, ults the Varus to get a little bit of time, but the problem is with Seismic Shove, it's really difficult for that to be good.
Yeah.
Because unless you've immediately got flash in order to get out of the way, you are just still going to die.
Yeah, it's also like against the Ziggs, you can set up the ult or put a minefield on top of the stasis, so that can backfire later on.
Lahens and Faker are just fighting. Lahens doesn't have a lot of follow-up, but maybe someone will turn up, as there's a Grand Starfall. Drake is just going to be locked down, as Faker was looking to set up for a bit of a charm play here.
All hands.
Yeah, that's a lot of buttons now on cooldown for Nongshim, though, for absolutely zero. They will be able to throw down this Rift Herald towards the bottom side, but it's going to have to take a little bit longer here, as Shelly will need to do a full... was there an alcove angle there?
I think it's too tight. I think it's tricky.
Flash out here from Gio. Faker does take a fair bit of damage here, as this Ziggs is still pretty dangerous. Still, they will be able to get this turret because no one on T1 is actually in the area. But I don't know whether they're going to be able to get another one.
Yeah, they're moving now to defend.
Yeah, and Shelly obviously is not going to be of much use here to Nongshim. Will just be taken down by Doran.
They tower the game, 3,000 gold beat in a good spot right now.
Yep. It does feel like the game is still slipping back into T1's position with these double Drakes that have gone over.
But it
is Chemtech Soul, which is
Soul.
like, Ox, I know we've been focusing mainly on Lahens and his comedy antics.
And the Ziggs, you know.
And there is a Ziggs in the game, so it's not like you're going to be paying attention to Drake.
Fed Ziggs too.
Yeah, it's and honestly, I don't blame you. Like, this is one of those times where it's just a happy moment for Ox. We need to celebrate it. But it is going to be another Chemtech Soul, which is kind of nuts because we've had so many of them over the last couple of days. That's a public execution here onto Faker. Immediately down to 50% as Kingen has just out of nowhere, even though he's 50 CS down, he's got a lot of value. Seismic Shove just going to be the end of Faker. And now Nongshim finds yet another one. The surprise antics here of Nongshim are catching out T1 as now Doran trying to hop his way out, but another shove! And that Zenith Blade was always gonna hit as Nongshim, yeah, they might lose their Ziggs. I think they're happy to make the trade.
Such good picks coming out from Nongshim. Kingen setting that first one up with the ult. Faker's ult wasn't quite available when that play started. Gets caught out, and it just feels like, you know, every moment where you're a little bit tentative, you're like, okay, they have a lead. What can they do with it? Can they find more? They're pushing it. They're finding angles. They're punishing. And T1 are struggling to kind of stabilize. You'll see here, Faker's ult just isn't quite yet available. Gets caught out. Look how much burst damage there is.
Insane.
And then his ult does come up available, and he just looks to try and find up space to teleport, but is spotted out by Calyx.
Yep, and Scryer's Bloom obviously making it so that that teleport was never going to get him out of there.
This one was a little goofy, because Jiwoo does do his whole burst combo, but then is getting threatened on the backline. Satchels away from Doran into Guma, unfortunately. Yep. But they do turn it around and kill Doran, so, you know, works out pretty favorably in the end regardless.
Talia Pantheon, man.
Very
heck
powerful.
of a combo. The old make them stop and then throw them in the sky move seems to be working out very well. I know that CV Max has probably just turned up here at LoL Park. He's probably looking at the combo saying, yeah, that's what we thought was going to work against T1 as well in 2019. And at that point, it didn't. At this point, so far, 20 minutes in, it is.
Unfortunately, you can't just slam it game after game.
Yeah, you used to be able to do that. And if it was Fearless in 2019, I think a lot of the Griffin fans would have been happy about it. I think we were done with it after the first time.
Yeah.
The next two need not apply. Still, Nongshim, over 3,000 gold in the lead. Kingen now a split-pushing menace as well, even though he's still very far behind in farm. It doesn't actually matter, as no one's really going to be able to match him all that confidently.
This Eclipse spike is so massive. Just because a lot of the gold picked up on the map with the towers, he's actually only 50 gold down compared to Doran.
Yeah.
Adakan is up though. Little spooky, little scary, because we know how threatening T1 can be around these neutral objectives, and we know how many teams have thrown around these, so can be a cause of concern. We also see Guma has picked up the Edge of Night, so has a bit more of a safety net against some of this threat that's been thrown towards him. Would you see Nongshim did a good job of trying to sweep out the area? It is on the side of the dragon this time, so much easier for them to sort of control this side of the map, play for dragon, and as a byproduct also have the setup for Adakan as well. And it looks like T1 are just not even able to really move that heavily in the area. They do see Lehen's recalling here, though, so this is a good chance for them to move in and contest some of the vision.
Yeah, banana brush control actually a big deal here. As you can see, Carrier in position once more. Owner is rotating over.
Yeah, Lehens wants to go back and get wards, but he's on a ward. This could be bad.
Yeah. So he's parked. There's the charm. He was just standing waiting for it. Chains of Corruption does come down, and now Lehens is able to go back. Still, Seismic Shove is just going to be avoided there by Faker. Not enough rocks in the way as Gideon puts up the shield. Teleport in now from the Aurora. The Ambassador actually waiting here as Kingin. Not as quick on the trigger finger, but that is just going to be delivered to death. Jiu trying to get himself out of the way, and everyone flashes forward. Still, he gets the bomb down, and Owner will be taken out as Kingin doesn't quite hit the public execution, but now the wall comes in, and Calix has just blocked off the carries of T1. Gideon dives on forward. He'll very soon have another stun, but he doesn't need it. That's a spiky old shield, and he's able to take down the area. Nongshim set themselves up for an easy Otacon.
Just when it starts to look like it could be a little scary, Jiwoo goes down. Nongshim's so good at turning the play around, cleaning up the targets, and Gideon and Calix massive in this game. Kerry is fishing. He has smite. No, there's no way. There's no way.
Oh, there is absolutely no. Oh my! It went down to 200 health. That was way too close. That was illegal. How close that was. Kerry is still going to die, and they will be able to get the Drake. A massive move here for Nongshim.
You know what's the thing? They nerfed Spellbook Smite.
They did.
They actually nerfed Spellbook Smite, so it doesn't do as much. And you know how much they nerfed it by? I believe it was 300.
It was 300.
From 1200 to 900. So if he had old Spellbook Smite, he had the Otacon.
Yep, he would have actually stolen it.
Yeah, so, you know, that nerf saving Nongshim a little bit there. Carrier trying for the play. We see here, good pick on Lehens, who's on the vision. Jiwoo here uses his satchel onto the TPing target here, onto Doran. And then as a result, doesn't have it for the job, and so they immediately commit to him, and he just gets exploded. But Gideon and Calix just do so much. The burst power of this combo is so extreme. As soon as they take out the Jarvan, they look in. Unfortunately, a little bit of anti-synergy here, because
Gideon can't get over the wall.
He goes, whatever, I'm flashing in, we clean it up, and they just have so much burst, so fed in comparison to T1 right now. And then here...
Oh my, okay, let's see. 1500. Trying to time it with the Cosmic Binding, got it down to 213. Damn.
I don't think he actually got the smite in, because he still has it up. So
All right, yeah, never mind.
I think we were wrong about that. So actually, yeah, I think what actually happened...
Maybe he had a window.
So I think what happened was Gideon smited, and then he executed with the Q, and that's what secured it.
Yeah.
So it went 1400, down to 200, Q execute, so Carry didn't get a chance to smite. So no, the nerf didn't make a difference there. I was wrong.
But maybe he would have gone for it earlier. This just shows that Carrier did read the patch notes.
Yeah, there we go.
Which I think is also something worth celebrating.
But I think it shows some of the power of the Pantheon, the fact that he's so good at securing with the execute on the Q combined with the smite.
213, and then immediately goes down. He was barely in range, actually.
It's kind of similar to when we've had like Rel.
Oh, nice sidestep there from Faker. That was slick. I still don't know whether he's going to quite get himself out of there, as the Q damage kind of absurd. There is the Solar Flare just collecting the slow. Still, that is another satchel to blow up this turret. Nongshim just formidable right now.
I mean, this is... Oh, Calix?
Okay, Calix is going to be stuck throwing some rocks around here as a Seismic Shove. Not quite going to work, as now Owner going in, gets on top of Jude. Let's see whether he can actually satchel his way out of it, and the answer is absolutely not. Still Kingin getting amongst it, and in melee range with this Ambessa, you're never having a good time. That's a double kill here for the top laner of Nongshim, and he's not done yet. Another shove! As, man, maybe it wasn't the year of Closer. Maybe it's been the year of Calix this whole time, as he is having a day out here today. 4-1-6 currently on this Talia, and setting up for the rest of his team beautifully.
Now looking towards this Baron, a lot of DPS on it. Doran and Faker not even interested. Gonna look mid. Calix approaching. He does have stasis, by the way.
Another Seismic Shove, and unfortunately, Doran's not going to be able to escape that way. He does go in between the worlds, but he's just going to leave Faker to die. And, well, he's not. He does come over and offer a couple of buttons, but that may have actually just confirmed his own death, as the flash does come out. Mega Cone But yeah, we're still going to try and teleport away, but another rock is going to connect. And in the meantime, Nongshim are just taking the Baron. In comes Jiu to make sure that secure is more than comfortable. It's now 19-7 and a 9,000 gold lead for Nongshim.
They are decimating T1 now.
And they won their first game quite recently against KT.
Yeah.
If they can even take a game off T1, that is massive for the confidence of this team.
Yeah. Oh, seeing more plays come out. They're looking for Calyx again. He has Zhonya's.
Yeah, so he is going to be never mind. T1 are just going to get out of here as Kingin not going to get temperedly fated this time around, but he does publicly execute Owner, or at least he attempts to, as he will be able to escape. Cataclysm now on cooldown though, and T1 are kind of scrambling at this stage of the game. Faker looking for an angle, but straight into the solar flare as Lahens! Oh man, that was beautiful! Gumayushi will be able to finish off Calyx, but Faker is also going to die, and Lahens, rightfully so, takes that kill. Meanwhile, Geo is just destroying turrets in this mid lane, and Nongshim collecting more and more gold. Rebel Ground Power Play sitting at 2.5k, and I don't think it's going down anytime soon.
The thing with this game is it's not like Nongshim have battled hard and really struggled in this game. They are just styling on one at the moment. These are the sort of games that we see when it's the other way around, you know? When it's top of the table, a Legends group team against one of the weaker teams in the group is what it looks like. And right now, Nongshim really just running T1 around the map. See target, kill target, carrier. Not where you want to be.
Yeah, the magical journey is not the one he really wanted there as he gets smoked and destroyed. Down he will go. But of course, he's a bard that needs to get vision out. And,
guys,
that's hard.
13 deaths between Guma Carrier on their Varus bard. They have been bullied this game. They've been beaten up this game.
Bullied by a Ziggs as well, Ox. And it's not even your birthday. It's kind of insane. As Grand Starfall does come on down, my god, the damage capabilities here of this team is just ludicrous as Calyx is going to make his way in. Gumayushi trying to get the damage down, but it doesn't quite work as Jiu, the fancy feat, but he's still dead. As Doran does manage to at least find the Ziggs, but now they're on the wrong side of the map. Tempered Fate is going to be able to lock up one of these Nexus turrets as the back is trying to come through here as Lahens is on the hunt. Without the Ziggs, taking these structures is hard, but the Bard just kind of disappeared, and now there are no more of these turrets left available. King in plenty of damage himself as Doran's back was interrupted by his former support, and Lahens going to hold the Aurora in place while Nongshim get their second game victory in the Legend Group.
Out of all teams to take down, you know, T1's form has been unrelenting. The only team who's been able to take them down has been Gen G. And the manner in which Nongshim have taken them down, this was decimation. You know, I feel like the top side just ran T1 around the map. We had the Ziggs, the owner came in. I was so concerned into Carrier's undefeated Bard in rounds 3 to 5 against Guma's Varus. And frankly, it just looked like they were styling on them at a point. It felt like Gideon and Calyx were everywhere they wanted to be. Kingin, who was half of Doran's CS, 50 CS down, just finding these public executions. And Ari continues to falter.
And the Taliyah Pantheon, man. This Pantheon pick, we did see it lose yesterday, but we've also seen it be absolutely dominant and paired alongside the Taliyah. It's a joy to watch. Geo also playing some fantastic Ziggs. Lahens just vibing. Maybe the Noodle Boys can do it, but of course they're going to need to do it again, because we are now going to a short break. When we get back, the Space is going to break that one down. And just to leave you with the last tidbit, May 30th was the last time Nongshim won a match.
Wow.
And now it's today. Let's go to a break.
볼게.
야 노플.
볼게 얘들아. 남았다 얘네. 앞으로 들려?
풀.
몰아볼게.
아 뭐야?
바른데?
아나.
미드 가자. 라인 살려.
라인 살려야 돼.
오케이. 끝났어. 바드 공정만 생각해 얘들아. 끝났어. 끝났어.
야 오라 이거 끊었어.
아래 거부터 얘들아. 우리 3층이야.
끝났어요 형님들.
형님들 끝났어요.
걱정하지 마세요.
위에 거. 아래
끝났어.
거부터. 아래 거. 집만 끊어줘 쉬워요.
끝났어.
아 잡아 노플이야. 나 스킬 없다. 나 스킬.
오라. 나 KD 이거 또 이거. 나이스. 다음 판도 화이팅이요.
파이팅이요. 가는 거야.
이거는 말 안 되긴 해.
Asu on the Lucian. Now, Team Liquid is thinking about full sending it here. A firing squad for Quad, but he pops the Seeker's arm guard and stays alive. Gets out of the range of the Spectral Wall, and the Shockwave finds them all. Core JJ's gonna die first. Quad's still alive a little bit longer, but he's finally shut down by Yawn. But it costs them everything.
I caught a glimpse of your rebel tattoo. I feel the sun coming over the moon.
Deles e a ultra, será que vai estourar? A chegada agora do Wise na frontline. Vai tentar o abate, mas ele que deve ser abatido. Ultimate ótimo do Doom por enquanto não tem eliminação. Curian tenta buscar, acaba caindo pelo Doom do outro lado. É suporte pro caçador, a ultra vai se estendendo cada vez mais. E o Kazé segura o Ruben no meio do caminho. FNB ainda tenta, acaba sendo eliminado. Neutralização dele, Titã tá liberado. Ele assume, Titã o triple. O homem simplesmente não para. Ele resolve, ele flash e consegue abates importantes. Apenas o Kazé de pé, ele não tem flash pra sair daí. O time da PEN vai caçar ele até a morte. 사이온을 잡긴 잡았는데 그리고 아타칸
아타칸 체력이 3천을 먹을 게 없어요. 이거 탐나겠는데요.
한 번? 맞네.
그림 케이스 진짜 그림 같습니다. 케이스 올라갑니다.
Clicking and in the mood. You and me at the rendezvous.
Rồng rất nhanh từ bên phía này Sinh Will. Nhưng dừng bên phía này Gam là Levi bây giờ mới tới thấy con rồng tụt xuống đâu đó khoảng 5.400 máu, 4.000 máu. Levi đang muốn vào, đối phương trong khống chế và đó là rồng từ bên phía này của Gam. Bắt đầu xả ra thương, đang bắn lên đi, nhưng ta bị dí bởi Imo. Eddie có được mạng ở trên đường trên đối phương, muốn cắt vào, ngăn kịp thành công. Artemis đang được bắn nhưng đối phương quá đông. Artemis cảm giác là khó làm được, không đấy ta làm được. Sát thương cực kỳ nhiều, double kill dành cho bên phía này của Gam và Gam sẽ có chiến thắng hay không? Vẫn còn nguyên dâm thiên thần. Một trận đấu mà có lẽ là không anh chứ ai.
又到了上把那个循环了，这个口子好像见过哎。轩先甩你一下，但旁边一个勾又没勾到，哇，有点可惜，大招直接甩了，看你勾空了，这波勾尾直接闪现大招，但是旁边大还不错，有人能跟吗？双 C 伤害太高了，巨尾直接被秒掉，泰坦一倒地输入伤害少了很多，那旁边再秒一个回装体，再飞，拿到3杀，交闪现，再拿到个夸抓 Q， 有人说5杀了，但出面的控制，屏障减速，要5杀了，而且 IY 给他了。 你就宠他吧，拜拜！潘塔 Q 给到佩子，佩子也是拿到了5杀。
갑니다. DRX.
오로라가 곤약까지 탔기 때문에 여차하면 궁 쓰면서 곤약 핑크까지 생각하면 예.
비상! 이거 난리 났는데요. DRX.
이러면 시우가 라인을 지워야죠 일단.
시우가 넘어갑니다. 대포미녀. 시우가 넘어갑니다. 올라가면서 역으로 몰아붙이는 거.
이러면 리버스 피자.
시우가 갑니다. 그리고
레전드 그룹 반성해라. 이게 진정한 롤이다. 이게 롤이지.
야 진짜 재미는 여기서.
와 마지막 상황이 시우가 정말
You know, the last time Nongshim Red Force won a best of series, it was against T1. They're up 1-0. They win their second match, their second game of rounds 3, 4, and 5 here, and are pushing T1 a little bit further.
Egon's fact of the Game 2 desk. No, I so many times though, in all seriousness, T1's Game 2s against Nongshim, like I'm talking back since like 2022. We've had so many of these games with carry plays like Ezreal support, Twitch support. They have a little bit of a happy game. When you're going to trade though, the Varus and the Pantheon in draft, like they decide to trade this. I like that Nongshim go for the Pantheon here because Gio's your 80 carry. You might end up losing to any other matchup against Guma in the bottom lane. But when your Varus really underperforms when you trade this and the Pantheon is getting value with the Taliyah everywhere on the map all the time on every objective fight, you're not going to have a good time. Maybe the happy gaming becomes a little sad gaming.
You can't give over Taliyah Pantheon into Varus in particular, right? Like I think it's so hard to play out. Mbessa, we didn't highlight, but that adds even more insult to injury because it makes it even more unplayable in fights. And then add to that the fact that Ahri has just not been good and feels very lackluster in the comp as well. And the bans were really good from Nongshim. With the Rise in the Nocturne, I think would have definitely been things that T1 would have gone for. I think this was one of the first times where we've actually seen T1 get punished for how predictable they are in drafts, right? And that's good. That's a good thing. But there were also some play elements for T1 here that didn't quite hit the mark. Because this was fine. But then going back in...
There's something to be said about how T1 is one of their biggest strengths because they usually win these types of things, but one of their biggest weaknesses is when fights don't go well for them or it looks like a little bit close, a little bit too close to comfort, they never say no. They never back out. They always go in. Again, for better or for worse, but there are often consequences for that, and in this extended play, Guma with no sums.
And this is a really great moment because we're like, oh, is he going to hit it? Yes, Gideon predicts the sidestep back, gets the kill. And this to me is twofold. I don't think this is an easy game to play for Varus. I also think Guma had a bad game, right? It's kind of both. We've had this, I think, seen this with Viper as well, where sometimes a draft just doesn't allow you to play. But these mid picks, I think, in particular, are actually just really nice punishing coming out from Nongshim, making great use of the globals that they have. And it was just a really good early game from Nongshim, which love to see it. I thought this team was kind of boom.
And when you're Guma in this case, when your team is starting to fall further and further behind, you do know that your job on Varus is to push out the lane and don't let Ziggs hit that turret. And so he's trying to get that pressure on. He's trying to do his job on Varus, but he put himself in vulnerable positions there that were ultimately punished by the global Pantheon. And really quick punishes there with the Leona as well from Lehens. Really just shut him out of the game.
And that's what you're supposed to do when you give over champs like that. If you're giving over Varus, very strong, but does have some weaknesses, and they planned around it very well. Second highlight was down over by the Drake at 21 minutes.
This fight looks pretty good for T1 initially because they get Lehens basically for free. But there's just so much CC here and so much peel that the Taliyah can offer. Calyx is having a series. We talked about it in game 1, but you can see that T1, again, like I mentioned before, you know, here it's a little, they could lock the line. Instead, they just TP Doran straight into the middle of the fight. And yes, they get the Ziggs here, but so much is used. Now they're completely split. King comes in on the flank, and you know, T1 are just way too deep for this.
I'm also sure that Orcs saw that satchel from Ziggs and was like, "You no!" Because he doesn't end up dying because of it. But
at the end, the result's pretty okay.
Yeah, there you go. Yeah, I know my man and his opinions on satchel usage. But as Wolf highlights, I think that T1, when they look good, they look like the best team in the league. I think that they look way more stompy than a Gen G does. But the biggest edge that Gen G has over them is that it's very, very rare to see Gen G in a game where they're actually just making a lot of mistakes. But I think that this type of game is just going to happen when you play like T1. It's still, though, my main takeaway is the globe for Nongshim. We saw it in game 1. We saw it in game 2. The team is looking so much better than they did a couple of weeks ago.
Well, yes. But however, at the beginning of the game, there was a moment that not only hurt Lehens. Oh, God. This one also hurt our very own Daniel Ox Harrison, who's just Look at his brain explode. Into his hands it goes.
But later
This
on,
was live Oaks reaction, by the way.
but later on, you know, he did end up a little bit happier for Nongshim in the end when they were able to take the W, bring us to a series. Yeah.
And you can see, there it is, a very satisfied. Well, maybe he's still thinking.
I was told the clip was he was satisfied.
Was he?
I mean, Atlas
Right.
was.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, they're like,
Okay.
yeah.
All right.
I don't know what Atlas is saying.
Alice
there.
is telling him, don't you ever make a face like that again or G-Sun's going to catch you. You're never going to get away with it again.
I just love
You just have one.
I think this is especially prevalent when it's a champion. Oaks, obviously, a sport player where you've played a lot and you just see that play and you just know how you'd feel in that situation. He's like, no!
Yeah. All right. Well, it is a solid game number 2 here for Nongshim. And again, a lot of stakes here. The gap will close between KT and Nongshim with this victory. T1, they're still battling for that second seed. Let's see what happens here in game number 3.
And I think what I was saying that when you didn't hear our audio was KT are off the hook for dropping the for winning that game against HLE and ruining HLE's chances of likely securing that second place. With a loss against Nongshim here, it becomes that little bit harder for T1 to overcome second place in the Legend Group. It actually does have pretty big implications, but not as big as if Nongshim actually manages to win the series.
Yeah.
Which is now what we're going to be looking at.
I think because at the end of the day, yes, T1 getting second is a big deal, but Nongshim, the difference between them being in play-ins and playoffs comes down to they are now 2 series behind KT. If they beat KT, that's a chance to get a series, but they had to find a series somewhere else. They are 1 game away from taking down T1. That could be that other series. KT was unable to finish it out against HLE.
Yep.
That gave them the window, and now is the chance to close it out. They are on red side for the first time in this series. We'll see if they'll be able to do it. I think last game, it really was about that mid jungle, so I'm hoping they can get Gideon and Calyx a strong combination. Kingen, don't put him on tanks again, right? The Ornn is gone. I don't want to see you stick him on Sion, put him on a carry. He was in a bad matchup. He was really far behind in farm. Did it matter? Nope, not at all. So get him on a carry.
Yep, I also think Calyx, just keep doing what you're doing, buddy.
Oh,
Absolutely
yeah.
fantastic. Look at the grin on his face as well.
Oh, they're trying to force a Rise ban here.
Well, it's likely to be happening, but it depends. What does actually sneak through? Something
Nico?
like Nico is what we're probably looking at. I don't know whether Nongshim are that frightened of a Rise pickup. So I could probably see them just banning the Nico here instead and just saying, no, we'd prefer it if Carrier did not have that champion, as Gwen is going to be the ban instead. I actually think this is even better because the Gwen was kind of unanswerable.
Yeah, I mean, the only concern about the Rise is the fact that obviously a lot of mid lane has been taken away. So it's a bit higher priority in that regard because you have less tools to deal with it.
Yep.
When we think of some of the meta mids who are left available, Annie is still on the cards as something you could take as an option. You can obviously punish it because he has low mobility. Could take something like the Victor if you go a little bit further down the line. A lot of these mids have been swept up.
Yep. I'm interested to see what he has planned. It does look like it will just be the Annie.
Yeah, I think it makes the most sense. Again, you know, you can just slam Tibbers on top of him. He is a shorter range pick. He is a mobile. If you have a jungler that can pair well with that, it's going to be a pretty powerful combo. The question is what jungler, because what is left open and available, obviously in Pantheon, Wukong, Jarvan, Xin Zhao taken away. Vi is banned. A lot of the AD junglers gone.
Yep.
Trundle, though, still there. Not the best sort of, you don't think of like, oh, what a combo Trundle Annie is, but just generally a strong jungle, and does limit some of the tank options.
Yeah, the Sion becomes much more difficult to pick here for Doran. Does mean also that Kingen can kind of slam a Sion on 3 if they want to, but you mentioned don't put him on a tank. I kind of agree with you, as the Lucian likely to come on through here as the Braum up and available as well. This could be an option. Oh, man. Oh, so they can't do it. So I kind of thought that maybe it would be straight into the Renata Callista again, but you're not going to be able to pick that one up here with only one option available. Neela is hovered.
I mean, the theory behind this is that he's short-ranged, and obviously you can block the passive from the Braum, but I think you're just going to have a bad time into Ryze as well. Jinx, so playing that long-range pick, I'm going to be honest, Jiwoo's positioning, even in the game they won, was a little suspect, so I'm a little concerned that you have an Annie in the mid lane, you know, Calyx was your big carry, he is now a more utility pick.
Yep.
You're putting Jiwoo in a hyper carry position. He needs to step up. There's no other way you can spin this. You've put him in a position of trust, and he needs to make it work. It'll be interesting to see what Lehens pairs with that. The Lulu's going to get taken off the cards initially. I do like the Nocturne ban, denying some of that backline threat away. I also...
Why do I think that Lehens is definitely playing Blitzcrank this game?
I don't know, but I wouldn't like... I wouldn't like it. You know, it's like... Oh, the Braum is far away from me. Not anymore.
Yeah,
you know?
Bring me the Braum.
Lee Sin gets banned. You know, we've seen like Zed into the Trundle. I feel like that's the sort of thing like Canyon would bring out here. Wouldn't be super against it. Definitely would make Jiwoo's life very difficult if you picked something like that. But generally, you know, you're leaning away from tank junglers because you're into a Trundle. A lot of the Bruiser junglers have been taken away from the pool. So... does kind of make those picks sort of stand out. Renekton going to get taken away from Kingen in this situation.
Is Diana up and available right now if he does want to pick that one up? We'll see whether it is going to be a top lane pick, because that one could be held till that last counter pick on R5. As instead, the Yorick just going to be snapped up. Was banned in the last game. Kingen going to have access to it this time. A lot of terrain to be built here by Nongshim.
Yeah, and almost it feels like it was setting up for that, because I remember Doran decimating Perfect's Yorick with Renekton, so feels like maybe the Renekton ban was kind of threatening that they were going to go Yorick if you don't pick it themselves, forcing Kingen to take it in this situation. Does give that sort of element of split push threat, but I think T1, you know, you have a pick here, they're going to go the Jax, they have the Ryze, they can play the side lanes. I don't think they'll have too much of an issue dealing with that. And now looking for the jungle pick potentially. You know, I was talking about the Zed. Another mobile assassin will be the Kha'Zix. I think the only problem with the Kha'Zix is you would have to find Jinx isolated. Not always easy to do.
Ivan. We like the Zed a bit more. So the Zed is going to come through, and that's going to make us feel a whole lot happier.
I think when you look at this composition, you know, there's a lot of utility offered by the mid jungle compared to last game where the Pantheon Taleo was just killing people across the board. This is a lot more what a Trundle and Annie offer for the team. Annie's got a ton of burst, ton of setup.
Oh, it's a Janna angle.
Trundle's got a ton of utility.
Melio
comes through. I mean, it's not the Lulu, but it's got decent peel. But yeah, I mean, I think so much of this comp is reliant on Jiwoo and the Zed. If Ona gets ahead, Jiwoo can't play the game. That's literally how it's going to go. So I like the Zed pickup. I think T1 have a good pickup there. Interested to see the Melio. It's been a while since we've seen him be picked up. There was that period where we saw a lot of like Aphelios Melio. Can do a pretty good job of keeping this composition at bay. A lot of short-range threats. You know, the Q on Melio is so powerful, the amount of space it creates. If you can, you know, a Jax coming in with counter strikes, you can keep away. If you time it well in the Zed when he ults, you can create that space in the CC.
You also have Super Mega Death Rocket, Ultra Mega Fire Kick.
Wow, what a combo.
Which is a lot of words.
And the further away they are, the more damage the Super Mega Death Rocket does.
Yeah.
So you use the Ultra Mega Fire Kick.
And then hit them with the Super Mega Death Rocket.
For the extra range?
Yeah.
Oh my God.
And he doesn't have access to the Mega Inferno Bomb, which is what I was talking, like, from the last game. Oh my goodness, there's a lot of Mega Ultra stuff going on in this game. I love what Nongshim put together in this composition, but I still think they need to play it well.
Yeah, feels like Jinx probably should have trademarked her ultimate name.
Yeah, because Ziggs kind of just took that one away. He is kind of that guy, though. Let's get on to the Rift for game number 3.
소환사의 협곡에 오신 것을 환영합니다.
All right, here we are, ladies and gentlemen. We are ready to see whether Nongshim can do the unthinkable.
Well, I guess wasn't Ziggs first?
Was he?
Was he? Who was first?
I swear they came out at very similar times.
Oh,
we'll have to look that up.
This is when
yeah, let's look it up.
Been playing enough LOL.
Yeah. Jinx release. I think Jinx she released in like 2012? 2013 in October.
Hey, when's Ziggs?
Oh.
When did my life just get infinitely better?
Ziggs release date is 2012, February 1st. So Ziggs did come out first.
Okay, there we go.
By about, like, by a while as well, actually. Over a year.
Okay, well, there we go. So Jinx was the copycat, and then Milio copied, you know, much later.
Yep. Very, very much later. All right, Calyx now looking to put a bit of pressure onto Faker here in this mid lane, but I imagine the Rise is going to be feeling a whole lot better in this game, especially in comparison to game number 1, but also game number 2, where the Taliyah did have a pretty good time. Here on this bottom side, you might think of like, oh, it's like ranged melee and stuff like that. If Keria ever manages to land a good Q, it could be really problematic, but as you can see here, level 1, Nongshim are playing it pretty well.
Yeah, level 1 is so rough into this, you know, just the range, the Jinx, and also just the Milio, the fact that you have the 2 charges of the shield.
Oh, Garden Blaze dodged beautifully there as well. As this is also probably going to be a little bit of a rough one for T1 as well.
Do you not feel like that Yorick skin looks like Nasus a little bit?
It does have a bit of a Susan-y vibe.
Like a little, like a short Nasus.
Yeah, it's like it's a chunky Nasus.
Like a different dog breed.
Yeah. And we always thought that, you know, there were only 3 dog breeds in League of Legends. As it turns out, there might be another one. Because there's obviously Pugmore, and there's the Corgi that Corki rides, and there's Nasus.
What type of dog is Nasus? Are you good in dog breed?
I think it's like a Greyhoundy type vibe, because he's got the long face. Greyhounds kind of have the long face, right? Is there an Egyptian doggo?
You can't ask me. I've had cats all my life, you know, and when cats, it's like, you know, what breed is your cat? And you're like, oh, it's
cat. Our cats, we had a Persian cat and a Turkish cat.
Oh.
Which is pretty cute. The Persian one was a really imaginative breed name, which was called Persian.
Ah, yes.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And the Turkish one, really imaginative as well. Turkish long hair.
Oh, okay, so I thought you were just going to say Turkish, and I was like, wow, no.
Turkish long, I think that is to differentiate it from the Turkish short hair.
There is British short hair. It feels like there's a lot of just short
that's actually,
hair,
that's Valdez's cat's breed.
Oh, there we go.
Yeah, or one of them, Charlie. Okay, here we go. Egyptian dog breeds include ancient types like the Basengi, Greyhound. Greyhound is actually, that's kind of crazy.
There you go.
Besenhound, Pharaoh Hound. Pharaoh Hound probably sounds like that's Nasus. We can stop the tape there.
Yeah.
A Whippet is Egyptian? I didn't know that. Kind of interesting. A Saluki as well, which is just a very cool name, which I wanted to read. And they were depicted in ancient art, as well as more modern breeds like there's a bunch of modern ones. We don't need to really care about that, because we know that Shurima is all about the ancient ones. As now, we've got some Flame Chompers that didn't quite work here for Jiu.
What was that gap? Has that Braum lost weight, you know?
He's definitely been doing his crunches.
All I'm going to say is Santa Claus is normally quite thick and jolly, and he slid through that gap. I mean, he just slide down chimneys, so it makes sense. But
he's a bit magical like that as well. Or maybe it's just that the modern times, you know, social pressures are really getting to even Santa.
That's so sad.
Yeah, it's crazy.
It did not look like there was enough space for him to get between the Chompers and the wall, but he did, and managed to evade the gank there. I think maybe would have just had to ban Flash if they'd got there in time.
Oh, we've got a picture of the Pharaoh Hound as well, and I'm going to say that that's pretty Nasus.
Yeah, I think I'm locked in on that.
Yeah.
Final answer.
As Kingin is going to try and stop Doran from just farming between the turrets. He's having a pretty good time doing that. As Nongshim still playing out this lane relatively well, as you can see. Only a few CS in the lead here for Jiu, but if the Jinx is winning, then so is Nongshim. That's kind of what their feeling is going to be.
Yeah, it's also so difficult because, I mean, Jiu hasn't gone cleanse, which obviously can be a bit rough if you get stunned early on, but at 6, Lehens has his ult.
Yep.
But they have the barrier, right? And it means in those extended trades, you can soak so much damage. And the Lucian Braum is quite bursty, right? Once you apply the passive, if you don't take them down between Lucian's cooldowns and the passive, feels like in the longer trades, you're just going to have a bad time. Especially against that lethal tempo that Jiwoo has. He has never set and gone down towards the bot lane.
Yeah, they're looking to actually find a little bit of an angle here. as Lehens throws his circle down. And Gumayusi is just going to try and punish him, but he just, look at that, just mega flame kicks him.
Yep, holding the wave for King and TP in, and now he's going to have to try and defend him. He is very low though. Owner, if you W in UE and an Orton, I think Lehens just dies. Maybe the heal is so low. He's actually just burstable. Oh, and Fake is coming.
Yeah, they're looking for an angle. He can Realm Warp on top of this Milio as well, as Kingin, realizing that even he is not going to be safe, does have the defense of his Maiden here as the goalie wall does come down. Lehens is still actually able to help Kingin out here as he does flash, but the stun is still going to come through. Still, this is a difficult dive here for T1 as Gumayusi gets tagged by a Q, but otherwise they will be able to make their way out. Still, that is a lot of resources used and not a lot gained as Jiu is just happily farming this bottom lane.
So this is just perfect for Nongshim, you know, in a situation where it looks so scary, looks like the dive's going to happen. 4 against 2.
Does that mean Kingin for KT?
Yeah. Sure.
Oh, sorry,
sure.
I was confused.
You know, I'm normally on the ball with these, and then you'll just catch me with one.
And I really just totally ruined your point as well.
Ruins my flow.
I'm so sorry.
No, it's okay. I'm used to it at this point.
Are you though? Because I feel like that one really got you.
I'm used to being, you know, because normally I'm better than this.
It's very true. But you were trying to make a positive point about Nongshim as well, and already that is like untreaded territory as Gumayusi trying to catch up to Kingin here, and Kingin is very dead. That is going to be a kill going over to Ona. Faker is also dead in the mid lane though, so that first blood will be answered immediately here by Nongshim.
Yeah, there's the pressure you can put on the immobile rise. The pillar comes in, cuts him off completely, and Calix is there as well. But I was going to say, it was great play defending the top side despite how low Lehens was. Obviously, Jiu got some solo farm, but then unfortunately, Kingin oversteps and gets punished, was very deep in that position. And now Doran getting a ton of gold here. There's alone time, Jax on a tower.
Yeah. Satisfying sounds, but this is not so satisfying for Kingin, who was just closed in on here by T1. Not a whole lot he could do.
Yeah. But in return, I mean, this is just so easy to set up. The pillar there as well is such a bad spot. You know, he gets a phase rush, which is actually big into the Trundle because it gives you the slow resistance as well. But it just doesn't matter because he has to run all the way around the pillar.
Yeah, the pillar placement was just perfect there from Gideon. So very, very well done.
Actually, no perfects on KT.
Ah, dang it.
We just established that.
I know, I keep running into it. Yeah. Could be a weird trade though. As Guliwalt going to trap Gumayusi momentarily, as Carrier once again going for the wraparound. Kingin's used to this one by now, but unfortunately doesn't have much of an answer. There is still an army of ghouls that are in position, and they're not going to quite finish this one off, as now Doran trying to keep himself alive, but he'll actually find the kill under the Trundle. Even if he dies for this, it's still worth it, but he's surviving for so long. And there he is. Kingin is dead, and Doran is not.
Things not going so well now for Nongshim. T1 make the play on the bot side, pick up Kingin. Ona just there to sweep it up, but on the other side, Doran with the huge outplay in the Jack, specifically into the Trundle, into the Jinx. You know, against that 3-person, the Counter-Strike has so much value shutting down the damage. And he's still there. He doesn't even recoil. He's just like, I want the farm too.
And he'll get it. I don't know whether the plate does actually go over to Jiu here, as Calix, now getting himself into position, finds a cheeky little stun, as we're going to see this from Doran's perspective.
I mean, it's just the Counter-Strike value so big. You know, they just can't do any damage to him when it's up. Goes for the burst onto Gideon there. And then just the extra resistances from the ult, able to kite it out. Faker comes there to cover.
Man.
Beautifully played.
Gorgeous, stayed calm as well. You could see, wasn't exactly manically clicking or anything like that.
And the thing is,
exactly what he needed to do.
Now you're going to end up in a situation where Doran is really far ahead of Kingin, so...
Oh, there's the flash in, and the flash out is going to avoid everything.
Yeah. Well, I mean, getting Annie flash pretty big, if I'm going to be honest. And Kerry has Spellbook, so I don't think he feels too bad about burning summoners. But,
the bear is going to come on through here, as Faker now has to fight Tibbers and Annie, and unfortunately he's going to lose that 2v1.
That didn't look too difficult.
No. So didn't need the flash, as it turns out.
Yeah.
Just catches Faker going for a back when he probably shouldn't have been, as Super Mega Death Rocket going to get eaten there by Carrier. No door required, but Gideon in position. This is going to be a tough one. This is a massive wave. And so Gideon moving forward, tanking this one up as best he can. Gumayushi wanting to hunt him down though. And Chiu is going to be able to pick up the kill. Gets excited, gets out of the way. Carrier still trying to keep them interested here as the Realm Warp to come on forward. And now Jiu, oh, the Flame Kick doesn't connect. And so Jiu is just going to die. Faker delivered that kill on a silver platter. Nongshim without their AD carry for the next little while. But still, it is only 200 gold. And they have a Jinx comp, so they're kind of happy.
Yeah, I mean, the big thing was Carrier landing that Winter's Bite at the end to get the stun. I will say also, the fact that Faker ended up dead was really important, specifically because he would have been able to TP earlier otherwise. So if he'd been able to get his recall off and TP in, maybe that just goes way worse for Nongshim, but because he was unavailable.
Alex just kind of walked in and killed him. I guess Faker was kind of doing a bit of window shopping.
Yeah, a little uncharacteristic, but yeah, so if Faker's alive sooner, this play could have been so much worse, but the TP ends up a bit later when he respawns. But this Q from Carrier that catches Jiwoo just means his fate is kind of secured.
And he was almost always definitely going to die because Ono was in a really good position there, but Winter's Bite, that was the one that confirmed it.
Yeah.
As this turret is actually still going. Kind of crazy that it's on its last legs like this.
I think if the stun hadn't connected, at least would have bought more time. They would have had to commit more.
All right, everyone comes in. Gideon's in position, though, to play defense as the death mark comes down. Jiu is just dead, and you iterated this earlier on. It's going to be really difficult for Jiu to play the game if Owner is fed, and he's fed.
Yeah, he is very fed, and it's already starting to become a problem. The cleanse wasn't available for the Hens, so once that root connects, Jiwoo just goes down, and you know, your top lane matchup has gone pretty badly. Your AD carry, yes, the Jinx is ahead, but if they just do this to Jinx every single fight, like an Annie isn't enough to solo carry team fights, I'm starting to feel a bit concerned for Nongshim and their composition.
Yep, having a bit of a worrying time as Doran is just going to kill the Maiden brutally. And that wasn't very nice to watch, as now Calyx is making his way up to avenge. He can actually throw down another one. The Bear is available. The Bear and the Maiden, my goodness, there's just a lot of things. We needed an Ivan in this game. We almost had one, based on the hovers. It would have been over the other side of the rift, and that would have just been too many units on the board.
Yeah.
I think.
It does get fun when that happens, though.
That is true. All for one, Annie versus Ivan. I want to see that. That sounds like a fun one. But Gideon, he had an idea that this might be coming, but unfortunately, it just wasn't enough to save Jiu.
Once the root comes down, you're just a sitting duck, and so easy for Ona to ult and just clean you up like that. Do have the Yuntal coming in for Jiwoo, so obviously that item scales very well, but represents a bit of a trough when you first get it.
Yep.
But the fact you're ahead now, I mean, the Jinx is their pick they're sort of trying to scale up with, trying to invest around, but they really need to make sure they can protect Jiwoo. And he can just dish out the damage.
We'll see whether he can. Of course, you do have a fair bit of range, but Carrier is just looking to walk towards Lehans. Going to find the angle here as Lehans is going to get stunned up, but still gets close enough to the turret to keep himself alive. Jiu also now at full health, so he's all right. As Lehans will be going back to base. Redemption to keep Gumayushi and Carrier in this lane a little longer.
It doesn't feel good when they can just do that, when a Braum can just charge at you, force your flash like that.
He didn't even charge, he just sort of calmly walked towards them. So it's even worse than that.
It feels better for Nongshim if you say charged, but yeah.
True.
Yeah.
True.
Dumbledore calmly.
Perfect. Still, T1 have a 2,000 gold lead at this point in the game. And, oh man, it's just so rough. I keep going back to what you were talking about before, and it's Owner is fed. So does that mean that it's impossible now? Is there still hope?
There's still hope.
On the Nongshim side?
It's just hard. I think I would feel better if top lane hadn't gone so bad as well.
Yeah.
That's something a little bit of concern, but the thing with Zed is even if you are fed, if you get, you know, if Lehans lands a Q while he goes in for the ult, that can be a big turning point in a fight, you know?
Super Mega Death Rocket does absolutely nothing. That could be problematic here, but the Winter's Bite will be avoided here by Jiu. He's starting to do some damage, but look at this. Yeah, Death Mark, you're dead. And Owner is going to do it again. This is what we were talking about. And a flash forward, he wants another one, and there's the double. Had the shadow prepped and everything. Oh God, every time one of these kills comes in, it just makes the game more and more impossible. As Calyx is looking to try and catch Faker on the rotation, but who's catching who at this point in time? As he's got a dash cannon, that's kind of cute.
Oh!
And Faker just blasts him back. There is Gideon turning up though. Calyx is able to walk this one out. The counter-strike to be used onto Tibbers as Kingin comes on over. There's the Glacial Fissure, and now the culling is just going to mow down the Maiden. In goes Doran. He's unable to finish off these kills as the kick does come back through, but they can't finish anyone off. Nongshim are at least keeping themselves alive now, but the door goes up and T1 go out.
Maybe if that sort of fight happens when Jinx has a couple more items, you could see the reset potential coming in. There's just not enough damage, and people are still just so wary of going in and getting blown up by the base potential T1 has. So, bit of aggression there from T1, doesn't really get punished.
Nope. They're even further ahead at this point in time. 4-0-1 on this Zed jungle. And Owner, it sort of looked like they were thinking that they could kill him, but it was a Melio and a Trundle.
Yeah, and Faker just runs up to Jiwoo, who's like trying to poke, and he just runs from his TP, ease him, Owner just jumps in and kills him. And it's that easy. And then this play, that was slick.
That was very clean.
Yep.
As Owner is then well and truly out of it. Calyx then seen on this ward. So Faker actually knew exactly what was going on here, so Carrier was already rotating over. Information was there for Calyx as well, and now he knows that he just has to get the heck out of there. But Faker with the Blast Cone tech, very, very nicely played. Still, not enough to actually get the kills, but unfortunately for Nongshim, another flash now has to be invested by Jiu. Well, I believe what he did was he walked up the mid lane to the middle of the map.
Yeah, don't do that. Oh, don't do that. You know, not having the flash now on this Jinx, next 5 minutes are going to be hell. I'm just telling you now, Jiwoo, you're not going to have a good time. Oh. You ain't already having a good time. You're going to have a worse time.
Well, Calyx just walked towards Doran. Super Mega Death Rocket connects onto Owner and does nothing at all. He's got 2 items.
Yeah.
Jeepers.
Those are some good items too.
Yeah, they are. They will certainly get the job done. As Kingin is 40 CS behind Doran right now, who has his Trinity Force done, an extra red rock, but also completed shoes. And yeah, probably a fair bit in the coffers as well. As Nongshim looking to set a trap here. Doran is like...
Kill him.
Yeah, this is the problem that I'm also getting to. Well, they're going to try. They're going to give it their best. As the bear goes down, Doran does eat a fair bit of that CC, but he is going to die in the end.
Okay.
There he goes. Dash cannon to death here by the Annie. And now we've got the stand beside Braum. Jiu trying to keep himself alive as Owner gets there on top of the Jinx, but the Melio trying to keep Jiu alive. The culling just barely not able to connect in the barrier, keeping him alive, but somehow the Winter's Bite lands, and Lehens gets the kick back that little bit too late. And he will survive. But once again, I mean, T1 are just sending the message. Your Jinx will always die if we want her to die.
I feel like the byproduct is winning the game, but the actual goal is killing Jiwoo. And they're doing a very good job at that. Oh, Gideon's looking.
Well, he's just going to walk into 3 people for now. Kingin trying to make his way over, but Gideon is just dead. And the question of what did he mean by this is on everyone's minds, as Kingin is also dead.
We kind of snapped over there, and I was like, okay, Gideon, what are you cooking? And then there was just nothing in the pot. Nothing at all.
Yeah. It's like that story of the guy turning up to the village and saying, if you make rock stew, all you need is this rock, and it's delicious. It's all about your imagination, and our imagination wasn't enough to make that play from Gideon look
Yeah, my imagination's just not good enough, I guess.
Yeah. We could probably have tried to get there, but it feels a little disingenuous because it just didn't work.
I'm really trying. I'm really trying hard. It's just not working. It's not happening for me. They're looking for a trap here, maybe. Braum, not the best target.
Well, instead they're going to walk towards Gumayushi. Never mind. The teleport's coming in from T1. Mega Flame Kick is going to push back Guma as they get a teleport for their troubles.
I do want you to notice they did do... I'd say that's maybe like, what, 7% of Carrier's health?
There we go. That's not nothing. As Carrier once again thrown down an ulti, is Gideon going to have to flash. Deathmark comes in, but Owner is trying to get out of there, and the turret shot is going to follow him. So that is a dead Zed. Nice little rhyme. Felt a bit nice to say as well.
Zed's dead, man. Zed's dead.
Yeah. But so that means the Jiu is going to be alive for the next 28 seconds.
And that's the sort of punish we can see.
Gideon is not going to be alive for the next 28 seconds. He is in fact dead.
Brother, please.
For 34 seconds. And maybe Gio is not, maybe that was a cast curse. Maybe that's my bad. As Lahen's trying his best to keep Gio alive. We're just not going to watch it though. We don't want to, don't want to see it.
Guys, I just take a win for like 2 seconds. Just breathe, okay? You killed Ona, great.
Yeah.
And then just breathe in, breathe out. Before dying.
Back to game one.
That's all you need, man. It's like they get the kill, and I'm about to talk about, hey, so this is what can happen if Zed goes in, you have CC ready, Calyx had the stun, great, fantastic, good stuff. And then Gideon just runs in a faker and gets one shot.
Well, I'm glad that you said that, as we do look at the replay here, but it's not as important as what I have to say, because you mentioned that Gideon was running a lot. Do you know what their acronym spells out now?
Hit me.
At Gym. A fair bit of running at Gym.
That is true.
So there you go. ATJYM.
That's pretty good. You've been cooking that this whole time?
Nah, just saw it just then.
Wow.
Yeah, perfect timing as well, I thought.
That's insane. That's actually peak acronym.
Yeah.
But also not what you...
Not great for winning the game.
Yeah, you don't want to be running it.
No, running it, not exactly what you want.
What did T1 have? Do they have anything?
Rule badges.
Wait, say that again.
That's just the Val problem.
Yeah.
Rule badges.
Yeah, no, they...
Yeah. It doesn't quite roll off the tongue like...
It's very funny, though. It's very funny.
Yeah. They just don't like... Well, I mean, I guess in the last game, they had a couple of Vals. That was pretty good. As the Drake was taken here, T1, with Double Dragon, and another one, Ox. And I think this was my fault, because I distracted you with the at-Gym conversation.
Yeah.
So that's my bad. I'll take responsibility for that one.
Yeah. It's hard sometimes, you know?
Yeah.
Such great acronyms.
Well, Ona is back on the map, and so Gio is just going to have to spend the rest of this game avoiding him.
He has gone Phantom Dancer, which, you know, at Gym, you want to run fast. Phantom Dancer has a lot of movement speed.
I think maybe, like, next item should be a GA, and then the next item should be anything else that can stop him from instantly dying. But he does need an IE, so he's probably going to be building that one second.
I think first item GA, you know?
First item GA would have been perfect.
Second item's on you.
Yeah.
It's feeling like that sort of game.
And Calyx is going to find Faker here, but...
He doesn't really do that much damage.
Yeah. Realm Warp is still going to have to be invested here, as Faker does make his way over to Artikan. Says hi. The Artikan is still in vision, though, here of Nongshim, so they have information as to what's going on.
I like how you see, like, Guma peek out, like, hello.
Yep.
Oh, control ward's down. No more surprises.
Very cute little doggo there as well. I wonder whether that one's a gym.
Oh, let's set the trap.
Yeah, Faker is going to find the Rune Prison. The culling is going to get eaten here by Gideon. Another great ult, but the Melio value is gigantic, and this time it's the Zed that goes down. And we do have an excited Gio as well. The zap connects, and now Faker. Can he actually get the AoE? My god, the damage is disgusting, but Guma bites off more than he can chew. And in the meantime, the Yorick is in the bottom lane with the Maiden. And Nongshim are winning the fight.
They turn it around. As you said, Melio value massive there. Ona overcommits, can't cut through the Trundle in time. The healing comes in, the resets are there. Everything goes perfectly. Trundle's the first focus, and he just turns up a bit too tanky. They think they can finish off, but look at all the healing. And then he flashes away, dies to the last rocket. We see the momentum start to build up. Faker's so tanky, the stun comes in. And then Guma sees his hero moment, goes for the angle, but the shield, the barrier, the flash.
And the piercing light didn't hit anyone because the flash out.
Yeah, and
they split immediately to make sure they weren't hit. If that piercing light lands, maybe that's just a quadra kill right there.
And then Doran TP's in to try and help, which just means Kingen gets to push the bot lane. It all works out.
So now it's only 1.3k. Yes. And oh my god, the Chemtech value is repugnant.
It actually
by
is.
The way.
Oh my god, so many TPs.
Yeah, everyone's teleporting everywhere. Tibbers even. Sorry, the Maiden. Tibbers is available, so Tibbers theoretically was coming as well, but it's still in the Pokeball, as it turns out.
They're scrapping. They're ready to throw down right now.
You can feel it. The confidence that Nongshim have just gotten back is insane. They went to T1's house and they said, all of your tempo vibes, please, give them to me now.
And they have them in the back. Right now, leaning towards Baron and Artikan both up on the top side.
All right. right, Carrier going to stand beside. I don't know whether he's exactly the engaged target. Oh, there is Doran! He'll find their counter-strike and all of them are dead! Yeah, T1 gave away their tempo vibes for a few seconds, but said no, give them back. And there they go. Nongshim just fall apart. I'm glad we had that moment though.
When in doubt, Doran. It's that simple. When in doubt, Doran. That stun was just magnificent. You know, the game got a little bit goofy, got a little bit messy. He just comes in and cleans up like that. And now Kingin and Lehens, I don't think he got it.
They certainly don't. Doran dives in yet again, and they're going to be able to take everything down. These Nexus turrets not going to be long for the world either. As Nongshim was a valiant effort, it was almost a comeback angle, and then it just wasn't. And at 26 minutes, T1 will take down the Nexus.
Man.
This was not the series I was expecting today.
No, it was not. It was a lot of fun, though.
It certainly was.
Nongshim were at gym, T1
were rule book bitches.
They did so
much.
They did so much of that.
Yep.
it was a good time, right? And I think ultimately we saw it's hard to judge too heavily, right? Because T1 do bring some of that goofiness, and I think we can't just hand wave any of the mistakes they make, right? But there was definitely, I think, some moments in Game 2 in particular where they were doing some limit testing. But I think Nongshim are definitely showing up and showing that they're still here to fight. And regardless of whether they can make it into playoffs or not, or whether they're going to play-ins, they are still going to be in this tournament. No matter what, they're still going to be in this tournament. And it's good that we're seeing better form from them. Calyx in particular had a phenomenal day. So
he certainly did.
Credit to him. And, you know, I think the thing is, T1 fans, you turn up, and a lot of time you just get a 2-0, so at least you got to see your team play a little more.
The amount of value in this particular T1 series, much higher. So that is fantastic. And the other thing that's very, very cool is this is set up for the next Gen G versus T1, and guess what? The score lines are exactly the same.
It's also my fault, by the way.
What have you
know, I said Priscilla was here today.
Yeah.
She was watching the series, and I said, gonna be a quick day.
I said that one to my wife as well, not gonna lie. It was the double.
I said, you're not gonna be here for a long time.
Yeah, but do you know what I said yesterday?
What?
When I left the house, I'm like, sorry, babe, I'm gonna be back home by midnight. This one's going forever. And guess what? It went forever.
Yeah. So maybe not always our fault.
Yeah, sometimes it's the caster curse, sometimes it's just a prediction, and every time it's our responsibility and we need to be better.
Yeah, this game was chaotic. And again, for a lot of it, it was Nongshim on the back foot. You gotta remember T1 had a good amount of control. They were really putting the hurt down on a Jiwoo. There was that point where they kind of underestimated the power of the Jinx Milio, and you can see what Nongshim were going for with the composition, the point at which they wanted to kind of rely on that. And I know we're going to see in a moment that turning point where they found the big team fight on the top side.
Yeah, the turning point that gave Doran the POM?
That was a little bit later.
Oh, a different one?
Yeah, different one. Yeah, a lot of moments
you mean the Nongshim turning point? Yeah, that one was pretty cool.
There was a Nongshim turning point and the Doran turning point that came after.
Yep.
Okay, I guess we don't get the Nongshim turning point. We just get the Doran turning point where he gets the... Oh man, that stun.
Quadra stun into everyone's dead.
Oh. Yeah. Well, it was a Doran sort of day.
It was. It was definitely a Doran sort of day. His game number one, absolutely outstanding. Even in the second one, wasn't too bad either. Put a lot of pressure on, and the game sort of slipped away outside of that. His teleports, some of them were a little suspect, but added to the entertainment value. But in the end, I mean, Doran ran the lane against a Yorick, which is not an easy task in that 1v1.
Getting that gank around.
Yeah.
And when everyone else was goofing about it a little bit, Doran went, okay, guys.
Yeah.
Let's not actually...
You guys feel free to have a bit of fun, but I am walking away with a W, and absolutely he was. Let's have a look at some of the damage numbers. Gumi did a lot.
He's the one who, when everyone's messing about, he's like, okay, guys, we actually do need to get the group project in.
Yeah.
I don't want to fail this class.
Yeah.
Okay?
I never really liked that guy.
He is a great person to have on the team. Okay?
Yeah, really good if your aim is to pass.
Yeah.
Not if your aim is to have a good time, you know? But still, that does mean that T1 does pass. Doran does pick up player of the match. I am kind of I'm fascinated with the fact that he only has 300 POM points. I guess Carrier has been taking a vast majority of them, as he is currently leading in the POM standings for T1. Owner is also there, and I guess that's understandable because of the early couple of rounds that he did have.
We went through the early, it was the owner era, and then we went through the carry era. Maybe it's the Doran era now. We don't have much time left in like the round, it's just round 5, but maybe it's time for Doran to pick up some POMs.
He is going to be making his way out now, so we'll have that interview with Doran pretty soon. I think it's kind of been the like stealth Doran era the whole time.
Yeah.
But a little bit overshadowed by Owner and Carrier,
Just
one
the
up
top lane?
the other. But it's just the top lane problem.
Just for top lane, that's what we need, you know?
So just for top lane was happening earlier on. What did we get? We got Rich, got the POM, immediately followed by Keen, I'm pretty sure. Yeah, that got it immediately afterwards. Gorgeous stuff. And now it is Doran, Justice for top lane, continuing time for the interview.
Thank you very much, guys. This is Dear for the POM interview translation, joined by Doran on the side of T1. Congratulations! Thank you! You went to a series against Nongshim and came out on top. How do you feel? We lost game 2, unfortunately, but I think we were able to come back after preparing very hard for game 3, and I'm relieved that we're able to secure this victory. Let's talk about game 1, your Rumble, Rush, Swiftness boots, and so what made you prioritize it against Ornn? I think when it comes to top Rumble, everyone has different preferences on their boot choice. I think I really wanted to focus on the mobility, and I think it was actually a great choice in the end. The enemy tried pulling off lane swap during that game, so despite that, you didn't fall behind in lane. So what was your game plan? During the lane swap, I think we just really were trying to stay ahead in top and bot. And I think we were able to keep our lead and snowball into victory. Game 2 was an unfortunate loss, but in the draft, you guys gave Pantheon away to blind pick Varus. So what was the intention? I think fundamentally, we tried to take the Pantheon away, but I think we had a strategy in mind, and it was just an experimental, like a new testing period. So I think that actually didn't work out as well, but it was an experiment after all. After the draft, actually, we ended up noticing we were well aware that the value of our champions were not very high. And so I think we just have to make sure that we prepare a better draft next time around. And then in game 3, we got a Jax versus Yorick matchup in top. And the gap in the top scaling was pretty big. And what did you think of the matchup? I think because we were able to take some advantage after the swap, it went pretty well, but against Yorick, which is a really good laning champion, when you lose in the beginning, it's really hard to come back. In game 3, we saw how spicy Nongshim could be, but what denied that spice was your Jax. So in this highlight, how are you able to find this engage angle? I think I just went in after checking that the enemy mid and AD carry didn't have flash, and I was pretty confident in this moment. Were you sure that you would win after this? Honestly, because game 2 didn't go as well, I was not even expecting it to go well. Actually, I wasn't expecting to get this POM today, but I'm surprised. And T1's stats in rounds 3 and 4 are pretty incredible, with 29 minutes average game time, which is the shortest, with the most kills but least death. the ideal team stats. So what strength does T1 have that creates a graph like this? I think it really comes down to how good our teammates are really good at trading and just fighting in general. And I feel like this meta, where team fighting is so important, our teammates, our players are just really good. And now that you have KT, Hanwha, and Gen.G left as your remaining opponents, what mindset do you have to secure second place? Honestly, we're really thirsty for a second place. And because there's not a lot of time left until the playoffs, I think we're just trying to make sure that our performance is as high as it can get until then. And that's the end of the interview with Doran, and back to the space. Thank you.
Doran gets the POM. Thank you so much for the translations, dear. As it was, a couple of big plays there by Doran. We saw early on he did a great job absorbing pressure. Escaped a couple times with Jax. As you can tell, not a fan of this POM. However, it goes to the way of Doran as we look at some of the heartbreaking moments, as we've done a lot lately. The coach's cam for T1 when they lose the team fight on the top side of the map.
Look at Coma. Oh my god.
There's no patience in that fight, and I think the coaching staff's super unhappy because they could have just taken an Otacon, looked for a turn. There were so many different other options they could have gone for instead of just blind engaging on Krugs. Things turning around, but honestly, you could see though on their faces that they're super unhappy with this result. It's a close race for second. They ended up barely winning this series. I mean, not barely in the second game. They had a lead, but they threw things away for a moment. And for Nongshim, holding on to hope for a little bit.
You saw how happy they were earlier. They were trying to hold hands and forgot how to hold hands because of the joy that was flowing through them. And then back to reality.
That one stung. I love Happy Charlie. I don't love Set. That was rough. But it makes sense, right? The game felt like maybe it was playable, but then they got caught. I think also when you have a comp like that, there isn't actually that much peel for Jinx, funnily enough. You need melee ult. And when they get caught there, if they have melee ult, they can actually outplay that. Didn't have it. So I think T1 are definitely doing the same thing that Gen.G has done with it's fine. And it's not fine. I think it's a good reminder, a stark reminder, that the Legend teams are still quite good.
You can't build bad habits in these types of situations because if you try to do something like that, even if you're massively ahead against a team like Gen.G or Hanwha, you could actually just lose the entire game off of it. And they lost a ton of their tempo. They still ultimately won in the end. But if you're the coaching staff of T1, as you saw in that booth, you really don't want to be seeing plays like this. You want to see T1 against DNF not making plays like that, right? You want to see them making the best, most optimal play every time, regardless of opponent, regardless of game state.
Yeah, they know that. You saw a little bit of relief on Koma's face. Tom, he was still focused on what bot review was going to look like from the play earlier. There is your POM vote. General across the board, except 2 owner voters here. Vancast going for Faker, as well as Tijajik and Media.
The Faker votes, he had a great Galio game. I really thought about Doran, but ultimately I think that second game was much more about Owner and his control of the early game. Doran had a really cool stun at the end, but if you're from the early intranet, you know what this means. If you're not, well, I guess it's just not for you.
Yeah, I went with Owner specifically because I think that over the course of the series, he was the most consistent for me. Obviously, Doran had the really big moment at the end. But I think that Owner had what was it, 2 weeks where he took a little bit of break, his back kind of hurt. But I think him playing the Zed as well as he did, even though he ended up going a little bit overzealous at the end, was actually a big deal. That's one of the few playstyles that T1 hasn't been able to play around. And him doing this well again, I think bodes well, even though the team as a whole was obviously a bit messy. And as Wolf was saying, I was really leaning to a Faker vote. Faker would have been my POM for game 1. But game 2 and 3 didn't help his case.
That did happen. Got to factor those on in. Let's see what we had here from others. Ox goes, when in doubt, Doran.
I'm not sure if I agree with that across the last 5 years or so, but recently, yeah. I think so.
The game was in doubt, and they Doraned to a win.
When in doubt, normally because Doran, actually.
Honestly,
but
not
right
did
now.
Too, which is why they engaged on the Braum and then got 4-man stunned by Doran. Yeah, so in doubt, they
Doran even take Copter.
Is this a Doraemon reference?
I mean, I must be. I definitely...
I don't know the take copter part.
Yeah, the Doran.
You guys
is
know
cool.
you guys know the blue cat Doraemon.
Yeah.
Travels in time and tries to solve problems.
Yeah.
I don't really know what the take copter reference is though.
Helios with the deep cut.
It's a great manga.
Let's see what else we got here. Okay, they're pulling up the picture.
Oh,
so
it's
he has
the
a little
it's the helicopter
Oh
hat.
yeah, I know. Okay, yeah.
Oh, the Jack. You know, he has a
I
hat
got
that's
the
helicoptering.
I didn't really think
Just
about
like
it that
when
way.
Jax
but
is.
yeah.
I got the Counter-Strike reference. I
Counter-Striking?
just didn't really get the Doran part, but it was nice. Okay, that's good. That's good stuff. Your ADC's main damage is auto attack from Pony, and then the Counter Strike and the Leap Strike
Still charging mine.
come through.
Still
That's a
charging.
long Counter Strike.
Yeah, it's a bug. Nongshim Ramen, Doran is spicier. That was good.
Yeah,
I like that one. Go. Always fun to use the other team's brand against you just a little bit there. So go with a good one there. All right, there it is. Those are your comments for this last game. T1. They slide in there, they get the win, so still series score tied up, but had the opportunity to equal up the games.
Actually, because of that one win, T1 now don't equalize. Now again, I think it is generally all going to come down to the head-to-head matchup between Homolife and T1. But if that ends up being close and one of them drops another game, the other one doesn't, could actually end up being the difference maker.
Yeah, and you know, if it ends up being a 2-1 and there's games traded, like we could have a tie, for example, but it ends up being not where T1 want to be. They wanted to take the 2-0. They wanted to be back tied in second, but that is just not going to be the case today. So both Hanwha and T1 dropping games here in the early part of this week.
Yeah, well, that game done and dusted. Now it's time a battle for the cuties in the Rise group. It's D+. It is DRX. DRX needs a win to tie up against the bros. Let's see who will be picture perfect in the next series. See you in a bit.
레전드 그룹 1, 2위가 붙습니다. 1, 2위 간의 매치긴 하지만 2위 자리가 생각보다 꽤 불편하단 말이에요.
This is here, but into the backline goes through. Chomps everyone up as the equalizer. Shove finds nothing at all.
너무 아쉽네.
시원하다.
치즈! 젠지입니다.
젠지가 기본적인 라이너들이 너무 단단했어요. 이 팀은 그냥 안 넘어지는 팀이에요. 그래서 더더욱 오늘 경기 진정한 의미에서 시험대에 오르게 된 거죠.
What doesn't kill me makes me stronger.
Hello and welcome back to the Secret Newsroom. This is Agent Cartographer, and once again, we've gathered some of the most compelling headlines from around the world. Let's get right into it. Remember, we recently highlighted Poby's impressive run in the LEC. But last weekend, unfortunately, he suffered his very first loss. Who was the one to stop him? Caps, the undisputed king of Europe's mid lane. Let's take a look at how it all went down. In Game 1, at around the 15-minute mark, G2 sets up a dive to pressure Fnatic's bottom lane. It starts with a clean engage from Scumon's Pantheon ult, catching Mickey X. Poby teleports in to cover the bot lane dive and calmly turns the play by taking down Labrov. Upset tries to finish off Scumon, but Hans Sama's Kai'Sa ults in, and Upset ends up going down instead. Now Poby's in danger too. He falls shortly after, making Fnatic's situation go from bad to worse. At around 26 minutes, Fnatic pushes in, thinking G2 might be on Baron, despite having no vision. Razork's Jarvan engages onto Scumon to kick things off, but there's no follow-up from Fnatic. Instead, they begin to fall apart as G2 turns the fight, chasing them down. But Broken Blade forces Upset's Lucian out of the fight before remounting Skull and getting back in the action. Fnatic struggles to deal with this constant disruption, and Oscarinen goes down as well in a devastating teamfight loss. With that winning fight, G2 turns straight to Baron and secures it with ease. They close out Game 1 off the back of that fight, and with the momentum fully in their favor, G2 takes Game 2 as well, defeating Fnatic in a clean 2-0. Fnatic takes their first loss in the group stage, putting the brakes on their run at the top. Meanwhile, G2 moves to 3-0 and stays perfect in the group. In this series, Caps looked back in form while Broken Blade showed off signature picks like Kled and Rek'Sai, a return to G2's trademark draft style. Both teams are favored for Worlds qualification, but the real question is, how much stronger can they get from here? We'll be keeping track of it all here at the Secret Newsroom. Now over to the LTA, where the bracket stage action is heating up. A clash between the two title favorites Team Liquid and FlyQuest. Let's check out what went down. With FlyQuest taking Game 1 and holding a lead, Whippo surprised everyone by locking in Singed. That's right, unsealed spellbook Singed from Whippo hits the Rift. So how did it actually go in-game? Let's find out. At around 3 minutes into Game 2, Inspired invades the enemy blue buff to force an early skirmish. Both top sides react immediately, sensing a potential fight. Whippo then teleports onto a ward that had been placed earlier by Inspired and joins the fight. FlyQuest opens up the skirmish by chasing down TL's Impact and Yuji. Xin Zhao and Gwen go down for a 1-for-1 trade, and now Whippo and Quad turn their focus to APA's Ziggs. Quad is taken out first, but Whippo Singed, still at full health, goes in for the cleanup. He chases relentlessly and eventually gets the fling on APA, taking him down as well. But that early momentum didn't last long. Team Liquid, now in control, forces a fight inside the enemy jungle. However, Whippo and Inspired respond decisively, catching APA off guard, and Ziggs goes down before the fight even starts. In the chaos, Yon and CoreJJ are forced out of the fight, leaving Impact and Yon completely isolated in the middle of FlyQuest players. And let's be honest, you're not winning a 2v4. Yon gets taken out too, and Team Liquid is in full retreat. FlyQuest opens up the highway straight to the Nexus. One by one, they knock down the turrets, going for the game-ending push. But wait, Yon, CoreJJ, and APA's quick respawn from the mistakes he made make their final stand. They strike back. With the Nexus on the brink, Team Liquid manages to eliminate all 5 FlyQuest players just before their Nexus was destroyed, keeping the game alive. At 36 minutes, Team Liquid reaches the enemy base once again, taking down 2 inhibitors and threatening to end the game. But just as they set up for the end, Masu fires off the curtain call, zoning APA out of the fight and giving FlyQuest a window to strike back. Busio chases down the retreating Ziggs, using the Hex Gate to close the distance and secures the kill. Meanwhile, in the base, Inspired buys precious time using Moonstone Renewer and Guardian Angel. Quad and Masu throw everything they've got at TL, kiting back and looking to turn the fight around. Then CoreJJ spots Masu overstepping and instantly takes him down. The long teamfight rages on for over a minute inside FlyQuest base, with Quad cycling his ult twice and Whippo teleporting back to the fight, pushing into Team Liquid from both sides, looking for a reverse reverse turn. Yon gets picked off last and FlyQuest finally catches a breath after a chaotic hold. 40 minutes in, with over 50 kills on the board and both Nexuses having been scratched, Quaden inspired both ult to start the fight, collapsing onto Team Liquid. This could be the fight that finally ends it all.
Just creamed him!
Okay.
And Ziggs channels a teleport. Oh, this is how the game's going to end? APA TP's right to the front door of FlyQuest's base. He skips the mid wave and goes straight for the backdoor play. But FlyQuest isn't caught off guard. Quad and Busio recall in time, shutting down the attempt. And now it's FlyQuest's turn. This time, they're going for the real finish. They go for the Nexus again. Is it deja vu? I feel like we've been here before. But this time they make it count, finishing off the remaining players and finally taking down the Nexus. It's been a while since we've had NA Chaos this good, but hey, nothing hits quite like a classic FlyQuest backdoor. With a dominant victory in Game 3, FlyQuest completes the sweep and advances to the winner's bracket of the LTA playoffs. It's been an exciting week, with standout matches from both LEC and LTA. Next week, we'll be bringing you updates from the LPL and LCP, so stay tuned. This has been Codename Cartographer, and once again, I'll leave you with the wise words of Atlas. Stick around soon, we'll see you then. Bye-bye.
like weightless time and night. I've been there before a million times, caught in between the truth and the lies. Can't hold me down for a minute longer. What doesn't kill me makes me stronger.
이것도 발끝에 맞춰야 돼?
야 화이팅! 오늘은 꼭 2대0 승리! 디플러스 기아 화이팅!
DRX 화이팅!
미치! 테디! DRX 화이팅!
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to LCK 2025. We are still the AA duo, and we are ready for this final series of the night. The one that I imagine most of you have all been waiting for, because what always delivers is the prize.
We're ready, but I'm a little concerned, Max, because normally we have two groups.
Yes.
We have the group of gameplay and the group of culture.
Yes.
But our first series had a whole lot of culture, and I'm a little worried we're gonna have a culture overdose after the second series.
It's impossible. It's impossible. More culture just means we're more cultured.
Okay.
You know? I don't know. I just think that you can never have too much.
You can never be too cultured?
Yeah. But you can have not enough. But we're not gonna be those people today. That
I'm
is
not
just
worried
not how
about that. I'm not worried about not having enough.
Yeah.
We have plenty of culture today.
We're gonna be just fine. Last time these two teams met, it was a 2-0. So that means odds are it's not gonna be a 2-0 today.
Yeah, there's one thing about Rise teams. They are so consistently inconsistent.
Yep. The same thing does not happen twice. And thankfully, that means that we're going to have a banger of a series between DK and DRX here. DRX on a little bit of a tear. Have actually picked up some victories. Did manage to take down BNK Fearex, which was pretty impressive.
Yeah, BNK Fearex, the team who had the best record in the Rise group. Not sure if they still do, but going into this week they did. And DRX, a series win here wouldn't let them overtake Bro, but would allow them to tie them in series score, which would be massive because there was a bit of a gap as we headed into round 5, and it feels like closing that distance really at a quick pace. DRX keeping their hopes alive. And remember, we talk about Legend, the difference between being in playoffs and play-ins, you're still in the tournament. So much more significant for the Rise group because it's not, in one section of the tournament or you have to play some more games before you get there. It's you're in play-ins or you're just out.
Yep. And as you can see here, it's some milestones to be picked up for both of these teams as DK will secure first place in the Rise group with a victory. Otherwise, it'll be 3 in a row for the first time in a very long time. As some milestones here as well, as Beryl still looking for that 500 kills. Still just needs one. Just one little kill there, Beryl. That's all you really need. And Teddy for the second AD carry to reach 3,000 assists. But we need 25 assists, so
that's hard.
We are getting in early. We are getting in early.
You need to play specific champs. There's also there's such a massive lead that Death had there.
Yeah.
Over him, massive. And makes you wonder what sort of picks he's been playing to pick up those. But you think of the picks that get lots of assists, like Sivir, you know, sort of pick that gets a lot. But we'll see what he plays today. With how DRX has been playing, I don't think Teddy's going to be getting 25 assists today. I think if they're winning, he's getting kills. If they're not winning, I don't think they're getting much of anything.
Yep, I would agree with you. But I think that if there's anything that we can rely on, it's going to be that there are long games. That was the stat from earlier on in the points of the match. And the fact that we have 9th and 10th for the longest games in the LCK, not even just in the Rise group, just in the LCK over the last 3 rounds, we're in for a slobber knocker. You know, we're nose to the grindstone here today. And I'm just hoping that we get some insanity. Maybe some weird picks. Maybe it's time for DK to cook.
I don't have anywhere to be. Do you have anywhere to be?
Absolutely not. No. My entire weekend is actually open. We can go into tomorrow's matches because I'm not actually working.
I'm also not actually working tomorrow.
Oh, that's why they probably did it.
So I'm fine for this to run late.
Yeah. So we can like have the Saturday Showdown beginning while we're still here.
Yes, the Spaces, on the other hand, are working tomorrow, so they will get cooked because it's also an early start tomorrow. So if we run on long, Chronicle's gonna be more.
I mean, it's only a few hours until we're starting again.
They could just sleep over here, right?
Yeah, exactly. It's
Egon does that on the regular.
Yeah, that's why we're sponsored by Secret Lab. You know, we got these amazing chairs. We can just rest.
Back.
And like the best thing for us is we've got both of us here, right? So I can take a little bit of a nap, you can take over, and then you can take a bit of a nap, I'll take over.
Don't reveal the power nap strategy. That's an industry secret.
Oh, I'm so sorry. They were all wondering how you were so full of energy at all times. As Nuggery's here, ready to let people know that all you have to do is go walk. And is it Nuggery Ping as well? Did he actually manage to get that on the back of his shirt? That's actually so incredibly cute.
That's so cool.
Supporting, of course, his former team did manage to pick up DK's first World Championship. As we do get the full stand-up. As no stamp, we need. Okay, I don't think anyone actually saw it there.
And you know, D+ are still #1 in Rise Group.
They are #1 in the Rise Group.
Yeah.
Not necessarily for like this. There it is, Goody Ping. Nailed it. So, looking forward to seeing whether they can use. Oh, wait, is Rich just looking for Nuggery? He's like, wait, Nuggery's here?
He's not playing, is he?
He's not playing. They didn't sub him in, did they? No, don't worry, Rich. It will still be Shu on the other side because, of course, you just fist bumped him on the way in, so you were aware of that. But that was definitely perfect timing.
You just see Nuggery in a D+ jersey. You just, oh god.
Yeah. That's like the super sub. It's going to be like Quantum and Life, but it's just a whole new level. Not even registered to the team. I think we'd probably have a few.
Trust him to go like Spellbook Vladimir top lane.
Yeah, exactly. Like they re-enabled Spellbook, guys. I'm back. It's basically Klepto. Oh, it's perfect. I don't know what to expect from this series at all. That's why I'm trying to do my best to stall as far as like giving out actual predictions as to what's going to happen
I
here.
have some pretty. I expect a good time. You know, for us. Maybe the teams.
One of the teams, probably. Maybe not.
No guarantee. No guarantee.
So I think that Showmaker's the only one guaranteed to not have a good time because he's the guy that really likes leaving early.
Yeah.
And I just don't think we're going to be leaving early. Not this series.
Plus, they were probably like, guys, T1's playing against Nongshim before us. It'll be a 2-0.
Yeah.
Be that nice and
so
early.
He's already triggered. Like, he's already very upset. Because I actually saw DK staff here pretty early. As well. Like, it was like middle of game 1 or something like that. They were already walking around. So it wasn't the middle because I was here. I wasn't obviously focused on who was in the cafeteria at that point in time.
Well, there was that point because, you know, we were talking about the power nap thing. You got up and walked down.
Yeah, that's
and
right.
I had to talk solo, you know, for like 7 minutes.
And and they also used those clips of us as well, and we somehow managed to get back into our chairs at the same time.
I had to put on an Aussie accent.
Yeah, no, you're pretty good at it though. You know, it's the colonial thing.
I've been working on it.
Being an Englishman and stuff like that. We all came from you guys. All right, the Aurora going to be the first one banned away, and Yunara, they're going to be the follower. This does feel like some setup towards the Rumble, as we have been seeing, but I'm just hoping that this is not going to be a normal draft. This is going to be some DK weirdness. Maybe they've realized that all they have to do is go back to the LCK Cup.
Just cook?
you know? And that is what they did. They embraced Fearless. And since then, the fear has crept back.
They've been a little afraid, you know? The fear is mounted. And we haven't seen the same freedom to just go a little bit crazy.
Yep.
No jungle ban, I guess the Poppy. But other than that, you know, Wukong's still open available, Pantheon's still open available, Vara's still open available. A lot of these pretty high value picks still on the cards. So we'll see what DRX up to take away here.
I think the Pantheon is definitely the biggest worry in my mind.
The thing is, if you ban the Pantheon, they just take the Wukong.
Yeah.
So maybe they ban the Gwen here, and then D+, you either take the Rumble or you take the Pantheon. If you take the Pantheon, they go like Rumble Wukong, you know, which the Pantheon's really strong, don't get me wrong, but you can get like the best top lane choice, and you can get a good jungle choice.
I'm still expecting Pantheon. I think that champion is kind of ridiculous.
I think so too. It's what we'd typically expect.
There isn't a Talia this time, which we did see find a lot of value.
Yeah.
But I still think, oh, never mind.
Okay, they go the Wukong instead, so valuing that higher.
That is kind of crazy, because now you've got Pantheon Rumble that DRX can play.
Yep. Can just pick that up.
Oh, wait. This is the Rise group. I forgot. We're in the realm of culture.
Oh, the Wukong Annie?
Rakan.
Yeah, I mean...
Oh, it's going to be denied?
Deny the Annie from the Wukong, the winning combo.
Oh my goodness.
Well, I guess you don't
That's
have
like, it's like we thought 5 head was like, this is like 11 head.
I mean, you don't have to take the Pantheon right now as the thing. Unless you... Oh, what barrel takes Pantheon support as a denial?
Yeah, don't let that... Oh, never mind. All right,
well,
so the Rumble is going to be locked away.
This is on theme for burning the opponents. But yeah, a lot of damage, a lot of setup. If you pair this with the Pantheon, you'll be in a great spot. Now for D+, what are you specifically going to take into the Annie is the question. And what are your top lane options into the Rumble?
Yeah,
we saw the Ornn earlier, which didn't inspire huge amounts of joy.
Oh god. Well, we are going to potentially see it again.
Hopefully a better performance than Kingen had. Obviously, it gets to a point where you just build Kanik Rukia and you don't take damage, but the early levels, a little bit tough, especially with the buffs that Rumble has had.
And sometimes you just never get to a point of relevance, unfortunately, as there is the Orianna Wukong to come through here.
We literally just saw, we saw this earlier today.
Yeah, this is actually just the same. And the Pantheon is obviously going to be picked up here, because it is just the most ridiculous jungler on the patch at this point in time. Wukong not too far behind, as we know. So that's why DK were happy to trade it.
I think what's elevated them more is that a bunch of the other AD junglers got nerfed in this patch. And Pantheon did get that jungle nerf last patch, I think it was.
Yep.
But it wasn't that significant. But like these two didn't get touched on this patch. Everything else got brought down and they're kind of elevated as a result. So
wait, so we need Sivir Alistair, don't we? And then we actually just get to redo Wusa.
Yeah, Rakan gonna get taken away. I'm not sure they'll let them get the Alistair in this situation.
Perhaps not, but maybe everyone just needs a little bit of Wusa. So far we've got ARP, which is pretty cool, out of DRX.
Yeah.
To go with the acronyms, I know that's kind of a theme for today. We're allowed to have some themes for each of our days. Acronyms is going to be the theme for today. If you don't like it, sorry. Nico is going to be the final ban here, as the Rakan was also taken away, as you mentioned before. That Alistair you were talking about, still up and available, and Andil can obviously snap it up on R4, or DK can ban it away if they would like to not see it.
I mean, it puts in a really good spot, right? A lot of the engaged support's been taken away. I feel like if you go Rel as D+ into the Alistair feels really good. You can't really take the Nico. I mean, the Nico's gone, obviously, to punish it, so they will just ban the Alistair.
Okay.
In terms of supports, I think you could just take 80 carry and leave it till counter pick if there's an 80 carry you really want prio on. But they're just going to take the Rel in this situation.
Don't know whether I'm like hugely inspired by the Rel. As far as that pickup, I don't think Andil is either. Having a look at his facial expression at the moment, it's putting him to sleep just a little bit here. But it is currently what Teddy is going to be locking in. So there it goes. What will the answer be from DK?
Do they go like Jhin Bard?
Jinx Janna for the Wooj. That's what I want. I want some Wooj.
Sivir Karma is also sort of the stuff that Barrel's been playing a lot of Karma.
Yeah, true.
They could just take, you know, there's like...
Oh?
They are looking at the... either the Jin or the Corki.
Well, will be the Corki locked in.
And then support. You could go Poppy, actually. Poppy would be decent here. I feel like into the Rel. I think Poppy is fine. I think Bard is fine. Could also go, I guess, Nautilus is the other option.
Yeah, it depends whether they feel like they need more engage. With the Ornn there, I don't necessarily feel like you do.
Wukong, I think you could. They opt to go for the Leona, though.
Wookle.
Wookle.
Wookle ain't bad. I kind of like it. Sounds cute. And Beryl has a skin for this champion that he never uses. So that's kind of funny as well. So they are going to lock away the Leona. And what is Teddy playing today? That's a Kai'Sa angle. Yeah, I was thinking that it should just be a Kai'Sa angle. Teddy is another one of our players with a Kai'Sa license. I think that, you know, Viper and Ruler, obviously in the Legend group, are our Kai'Sa players. Diablo down here in Rise certainly has his license, but Teddy as well. He was, especially last year, was looking absolutely fantastic on this champion. So I kind of like what DRX have put together. There is a lot of firepower in this comp.
Literally. Yeah, a lot of power. You know, the mid jungle, the Annie, Pantheon, really strong. A lot of setup onto the Orianna, who you can look to punish. The Rumble's going to have a great time early on. Kai'Sa, Rel, just great power in terms of the team fights. If you get on top of that Orianna and just explode Showmaker or aiming, like you're in a great spot. If you do start to fall behind, though, that can be a bit of concern. Because obviously the Annie can sometimes feel underwhelming when she's behind. The Orianna Corki get it quite well. And also the ornaments can be handed out, so...
And DK's ability to turn is kind of absurd.
Yeah.
With the fact that almost everyone has opportunities to do so, and in the meantime, aiming can self-peel pretty effectively with things like the Valkyrie. So
I think when you have...
Oh no, SpongeBob eating a teeny pink thingy! Oh my god, it's so good.
It's dramatic.
The fan signs have just gotten to like a level that I can't even really comprehend. And it just looks so sad, and SpongeBob looks so unhinged. Oh man, it was so good.
That. It's not okay.
Oh, so incredibly good. All right, well, I'm now in an incredibly good mood.
You're already good?
Getting ready for game number 1 for some great League of Legends. Let's do it. All right, we do have an update. Obviously, there were a couple of extra champions locked in, and while it started with ARP, which sounded like it had potential, we ended up with Apruk, which just doesn't really make me feel too happy in comparison to Wookle. Which is just great, man. I want that to have a meaning.
You know what it sounds like? It sounds like a baby Wookiee.
Yeah, a little Wookle.
Yeah.
Oh, it's adorable.
You know, if you had like Baby Yoda, but you had like a Wookiee version, it'd be a
Honestly, you should probably let Disney know that's the next revival of Star Wars that they should go for. Andor Season 2, absolutely incredible. The only way to carry that forward is with some Wookle.
Yeah.
Actually, no. Just do Season 3 of Andor or something like that. It's actually impossible because that's just Rogue One, isn't it? So never mind. You can't do Season 3 of Andor. Just like try and figure something else out that's also just as cool. That's all we need.
And has a Wookle.
And a Wookle. Wookle needs to be involved. And we're fine. We didn't need to be workshopping this though because we got some video games ahead of us as Andal and Teddy going to take position against Aiming and Beryl right here. Corki and Leona is actually a fair bit of power. There's a flash forward from Beryl. No flash and a Zenith Blade to come on through, but he lands back-to-back Shields of Daybreak onto Teddy.
Honestly, kind of respect it. I was going to say unlock the Hex Flash. He ain't even running Hex Flash.
Nope.
He's just going raw, you know?
He's going to take a turret shot. And look, if there's anything that you should take away from this, is just admiration for the ludicrous amount of confidence here from Beryl. I don't think it was a good idea.
No.
He's level 2, doesn't have Eclipse.
Yeah, the thing is, the initial decision, I was like, okay, unlocks Hex Flash, he burns Cleanse. It's kind of hard to be proactive when you don't have Cleanse against the Kai'Sa. But didn't have Hex Flash, then took the tower hit. But they got prio, they forced up. Nice W though from Teddy to stop the recall.
Yep. Will mean that Aiming and Beryl are going to be... Okay, never mind. not going to be coordinated as Andal doesn't even see that Beryl was going home. Very, very close.
Beryl will heal up and comes back with a refillable potion and a control ward.
My goodness!
That value, that tempo reset.
Just insane.
Not to be mistaken for tempo vibes.
Yeah, no. We there are like the Rise group. This is where the tempo vibes are much harder to decipher.
Yeah.
We don't quite know where they are. It is a game-by-game basis that we will discover where these tempo vibes are at. Right now, it is feeling like everything is relatively neutral, but I always get worried when there is a Pantheon on the Rift, as Andal is just testing the aim, and it's not going well. As Beryl is just going to stun him up. Teddy taking a fair bit of damage back, is aiming with that Gatling gun, getting to work. But I hope that calibrated for Andal there, and so the next time the Shattering Strike combo comes in, it's going to work out a bit better, as Sponge is going to be able to land. Here's Beryl going to try and see what he can do here as he turns it onto Teddy. Beryl is likely still going to be dead as Sponge misses!
No way!
And the Shield of Daybreak actually stuns him up. Still, he's going to die, but honestly, I'm still even more impressed by Beryl.
It was a little goofy. That looked like certain death for Beryl. Flashless in that situation. The jungler's there. It's a point-and-click stun. Somehow Teddy loses his flash in the mad panic that came after. And actually, it's not super meaningful. It is obviously a first kill, right? It's a good amount of gold for Sponge. But because aiming's not the one who dies, and no extra summoners are burnt, I believe, for D+, and aiming is still there to pick up farm.
Having the eye for that turn is actually just kind of insane.
Yeah.
Because, like, Beryl could have just flashed onto the turret and they would have been fine, actually.
Yeah, so in terms of the actual lane dynamics, if you look, aiming's a bit ahead in terms of farm. Obviously, Teddy's going to be able to pick up a bit up now, but he's going to be behind on tempo when aiming swaps top. Teddy's down in flash. So for the 2v2, D+ actually came out ahead on the back of that play. It's only Sponge who really benefited on the side of DRX, so
kind of ridiculous. And I actually told a lie. Beryl couldn't have flashed. He didn't have it up and available, so it was only really a Zenith Blade Hail Mary. So it's a little bit less.
How could you have forgotten that he flashed a level 1, obviously?
I know, I should have remembered. The culture is overwhelming. Maybe you're right. Maybe there is such thing as too much culture.
It can be a thing.
I just don't want to believe it. As Aiming and Beryl are going to go for the first part of this lane swap.
We're just building our culture tolerance, you know?
Yep, and it's really important because there's going to be even more culture as we have another week, as Beryl just barely going to miss latching on to the robot. And Sponge will be starting off the Drake. So that should be claimed here by DRX. They have a lot of vision here around this area. Still haven't cleared out the control ward that's in the pit. But Lucid not going to be in position to try and stop that one as a bear comes down. Showmaker going to have to deal with this, and Andal, who does find that Shattering Strike. Still, Showmaker has not pressed Flash, will finally do so, as Yahoo is going to pick up a turret shot as well. Sponge taking his sweet time on this dragon, but will not be contested, so we'll be able to take that one down as well. So the tempo vibes do move in favor of DRX.
Yeah, looking pretty positive so far. I will say swapping the Rumble away, and now she just kind of gets to farm against the Kai'Sa. He's feeling pretty good about that on the side of D+. But the Rumble does still just get to play the equalize the wave.
Yeah, it's a pretty good game.
Yeah.
Or he's at least pretty good at it. As Qiu here down towards the bottom side is actually able to park himself in this lane and feel quite okay, as you mentioned. That is certainly helping out. The more even an Ornn is, the more scary it is for his opposition. But we haven't really seen the Ornn dominance that he can actually have, right? When you do have tempo, when you do actually get ahead on the Ornn, start getting those levels a little bit faster and can deliver those ornaments to your carries, can be really worrisome. But we haven't actually really seen it. Ornns have kind of just fallen behind and stayed behind in a lot of our games.
Yeah, I mean, this game, Qiu doing pretty okay. Rich really hasn't had that much momentum so far. And the thing is, if you don't put him down early, once he gets the Kinetic Rukin, it's just very hard to do damage to him, especially as you have these... So often we have, like, the AP...
Oh, there's a flash in. A Showmaker just holding on to the ult for now.
Okay.
And doesn't have flash. Is able to walk it off. But still, it's a lot of pressure. And Annie Pantheon... I mean, it's like point-and-click stun, point-and-click stun. You're just not going to have a good time.
The lack of tibbers meant they weren't able to get more.
There was also, look at the boots. The Merc Treads feels so bad for Orianna ever doing damage, but feels real good into this combo.
Yep. Able to survive that one, so Showmaker walks away, and will just be able to make it back. Does mean they lose a bit of pressure for the time being. Oh no.
Oh, pack it up. The tempo vibes have immediately switched back to DK. Off the back of that one is Beryl walking towards Andal here. Looking to get a stun off. Going to be able to do so, but Andal will vacate the area. Showmaker moving his way over as Lucid is going to take control.
And I think it's just not a fight you're super interested in, considering the Wukong Ori combo is up and available. You're kind of getting zoned off, your bot lane is kind of getting pushed in, so I think they just back away from the grubs, and it feels pretty bad, but I don't think you have another choice. A fight there could have been devastating for DRX.
Certainly could have. And we're going to come on over and at least get some vision down, but the control ward in this Tri-Brush means the Beryl will retain control. Bit of an on-the-nose use of control there. We'll blame the script for now. As Aiming and Beryl once again in position, and Teddy and Andal, a lot of respect coming on through here, as Teddy just going to be farming with the Void Seeker. Bodes well for the future here for DK, because a lot of it is going to be hinging on Aiming getting as much value out of this 2-item spike from the Corki that he can find. And he's on track. Trinity Force going to be coming in pretty quickly, and he's already getting to work stacking up this tier as Rich will just shoot a harpoon at Beryl, and Beryl is probably not too phased. I can't get a read.
Yeah.
I can't figure it out.
I think things going not too fast in the early game, I think D+ pretty fine with that overall. Especially this Pantheon Annie. I know it's not the Pantheon Talia, but think about the impact we saw in the previous series with Nongshim and how they're really taking over the map. That hasn't really happened. So I think D+ fine with how things have gone so far. But there's two things to take into account. One, the team fights are going to be explosive, and two, it's Rise Group.
Yeah.
So we know what's going to happen. It's going to be a little wacky.
What we know is going to happen is not what we expect is going to happen. That's what we know is going to happen. And so basically we just really don't know what's going to happen. Right? Because it's
exactly. So we know that we don't know what we know is going to happen.
So we know whatever it is going to happen is something that we don't know is going to happen.
That's what we know we don't know. Yes, correct.
Yeah. I'm glad you cleared that up, because now it makes so much sense. As Showmaker just trying to stand back, as Sponge is back here once again. And I don't think Showmaker has vision, but his Spidey senses are certainly tingling.
There's a short window before that flashes up. Sponge is looking.
Oh dear, just let that one go. Yeah, he does. Okay, there we go. So Sponge not going to be finding an angle this time around. And Showmaker will once again survive. His flash is so close to coming back off cooldown.
Yeah.
Still, DRX did manage to pick up that first blood on that bottom side of the map when they killed Beryl. But as you mentioned before, nothing really came of that one. It was a lot more about the movements afterwards, and the fact that Showmaker had to go back a couple of times in a row.
And it's just been a lot more chill than our first series. I felt like, especially how it started, I thought we were going to get explosions, panic, craziness.
Yeah, I thought it was going to be Michael Bay, but it hasn't really been that. It's been a bit more like, I don't know, who does really, maybe Peter Jackson. There's a fair bit of action in a lot of those as well.
Yeah.
I was thinking more about like King Kong, which was like the least action King Kong ever. But anyway, we've got a flash forward here as Aiming gonna have to try and get out of there. Gets into the brush as the rest of his team's coming along. The Grand Starfall not really doing too much here as DK just wanting to get their Corki out. But Beryl might actually be paying for his sins. A lot of damage is coming through as Beryl finally going to be throwing out the flash, but the Cyclone comes in to double knockups, and Beryl goes forward to die once again. Finally, they do get the trade, but Rich is teleported in. Shiu going to come down as well. But in the end, it's actually a big trade up for DRX.
Yeah, I mean, it looked like D+ had so much AoE damage when they turned it around, but the problem was so much of it was split across multiple targets. They didn't manage to finish off their targets, spread the damage between Sponge and Andal, and that single target burst came in to finish off both Beryl and Lucid. And they were, what is the dragon? You've seen the replay.
It's going to be an Ocean Soul as well this game, but it's double dragon for DRX.
Good start, but yeah, so they go for the play on Aiming. He has to burn a lot to get out of that situation. And then they're kind of on the back foot because Aiming's so low, so even though those tools are down, they're kiting away, Beryl's taking a lot of damage. And then they go for this turn, But again, the damage isn't onto Teddy. It's AoE across the targets. They disengage, they kill Beryl, and then Lucid tries to commit for the kill, and he gets it, but Sponge manages to turn it around. And he has Sundered Sky at this point.
Yeah, that was the thing, because he went down to like 50 health, but then got a third of his health bar back because Sundered Sky is busted.
Yeah. That's the thing, is like Wukong's really strong, and he does buy Sundered Sky, but he gets a second.
Yeah.
Whereas Pantheon, he buys Sundered Sky first. Big difference maker.
You could theoretically buy it first as Wukong, but then you'd feel a whole bunch worse. So it's probably not going to be a thing.
Yeah.
Beryl is going to be going back. I'm glad that Jonas Strong gives it a little bit of a zoom in, because we do need to draw attention to the fact that he is not indeed using his skin that he does have for winning Worlds in 2020.
Someone needs to remind him. Maybe he's forgotten.
Yeah, and he changed up his skin as well, because he used to use the, like, what was the red and gray one that came out a really long time ago? It was like the release skin.
Oh,
the Iron something?
Iron Solari one?
No.
Iron...
Something else. Maybe it's not Iron. Maybe that is just Iron Solari. He does have an on-theme item, which is pretty cool.
The Locket of the Iron Solari.
Yeah, there we go. Feeling pretty Leona vibe there. He already had the shield, though, so does he even really need to buy the item? Because, like, you can see it. The item was already there from the beginning.
You know, maybe you should get item synergies, right?
Yeah.
Build an item that syncs with your champion.
That'd be really cool. Maybe you could actually, your champion could have all the items as well, like dangling off them in some way or another.
Well, with Leona, you just have to shoot.
It would be hard, though, wouldn't it? When, like, an AD carry has, like, 11 swords. They just have, like, swords coming out of their ears and stuff like that. And then they'd be shooting a gun half the time.
Yeah, also when you have components and you just have, like, 6 long swords because you're playing Talon.
Yeah.
And then you flip over a wall, but you drop all your long swords.
It would look a little janky.
They fall out your
maybe
pocket,
that
you
would
spam when
actually
they
make
pick
it
them up.
better. It might make it better.
Yeah. You know what? I think that's something we're missing a little bit in modern League of Legends.
Yeah.
The jank.
Yeah, where's the wackiness?
Yeah.
I think bring more spaghetti back. That's what we need. Maybe this is just like the Rise vibes getting to us. That's what we really want. Just doesn't feel as cultured as. Okay, in goes Lucid, looking for a little bit of a trade towards Sponge. As out goes Andil. Solar Flare, you're gonna only get the slow. As Andil will be staying alive for now, or gets the redemption heal. That's actually what saves him in that particular play. Man, that burst damage at the end, pretty huge. Still DK, only able to get 1 kill so far this game.
Scary times, and if that stun is connected from the Solar Flare, I think certainly would have been Andil dead, but the Ghost allows him to sidestep, get out. But it does give the pressure over to D+. They are looking towards this Herald.
Yep.
Andil's coming back on the map, and it looks like DRX wanting to contest this one.
All right, well, Showmaker, possible turn angle here for DRX. Remember, Sponge and Yehu are pretty scary. Still, the Rift Herald is going to go down. Beryl in amongst it once again as Sponge taking a lot of damage. Teddy, oh man, you could feel the killer instinct.
Yeah, that was
armed and ready.
That was a Leona with a Celestial opposition. And now I've noticed, you know how we have like 80 carries with multiple swords? This Leona does just have 2 shields.
Yeah, it is a bit of a...
You know, we have dual wielding, this is dual shielding.
Dual shielding sounds pretty legit, though. I feel like that's something that, like, Cassante would be really good at.
Yeah.
Just doesn't use the Natofos anymore, just uses a bunch of shields.
No, Cassante's been
actually
overpowered for long enough. We don't need to make him.
You know what it sounds like? It actually sounds like Link from Breath of the Wild. Because you actually need to have so many shields.
Yeah.
Because if you're ever doing like the shield surfing thing, those things just break like instantly. You need to have another one in case you get shot with an arrow. So maybe it's sort of like that angle. So that you can always have one of them out, but you can actually have some in your inventory that doesn't make any physical sense.
An extra shield.
Yeah. Because there is precedent in other video games for that to be okay.
Yeah, I'm not sure item durability would work
and
so
in Mary
well.
Poppins, because Mary Poppins is a documentary, right? That's real life, and like she's got the bag that's like super duper mega bit like full of stuff. And like,
as someone who lived in the UK for a long time, I can say yes.
Yeah,
100%.
Did you know Julie Andrews as well? Like, were you mates?
Yeah, good friends.
Oh, that's really cool. Dick Van Dyke as well, because I love that guy.
Yeah, of course.
Oh, man, I really want to come hang out with you and your family. As DK, there was almost a scuffle there, but there wasn't actually in the end. As Grand Starfall to come down, flash out from Showmaker, the flash in from Sponge, and from Yehu as well. And Showmaker will be stabbed to death in the end, but bit of an overextension perhaps, as teleports are now coming on through. Xiu trying to set up for this one, but now he's 2 versus 1. The rest of DK continuing the fight, but the equalizer comes down. The Ram comes on in, and Xiu trying to stop Yehu from doing much more, but the Acathian rains down, and Teddy's able to take down the Monkey. Now Aiming having to deal with this. He does do a fair bit of damage, and Beryl is going to be once again falling. Aiming surviving is a big deal, but this is also sole point for DRX.
Good cleanup there from DRX. You know, the target selection's great. They take out Showmaker on the bot side, and then Teddy finding an angle to punish, to take out Lucid. And it just felt like D+ kind of scattered, kind of separated. Shiwu TP'd in alone. We'll see the replay. So the ult comes down, and instantly the call is like, hey, we need to save our mid laner, but it's too late. Yehu flashes in. Showmaker's dead. Unfortunately, it's the Ornn team being into this, so they can't really kill Shiwu quick enough. But we see Lucid getting focused down here initially, so Lucid ends up pretty low because of the equalizer and the rel damage. And then Teddy sees a window, jumps in, takes him out, flashes away. Could have actually even have gone in more aggressively, but doesn't want to give Aiming a chance. And so Aiming just has to disengage, and they clean up the kill on a Beryl.
Yeah, it's really nicely done. You did see on the kite back that Aiming was doing a fair bit of damage, but just not quite able to leverage it in this particular game. Still, it is not a massive lead. 1.3k is nothing to write home about, but that soul point going to be a big deal. It is just an Ocean Soul.
Yeah.
So DK fans can be a little bit pleased. Like if it was a Hextech Soul, for example, this is not DNF, this is DRX. So they will probably be able to make that one work.
It's not the biggest soul. Also, I feel like with Ocean Soul, the tankier your team is, the better it feels. You know, I think if it's on the other side, if you have like an Ornn with an Ocean Soul, it can feel a lot harder to cut through. But like DRX's comp is fairly squishy and bursty, so it's like you win or lose the fight so quickly. You're not getting that much Ocean value in fights, and there's not that much poke, really. Well, there's a bit from Corki, and that's kind of all you're sustaining through. It's not that it's useless, just not the highest value. But DRX threatening that, definitely going to be a point of strength for them.
Certainly is. Showmaker is now just going to be guiding Shelly towards this inner turret. I don't know whether she's successfully going to pick up a secondary charge or anything like that. Actually, never mind. She is. That's kind of crazy. Yeah, it wasn't actually able to walk up and stop that.
Yeah, I would have thought that wouldn't be able to go through, but yeah, a lot more value than I think D+ bargained for on that one.
Yeah. It did feel like a little bit of a last-minute Herald put down as well, so definitely very valuable. Xiu does hit item number 2, Hollow Radiance, to come in. Has also upgraded his Rookern currently.
Unending Despair, actually. Hollow Radiance is the...
oh, sorry. I always get those ones mixed up.
Yeah.
Just
they
obviously
have
don't
similar...
play enough tank.
Yeah, they have a similar vibe, you know?
Yeah.
I feel like...
Hollow, why don't I just call them both Hollow Despair?
Yeah, no, that'd be a good fix.
Yeah, just figure it out that way. Tanking item of various outcomes. Hollow Despair. Perfect. All right. Well, Beryl and Lucid clearing out some vision here.
Hollow Despair doesn't just seem like you're describing...
It feels very sad, doesn't it?
How KT felt after that loss.
Yes. Just a bit of Hollow Despair. Kind of how DK are going to feel if they lose this series as well. Or maybe chronically how he's going to feel if they lose this series. Maybe DK don't care at all. As Showmaker is able to dissonance his way out of dodge, the Artican going to be the next thing on the menu as DK thinking that maybe they'll just take an outer turret in mid, and that is going to happen here.
Yeah, good pickup. Teddy has to respect them and back away. DRX lent heavily down towards the bot side and gave up a lot of pressure mid, and now D+ using that to move in.
Banana
put up
brush
access
control.
here. Yeah, Banana Brush control. So DRX have to try and make their way back in. They are looking for Lucid, but Wukong not the easiest target to punish.
Well, Beryl's going to get crashed into here by Andal, but he's not really synced up with his team. Lucid will go down relatively low. I don't think they need to be too worried about it. Sponge taking a little bit of damage here from the Orianna over the wall.
There's no major motivation to fight. It feels like a lot of poking and prodding for the vision, and the vision is super important because Dragon's up in a minute, Atakan's up now, but there's no like, when the Dragon spawns, that's going to be the more pressing time to actually start the fight. Right now, it just feels like they're kind of jostling for position.
Yep. Well, Xiu continuing to clear things out in this mid lane. And he will be able to do so. Bottom side of the map, teleport in from Beryl. And he'll have his flash back up and available pretty quickly. Yeah, we're just trying to hold on to this bottom outer turret. but Beryl just daring him to press bear, wasn't he? That's exactly what happened. As in goes Lucid, finds a knock-up onto Teddy, another Cyclone, and down he goes! Just a little bit of brittle, and down goes Teddy. Shockwave means the end of Yahoo as well, as DK spring to life here at 23 minutes.
And DRX try and move to defend the bot lane and just end up completely caught out. D+ use that pressure they had mid, use the control they had in the enemy jungle to find 2 great picks, and now this Atakan's just a free pickup, and I'm not even sure if DRX can do anything about the dragon either.
Well, you can see there is at least an equalizer there if Rich wants to risk it, but there's also so many brushes, right, with this Ocean Rift. So it's just very dark and scary to get on in here. There's the knock-up on Andal as well as, yeah, they don't want to risk losing too much more. The Atakan is going to be taken, but Andal still has to flash away. And now Showmaker and Shiu are going to be enough to kill Sponge if he sticks around for too long, as the slows will just continue to stack up. So out he goes. And DK now will definitely have control of this Drake and will be able to deny the soul.
Yep, good work there from Showmaker in particular, just cutting down the HP, him and Shiwu, zoning them away, not giving any chance for Contester a steal. And the thing is, DRX had some big spikes coming in, you know, 2 items on the Rumble, 2 items on the Pantheon, 2 items on the Kai'Sa and the Annie. They were ready to fight, but they didn't get their window. And here, Teddy taking the dangerous route, just exploded by Lucid.
Yeah, it's a lot of gold going over to the Wukong as well that you're going to be very happy about. As Beryl, yep, he just wanted to collect the bear.
I think this is one of these situations where you have to accept that the tower is already dead. And you hanging around to try and defend it gives up so much more than that low HP tower.
Certainly did, because that meant Atakan into Dragon, into even more tempo around this map as well. And it's the Infinity Force done here for aiming also. Shiu at level 15 has upgraded 3 items thus far. And so the fact that it's a 1.4k gold lead is actually more than that, right? It's closer to 3 or 4 as far as those stats are concerned.
And also the Atakan.
Oh man, yeah. Well. And the Atakan only allows these items to come out even faster.
For the extra XP, yeah. I mean, the fact that the Ornn is highest level in the game, I mean, he is tied with some of the level 15s, but has the most XP off them. You're in a great spot. You know, if Shiu keeps handing out these items, you have this Orianna, Corki, who are scaling up to a great position. DRX feels they get like the game's in a delicate spot, and even if they get the Ocean Soul, it's not like an immediate out. It's not one of these souls that just drastically increase your chances of winning. It's nice, but if you get the Ocean Soul and lose the fight, you're probably just cooked anyway.
Speaking of cooked, the Monkey going to be in a little bit of trouble here. As Sponge going to get slowed down, but not stunned by the Solar Flare. Aiming still hunting for some rockets, but doesn't actually find too many. And Lucid eating the honey fruit. It's in his enemy base. They have cleared out this jungle pretty effectively. Baron has spawned a minute ago, but isn't something that they're really looking for right now. Just wanting to get their ducks in a row. All of these waves pushing forward. And DK really just on suffocation mode now. Really feeling like they have moved into a powerful spot. What they can sometimes do in game states like this is overextend. So we'll see whether Shiu is going to be able to safely get himself out of this one. What is going to happen? Well, actually, no, he's probably...
And Baron's up.
Yeah, so they are just going to do Baron.
I mean, Pantheon has ult.
He's level 13. He does have level 2 ult as well. It goes a little further, doesn't it?
They are running out of time quickly.
Well, he's also going to take
don't
the
do Scuttle Crab. You need to be there for Baron.
Nah, better get the crab. He's going to get the crab, though. As he does ult in, the Baron does go down. What? Crab wasn't even secured, so not even going to be able to get the consolation crab.
That pass is... I mean, you can't just kill the Rumble. You just don't have the damage.
Well, Yahoo is going to get missed by a Zenith Blade. Shoutouts to our previous series as now Showmaker gets dove on by Sponge, but that is not really where he wants to be. Showmaker and Aiming are actually cut off by from the rest of the team though, and Teddy is free hitting.
Okay.
They still just can't get in, as Aiming now might be able to help his Ornn make his way out. But that is way more than DRX could have ever hoped for after the Baron falls.
Yeah, they cooked them completely in that choke, so good turnaround there, bit of an overcommit from D+, but it was a strange play. I just don't see how they ever thought they were going to kill the Ornn in the bot lane with just the Pantheon and the Rumble. Give up the Baron essentially for free, but here, it's an overcommit. You lose the Orianna Shockwave, and then here, you dive so deep into this play. huge amount of value from the Annie with the Tibbers there. The MR Shred comes through with the Rumble as well. And Aiming and Showmaker just are unable really to get access to good targets in the fight. It's a really bad spot to fight around that brush next to the Raptor camp, because the enemy carriers can retreat in multiple directions as you sort of aggress forwards. And a game that started to feel like it was really pulling away from DRX, maybe bouncing back a little bit. It's still in favor of D+. Still 2,000 gold lead. They still have Baron and multiple members with those ornaments coming in, but it shows that it's not completely done yet.
Yeah, it's got that teetering feeling, doesn't it? It's where it's right now, the dial is pointing towards DK, but there is some wobble to it.
It's feeling pretty Rise Group.
I would say there's a bit of wookle to it.
Yeah, a little bit of wookle.
A little bit of wookle in there as the crash down comes on through, gets a decoy.
You know, they did a lot of damage to that decoy.
Yeah. So Lucid needs to be careful. If it's ever the real one, he will take a little less damage, but maybe not that much less. As building towards G8 for Adam number 3 when that comes through, it's going to be very, very scary. Same to be said for Sponge, though. As Lucid once again going to get engaged on, but Beryl very happy to just tank up as much as they want to dish out. DRX now moving over, wanting to get themselves a soul if they can find it. DK really don't want them to do that, but the split pushing on is something they need to respect. Magnustorm collects a couple of them as Aiming is going to be the focus. Benandil going to be going down first. The Ram coming through. Yahoo able to actually walk his way out, and Aiming will be taken down. There goes Lucid as well, and this time Showmaker will survive, but Beryl is also going to be dead. Rich picks up that one, and Shiu is just waddling about because he wasn't there.
Andal with a beautiful engage there, managing to find it, and the layering of the damage on top just completely cooks Aiming. You know, Teddy doesn't immediately jump in, doesn't get blown up, the recourse isn't there. And as much as D+ try to fight their way out of it, it's so hard to reposition after a fight starting in that way.
And that is going to be Ocean Soul going over to DRX. DK still with a slight gold lead, but this is going to mean that DRX can just go for these blades over and over again. Rich's health bar not going to be low for very much longer as the Ram is going to be called out once again. Gets a cheeky little knock up onto Sponge, but now he's low and he's just dead.
Wow.
Gio, I think overestimating how tanky he was.
Yeah, there's a lot of shred between the double blood ladders, the black cleaver on Sponge, a lot of resistance shred coming through, and he didn't actually have that much armor going into that because he didn't have his Randuin's finished. But here, so Andal finds this great engagement at Aiming. A look immediately, the layering of the Tibbers and the Equalizer on top. Aiming just gets completely melted, so he can't really participate in the fight, and Rich flashes to kill him. Meanwhile, Teddy jumped down to kill Lucid, chases Showmaker out. And I think just that engage from Andal really set everything up, but it was the layering as well. Rich and Yahoo following up. And even if Aiming had survived there, obviously Rich finished him off at the end, but even if he had lived, he was kind of just like out the fight, unable to participate other than firing the occasional rocket.
Wasn't going to be able to do too much. And now we are desperate for an Oblivion Orb here on the side of DK, because it will get even more difficult to finish off these targets, because not only that, they've also got a bunch of extra items, right? So a little bit extra durability. Terminus is done here for Teddy as well. So that will really help the longevity of this Kai'Sa in a fight. Sponge also finishes the GA.
You know what's big is that Aiming banned both the summoners in the last fight, and obviously Andal flashed. Yahoo still has his flash.
Oh no. And Teddy has both suns as well.
And there's no QSS, there's no Mikhails, so if Yahoo sees an angle just to get on Aiming, you can just run at him in Q, and even if he Valks, right, the Q still hits, and then you just Tibbers on top of his head. So I'm a little concerned for Aiming. I mean, Showmaker also, no flash, doesn't have a Zhonya's yet, does have that Seraph shield, but I'm not even sure that's going to be enough. So it's very dangerous ground right now for D+.
Well, now we've got the Ram coming out again as Rich in trouble. He's going to go golden as Sponge turns up. Lucid is just out of there, though, and Shiu, I think he's burning his flash here as he does get himself out. Still DRX, they turn on a dime. Great Grand Starfall there from Sponge to make sure that Rich was going to be okay. But that Zhonya's cooldown is going to be up so incredibly quickly, and that flash, not so much.
Yeah, I mean, I do think of everyone on D+, the Ornn flash being down is not the biggest hit, but it's still
what about the cool Ram Slam?
Oh, the Ram Slam? Yeah.
The Flash Ram Slam's pretty cool.
He was so looking to do that.
Yeah.
You have GA just picked up there for Teddy.
That's a big deal.
So he is even more of a threat. And I feel like Aiming's been sitting on these items for a while. Doesn't have his IE yet.
I've seen this one before. This time, there is the rest of DK over here. The engage from Andal, not going to be quite as pivotal, but Rich is making his way in. Choke point going to be there with the equalizer. That is so much value. And DK now going to have Lucid getting caught out. He has to flash to get himself over this wall. The Void Seeker missing is such a huge deal. My God, I think that just kept their jungler alive. But DRX still going to have their eyes glued to this Baron. And with Xiu dead, he does have teleport, but that's still 40 seconds before the Ornn is back, and they're just going to start this up.
I think Xiu is just overestimating his tankiness. You got to remember there's double bloodletters, there's malignance, there's the harpoons from Rich as well. You know, the fact that Annie has the pen she gets from her ult, I believe. She gets pen now.
Yeah.
There's so much actual magic shred that he's not nearly as tanky as he thinks he is. So when he steps up here, especially with no flash, they just immediately turn onto him. You know, they would have loved to get Aiming as well, but they know he has Valkyrie. But this half HP Xiu just gets melted through.
Yep, and he was the one that didn't have flash, right? I think it's actually beautiful the DRX go for this because they knew that he had no way out of the play. And even though Lucid manages to survive, avoids the Void Seeker, like all this sort of stuff, it doesn't matter. The Baron still goes over to DK. And now they're, Baron still goes over to DRX.
That's actually a thing to think about, is the fact that, so Pantheon gets Armor Pen on his ult rank.
Yeah.
Annie gets Magic Pen on her ult rank. Rich, there's Rumble gets Magic Pen when he lands the harpoons. There's so much like free pen on those, and they all have pen applying items. So I think that's part of the thing, is that Xiu just gets shredded. He really doesn't, he isn't as tanky as he thinks he is based on his items.
Well, they're going to dive on towards Sponge. They get his flash. That's something. Trade it for the Shockwave and the Cyclone. I mean, Xiu is, he looks pretty tanky right now, as he is going to head to the Forge to build something up.
I mean,
that is going to be an upgraded GA, which is kind of crazy. Teddy, he's got his, but yeah, decoy over the wall. Redemption has to be employed here to get Lucid back to at least somewhat healthiness. And it's going to be an Elder Flip, ladies and gentlemen.
Yep.
That is the most cultural outcome a series can get to.
Full 5 ornaments have been completed.
Yeah.
Or D+.
So basically what that means is that gold is even, pretty much, as far as stats are concerned. Although there is a Baron as well, so it's a little bit in favor of DRX. We'll be able to take this inner turret at the same time. Aiming going to have that back stopped. But this is their last opportunity to go for a reset, but they're not going to be able to get any setup. They did manage to get the crab, so there's at least that. But this inner turret is just going to fall. DRX using this Baron so effectively. Still, Infinity Edge done for Aiming. That is kind of a big deal. But can they actually win a fight? That's going to be the question here. Because the Corki pretty far away from this fight right now as Beryl is boosting around, going pretty quick. We'll have that heal back up and available very, very quickly. Unsealed spellbook things. All right, in goes Andal, finds 2. Magnus Storm comes down. Beryl getting in amongst it, Aiming, trying to kite his way out, but Teddy gets on top of him with a killer instinct. Yahu does fall, but remember, Xiu wasn't even there. Sponge now going to get knocked up as Showmaker, just not quite enough DPS in this fight, and DRX, they take 2 and they trade it for the Annie.
The target selection's so good from DRX there, and now Rich looking for more.
Yeah, he's just going to be flashing in here as the Redemption comes down. They pick up a bit of a heal, and Xiu is actually able to help out here. The Ram going to get a nice few knockups, but Rich, the walking flamethrower, is so incredibly scary, and DRX should be able to move back, break open this base, and look for an Elder.
Little bit, maybe could have gone badly there, I think, for DRX, maybe overstepped a little bit, but I think the Ocean Soul actually coming in clutch there. You saw with the damage from Xiu and Showmaker, some of the health bars get low, but the healing comes in, they're able to back away, and they will pick up this Elder. DRX playing with conviction here.
Yeah.
And right now, D+ really on the back foot. You know, we talked about the ornament gold being able to equalize some of the differential. Isn't enough ornaments in the world to make up for the Elder buff.
Nope. That is just not going to be it. And we thought there was going to be an Elder flip, but it wasn't actually the case as Andal went for this engage. It felt like Aiming was going to be okay, but then the fact that Sponge and Sponge gets to deliver Teddy right on top of him.
I kind of love the late engage because it means Lucid can't do anything, and because the Wukong's not doing anything, there's no counter engage really. So Aiming's just kind of like, well, at least they're not on me, but then they are, right?
Yeah.
And you don't have your Wukong doing anything because he's being focused, so it kind of feels like DRX have such this good approach where they don't need everyone on aiming at the same time. And they did that in that previous fight as well when, you know, Andal went on to aiming, the equalizer was there, Yehu was there, but Teddy didn't immediately dive in. I think they've been very measured with how many members they need on targets and not all over committing into a shockwave, which we've seen teams do before.
Well, right now, DK just desperately trying to hold on to their waves as Endo went so far up into the sky. Yehu gets into that backline, though. Tibbers goes down, and they're fighting against an Elder, and that is never going to work. As Lucid trying to flash his way out, but it does not happen. Still, aiming is able to get one back. But DRX, they are so incredibly deadly right now.
The front line gone down. It's Lucid Showmaker aiming to try and defend, but it's such hard odds to beat the Ocean Soul in pocket, the Elder in pocket. They got to try and make a miracle defense here.
Yep, Lucid getting poked out by these Void Seekers as well. If two more of those land, I mean, he's just dead. As the Warrior Trickster does come on through, there is another Void Seeker to connect. They are dealing with these waves relatively well, as there is, of course, a Corki and an Orianna. They can actually handle that. But first Nexus turret is going to go down. Rich wrapping around to try and get the pincer move, and it's going to work. He roasts them all as the double comes through, and the Nexus will go down. 39 minutes. These teams doing exactly what they promised. It's a long one, but it's a DRX win.
And there were some moments, you know, where it looked like D+ was starting to get control, but I think the engages from DRX, the target selection, just refusing to let D+ play their game. And, you know, these compositions based around these two carries having, you know, the Corki and the Orianna, they just started to feel invisible. You know, Showmaker kept having to back off in the fights, aiming permanently targeted. And I think DRX really flourished. They saw their targets, they killed their targets, they made it real simple, and multiple threats. The Pantheon in particular, you know, the question has started to be, can we leave Pantheon open? Can we trade it? I think the answer we've had today is no.
And also, but the problem is when it's up, pick it, for God's sake.
Like, look how much 35,000 damage, by the way.
But do you know what they got in response? They got a Wukong.
Yeah, and you know what? Lucid has played Pantheon before. He's a good Pantheon player.
Exactly. They knew. But that wasn't what they decided to go with. Instead, they decided to make it a little bit more difficult for themselves. And they did lose game number 1. DK, can they come back in game number 2? I think odds are we're going to hit a 3-game, right?
Pretty.
Chances are...
It's Rise Group.
Like, if you ask the 8-ball, it's going to tell you it's culture, baby. Let's get to a break. When we come back, the space is going to break it down. We'll have game 2. See you soon.
해볼게. 타워 칠 수 있으면 쳐봐. 얘들아 풀 돌고 하는 거. 내 반대 풀 돌고. 아니야 쳐봐. 나 우리 높여. 나 우리 풀 안 썼었다. 이제 다음 라인 오긴 하는데. 천천히 하자. 야 이제 반대 풀 있어. 야 내가 이쪽 가 가면게. 야 우리 이쪽 가 가면게. 야 질러줘 런머리야. 질러줄게. 우리 공은 이제 돌아. 얘 타워. 질러진다 여기. 공 잡고. 나이스. 딱 이거야.
Masu on the Lucian. Now, Team Liquid is thinking about full sending it here. A firing squad for Quad, but he pops the Seeker's arm guard and stays alive, gets out of the range of the Spectral Wall, and the Shockwave finds them all. Core JJ's gonna die first. Quad's still alive a little bit longer, but he's finally shut down by Yawn. But it costs them everything.
I caught a glimpse of your rebel tattoo. I feel the sun coming over the moon.
Deles e a pergunta, será que vai estourar? A chegada agora do Wise na frontline. Vai tentar o abate, mas ele que deve ser abatido. Ultimate ótimo do Doom por enquanto de eliminação. Curiano ainda buscar, acaba caindo pelo Doom do outro lado. É suporte por caçador, a ulta vai se estendendo cada vez mais. E o Kazé segura o nome no meio do caminho. FNB ainda tenta, acaba sendo eliminado. Neutralização dele, Titã tá liberado. Ele assume, Titã de triple. O homem simplesmente não para.
Ele resolve, ele flash e consegue abates importantes. Apenas o Kazé de pé, ele não tem flash pra sair daí. O time da PEN vai caçar ele até a morte.
사이온을 잡긴 잡았는데 그리고 아타칸
아타칸 체력이 3,000원밖에 없어요. 이거 탐나겠는데요.
한번 맞게
점점을 달려 그림 케이스 진짜 그림 같습니다. 케이스 올라갑니다.
Bên phía đây xin quân Will, người đi dừng bên phía đây gam là Levi bây giờ mới tới thấy con rồng tụt xuống đâu đó khoảng 5.400 máu, 4.000 máu. Levi đang muốn vào, đối phương trong không chế vào đó là rồng cho bên phía đội của gam bắt đầu xả ra tường, đang bắn lẹ đi nhưng ta bị dí vào Imo. Eddie có được mạng ở trên đường trên đối phương muốn cắt vào, ngăn kịp thành công. Artemis đang được bắn nhưng đối phương quá đông. Artemis cảm giác là khó làm được, không đấy ta làm được. Sát thương cực kỳ nhiều, double kill dành cho bên phía đội của gam và gam sẽ có chiến thắng hay không? Vẫn còn nguyên sâm thiên thần. Một trận đấu mà có lẽ là không anh chứ ai.
又到了上把那个循环了，这个口子好像见过哎。轩先甩你一下，但旁边一个勾又没勾到，哇，有点可惜，大招直接甩了，看你勾空了，这波勾尾直接闪现大招，但是旁边大还不错，有人能跟吗？双 C 伤害太高了，巨尾出现被秒掉，泰坦一倒地输入伤害少了很多，那旁边再秒一个回当体，再飞，达到3杀，脚闪现，再拿到个胯抓 Q， 有没有5杀了？但出面的控制，屏障减速，要5杀了，而且艾文还给他了，你就宠他吧，艾文，潘塔 Q 给到佩子。 佩子也是拿到了5杀。
갑니다. DRX.
오로라가 도냐까지 샀기 때문에 여차하면 궁 쓰면서 도냐 핑퐁까지 생각하면 예. 잠깐만요. 비자! 이거 난리 났는데요.
DRX.
이러면 시우가 라인을 지워야죠 일단.
시우가 넘어갑니다. 대포 미녀. 시우가 넘어갑니다. 올라가면서 역으로 몰아붙이는 거.
이러면 리버스 비자!
시우 갑니다. 기회가!
레전드그룹 반성해라. 이게 진정한 롤이다. 이게 롤이지.
야, 진짜 재미는 여기서.
와, 마지막 상황이 시우가 정말.
It's a dream start for DRX and a bit of a nightmare for D plus Kia. It is 1-0 DRX after game number 1 in this battle of Rise Group teams. Degon here alongside Ox and Ox Wolf and Chronicler. I can't believe I did this again. A Wolf and Chronicler after that last one.
I got to take the heat for this one. I said, or I haven't said it, but I'm going to say it now. And I think Degon was feeling these vibes. I'm not mad. I'm disappointed.
Yes.
And you know, that's for me. That's a lot. I generally try to keep it together, but I want to obviously hone in on what DRX did really well, because I think that this is actually a really big win for them, even if it is only a game win. The run for that third place in the group is still very much in order. As I really want to highlight DRX, I I don't understand how they have this few turrets. It didn't end up mattering, right, because the game dragged on. But I think that this is actually one of their biggest weaknesses and what is really holding this team back. I actually think that if they fix their prio on turrets earlier on, this team would be in a much better state. That's so much gold that they're missing out on. They also have the record for latest turret taken in the group.
They just don't cross-map very often. They try to defend, fight fire with fire, so they very rarely find themselves in situations where a team commits to trying to collapse onto Teddy and they get something else on the cross. They often just like either commit to that fight I was talking about, fire for fire, or they try to and then like, oh, never mind, that's not a fight we can take. My biggest issue with D+ in these drafts is that they are once again just kind of going to meta picks like, Rumble, the answer to that is the Ornn, but she has looked not great on the Ornn. Like, lean into your own style, D+. They just keep refusing to do that, and it's costing them big because they also have big shot calling problems, which we've been talking about all year, it feels like, at this point.
Yeah, and early on in this game, it was the Pantheon getting things done over and over again. A couple skirmishes where Sponge gets the cleanup.
And the casters kept highlighting it for a reason. The Pantheon is just insane right now. And I think that there are scenarios where we've seen the Pantheon be traded and it be worth it. But they also got Rumble, who on this patch, by the way, is bonkers broken. Really well highlighted here during the cast, as well as the power of Triforce versus Sundered Sky. Sponge healed for like 600 throughout that whole sequence, by the way. Absolutely insane. But what is a bigger deal is that this is really just showcasing how much the Pantheon got done and how disjointed DK look. Because these type of side lane picks actually end up being what decides the game repeatedly.
And D+ need to be aware that if they're going to hard force pushing a side lane or being very laissez-faire with their setups, Pantheon punishes that every time because they can always be there faster. Another issue for D+ in these skirmishes is they're very late on the rotation. You saw in that very first clip as well. She shows up again way too late to the party, and D+ just keep not being able to stay grouped. And it's a shot calling issue, right? If you're all on the same page, if you're making this play with your side laner, like Faker's so famous for this, right? He pushes up in the side lane, baits the engage, the rest of the team is ready to collapse instantly. D+ are not ready to collapse, so these picks and sides, these pinches mean not only are they losing Showmaker, but then they're losing setup, and then the teleport comes in, and now she was like, I'm in the wrong spot, I can't actually rejoin my team.
Yeah, now despite some of those early plays that DRX had, D+ able to get towers, play around the map pretty well. They're in a pretty good position here, Cronny.
They were actually in a favorable position, but the issue is, and again, I think it's easy to highlight that she wasn't here, which was a big problem this game. But why are we up 4 map? We are literally like right in front of a rel that clearly looks to engage in us when our top laner doesn't have TP. The setup here makes no sense, and I think that there's a later fight where it was more Shiu's fault than it was because he had TP back then. But right here, you are wanting to push with Baron, I get that. But you need Ornn there, and if you can't push a side lane, that's fine, but this ends up costing them the Ocean Soul, and I think that this actually ended up being the game decider, because after this, DK lost all semblance of control. Because of the Ocean Soul, they couldn't even go for like the longer fights. And it is specifically something that we've seen with a lot of teams that are really struggling. DNF, I think, showed a lot of this as well, where there is just no cohesive voice, and it's very obvious.
I mean, if you have the Ornn there, that rel engage doesn't work out as well. You know, if he's able to TP in, maybe you could buy a little bit of time, the Ornn helps you turn it, but obviously DRX are also tracking that TP timer, and if you're side laning with a Jax, you know, or a grubbed up Ziggs or something, it's like, okay, it's okay, but it's Ornn, he's not taking those turrets out, so it just wasn't not an optimal setup, and a similar situation here.
And this one, I think, is more attributable to Shiu specifically, because it could have TP'd earlier. But it's, again, what we really want to highlight with this is just how disjointed DK look. Why are we this far up when we're not actually ready to take a fight? Because if you're this far up when you are behind in a game, look at Beryl! Look, he's literally halfway on the map! When
they're dangling him like bait.
Which was taken.
Yeah, I mean, where's the setup? Where is the turn here for D+? Like, you can see, look at Showmaker, he's like, I don't think so. They're just so split in a line, and obviously all of DRX could collapse them one by one and take them out when there's just no follow-up. If Beryl is there and Showmaker turns an engage onto Beryl into, oops, you engaged on Leona, I've got a shockwave, then it's a completely different story, but this team just isn't planning anything, seemingly, in any setup, whether that's contesting for neutral on ways, whether that's setting up for an objective, defending your base. This is not a game plan.
And I really want to highlight, to me, this isn't about an individual player on DK. And that, to me, I think Aining is the only one that in this game really couldn't have done anything more, even though I have been critical of some of his plays. I think he just doesn't get to play the game because playing into Pantheon and Kai'Sa. But everyone else on the team, Showmaker is getting ganked so much. Xiu clearly doesn't know how to play tanks, which he either needs a team to cover for him or they need to swap up the drafts. And then the struggles of Beryl and Lucid, who are supposed to be the team fight facilitators, are very obvious as well.
And that's what I like that you guys broke down at the top of this segment. It was DRX playing to who they are. They don't take towers early. They play the late game. If they get there, they know how to close it on out. D+ testing a little bit and getting punished for it. Let's see what they do here in game number 2.
Thank you very much, gentlemen, for that breakdown. I really like that they made sure that they did it the hard way.
I like that we got to see Mao breaking down.
Yeah, he did break down. Because the only highlight they really needed, I'm pretty sure, was when the Pantheon got locked in on red side.
Yeah.
That's the only replay I would have needed. Just the lock-in of the Wukong instead of identifying the champion that was broken. As that is an image. That will linger.
Is it gonna?
That will linger
with
me.
Eat the DRX? Why is it? What's it with eating?
Why is DRX a potato? I don't know.
We had
either.
the sponge eating the teeny thing, and now.
I mean, the SpongeBob was perfect.
Yeah.
That was extraordinary, terrifying, but really artistically driven. That one was just pure nightmare fuel. That's all I can really say. And the last time I heard this music, it was also nightmare fuel.
That's the sort of thing you see on TV when you're like 7 years old, and it gives you.
Yeah, nightmares forever. You know, I went when I was 10 and saw the theater performance of Phantom of the Opera.
Yeah.
My mother needed to put on like Christmas carols every night just so that I could get to sleep. I was so terrified. So terrified. Which, looking back, doesn't really make very much sense, and the music is fantastic. So I don't know. It's just something about it got me. It was when he was in a hood, and like it was like he was just like lurking. I didn't like the lurking very much.
Super appreciative of the music at that time.
Yeah, no, I didn't quite understand it too much. But also that particular performance was really, really good. Anyway, speaking of performances, let's get into this game number 2. Ambessa has already been taken away, and the Poppy will be removed as well. Kind of interesting, the Ambessa was not actually looked at in the previous game. Aurora is still up and available, and so is the Azir. Azir soon to be banned. I think that's likely going to be leaving next.
Yeah, it could be a situation where D+ try and go for the Aurora first pick, and if DRX ban it, they take Gwen instead, because Ambessa's usually pretty good into Gwen. We've seen that matchup go pretty okay for the Ambessa recently. So if you ban Aurora, Gwen no longer has anything that I think you can play into it that comfortably. So that might be the angle, actually. And it kind of comes down to DRX now. Do you ban Azir? Do you ban Aurora?
Do you ban Gwen? Could do a few different things here, I guess. See where they do want to go. Maybe you just don't ban either the Aurora or the Azir and just be happy with getting one of them, but instead it will be the Azir taken away.
So I assume now it's going to be the Aurora first pick, and the Aurora means that the Gwen's going to feel really bad if you take it in return.
It's the possibility.
And you can also flex it. Obviously, it's part of the power on top of that, so...
And Xiu did pick up a pentakill the last time he played it. Ignore the rest of the game entirely. The pentakill was pretty cool. But yeah, really ignore the rest of the game.
Yeah, I think it's going to be the pick, and it will come through. And then I'm wondering what Rich would take into it. Nothing feels fun at the moment into Aurora.
No. Maybe he just blinds Sion. He is nodding a fair bit as, oh my goodness. There are risks, and there is just picking Gwen into Aurora.
Yeah, in fairness, you know, we've seen sometimes this matchup not go as badly, and then we've sometimes seen it where it's like, get me out. So Rich clearly thinking he can handle it, and it's not going to be a fun time, but obviously Gwen, if you get it to the later stages, is still going to be a powerful pick. Rise quickly coming in for Yehu in the mid lane. His most played so far in rounds 3 to 5.
And Lucid is picking a champion that can build Sundered Sky first. And I respect that.
Yeah, looks like Showmaker might bring out the Cassiopeia, which we've seen a good amount. We haven't been super sold on it. Obviously, into Rise, you know.
I mean, Closer has made it work sometimes, so I'm interested to see whether it's going to happen once again.
Yeah.
As Lucid looking pretty visibly flustered here.
I will say it's, you know, with the Jarvan, you can throw the Miasma down inside the Cataclysm. It's pretty good into Gwen as well, so it has decent value there too. And now deliberating what to take in the jungle, it seems.
Hovering quite a few things, but I don't think who's going to be locking away the Briar this time. So Xin Zhao going to be coming on through. Bit of a Demacian jungle scenario here.
Not really going for anything too out of the box. Just very standard picks. But I feel like, you know, Xin Zhao, obviously powerful in his own right, might be a little bit uncomfortable into the Cassiopeia just with the Miasma. But we've seen it was that highlight play from Owner was specifically in the Cassiopeia, that big pop-off one he got. So, you know, if you can get on top of her, obviously you can cause some issues. Neither team having a look into the bot lane yet, though. The Varus ban does come through in the second rotation, though.
Kind of crazy that Varus made it all the way through to the second rotation of bans.
Yeah. I wonder how much of that comes down to these teams and how much comes down to that he did get that little love tap. You know, it's hard to...
It is really Teddy. Like, Teddy does really like Varus. But not going to be playing it this time around. Wasn't even looking to pick it up on R4.
And you got to remember, game one, it was Leona Rel. Neither are like super high prio in terms of the engaged supports. So there's a lot of picks still open. And we've just seen Varus, Braum as the first two bans. I'm talking Rakan, I'm talking Alistar, I'm talking Nico.
Yeah.
All up and available. Nico will get banned by DRX.
And with the Leona already taken away with Fearless, you can understand why people do like the Leona into the Nico.
Maybe the Alistar ban from D+. I feel like Rakan is a little bit uncomfortable to play in the Cassiopeia Aurora, but who knows?
Yep. And you can imagine that D+ pretty happy to get their hands onto a Rakan themselves. See whether they can actually get them into a position to do so. Maybe they just slam like a Kalista lane or something weird like that, as Rakan is actually going to be banned away by them.
Yeah, so...
Alistar now probably pretty likely, I guess.
Yeah, I'm trying to think what else you would go. I mean, you could just go 80 carry here, leave support till later if you wanted to be a little bit more flexible, but I think Alistar makes the most sense.
Yep, get to take it away from Beryl as well, and Andal pretty happy about the whole scenario. Let's see where Aiming and Beryl want to go. I mean, Sivir is still up as far as the tier list is concerned.
I mean, I wouldn't be surprised if they just did some like slam Sivakama based on what D+ have been playing in general.
And they have a job in there as well to start fights if they would really like to. So the Sivir is already going to be hovered. And I believe that is likely to be the outcome, as never mind. Bit of a switch up. As the Jhin will eventually be the decision.
Okay.
Jhin Bard, is it happening?
Jhin Bard could be. Beryl definitely has Bard vibes.
He does.
Play already.
But it's Nautilus instead, adding another layer of engage.
Doesn't feel amazing, the matchup in the Alistar, and also just into some of the picks you get a little bit mangled, but also feels like a little bit of anti-synergy with the Jarvan, because when the Cataclysm goes down, you're kind of, you know, you Q and you're outside of it.
Yeah, true. But the Bard, that feels fantastic. So that's what they're going to lock in.
Especially in the Alistar. Really strong lane, you know.
Especially alongside Cassiopeia, because you get to Tempered Fate, and then she gets to set up right in front of them.
Oh, not super hot on the Ezreal here. A lot of safety, right, into the Cataclysm, the Miasma.
This is one of the weakest early lanes you can possibly have.
And Ezreal just hasn't been delivering.
No.
Hasn't really inspired too much joy recently in the LCK. I feel like the first three picks for DRX were very much like, okay, these are like really strong tier list picks. I think the Alistar obviously is pretty high in terms of tier, but into the Jhin Bard, it's a pretty uncomfortable lane. I think a lot of uncomfortable lanes in general for DRX on this one. The bot lane matchup is not good, the top lane matchup is not good. The mid matchup, even though it has traditionally been a counter, I don't think it's that. It's very playable for the Rise. I've seen recently. It's more so just the Cassiopeia can cause issues for him in team fights, but the Jarvan is going to be able to put a lot of pressure onto that Rise. I'd say the only thing is like Jhin into like Xin Zhao, Gwen can sometimes feel a bit uncomfortable just because like they have ways of stopping your burst, and you know, if you fire your fourth shot and they shroud or they ult and then you're like stumbling with the bullets, it feels bad. But I generally think the D+ really happy with what they got in the draft here.
Yep, I would agree. And I got a bit of a quiz question for you. I know you're a bit of the hot stuff when it comes to Dagon's Fact of the Week.
Okay.
So I got this. This is my quiz question. What do you think the difference in win rate is between Showmaker's Cassiopeia and Showmaker's Callista? Same amount of games played.
His Cassiopeia and his Callista?
Yeah.
100%.
Yes. Which one's higher?
Oh. Is it the Callista?
Yes, it is.
Oh my
Let's get onto the rift.
세상사의 협곡에 오신 것을 환영합니다.
Here we are, ladies and gentlemen, onto the rift for game number 2. DK trying to keep themselves in this series. If they do get a win, they will confirm first place in the Rise group, as Rich and Andal have found Shiu, who he is just going to flash, as Lucid's going to turn up, and he'd already skilled, so can't actually press that W button. They will just chase him down, and snip, snip goes the Gwen. Oh man, this has not started well.
Such a good start for DRX, and on top of that, Rich didn't have to commit summoners for that. He didn't have to flash there. Andal committed his summoners. And sure, does that mean they're a little weaker in the bot lane? Yes, but realistically, they were already on the back foot in the bot lane. They were kind of in Weather the Storm mode anyway. Teddy even has TP.
Yeah.
That's how much they were kind of like, okay, we have to kind of just stall out. But to give Rich a kill and flash advantage in the top lane is such a huge boon, massive payoff. And clearly the call to go there was communicated as soon as Shiwu used his Q.
Yep.
They were like, okay, he doesn't have his W, this is free.
Landel already getting that Hex Splash working as the Doughboy goes up into the sky. Absolutely adorable. Mystic Shot is going to miss.
I'm glad that we learned about that the other day.
Yeah, the Doughboy thing, absolutely fantastic. Thank you very much, Wolf, for that one. The knock-up animation for Bard, actually one of the cutest things on the planet.
Whoever
designed it must have been
that.
having such a good time.
Yeah, and the thing is, I feel like it's something that isn't... I mean, obviously, Bard mains will see it a lot and appreciate it, but the wider audience doesn't always appreciate it, so I'm glad we can... I'm glad Wolf could bring us into the appreciation.
Exactly. As aiming is going to bring a wave of minions towards this outer turret on the bottom side of the map. As that first blood gold not really helping out here for DRX, although they have, as I say that, moved into a little bit of a gold advantage. But as this wave is going to crash forward, should be DK taking some of that control back. You can see CS numbers towards the top side of the map looking pretty good for Shiu. So despite the first blood, still doing okay. And of course, wasn't actually able to go back. So Rich hasn't benefited from that money at all just yet. All right, Lucid going to be stealing the young prince's stuff away, and will be able to secure it there with the smite. So Sponge, unable to lock away his blue buff. Will be a 3-buff start here for Lucid to start this one off.
I mean, that's the thing, despite the early positive start for Rich, it's still 3 lanes of prio for D+. Mid lane is a little bit more even, but like top lane, Rich is having a terrible time. Bot lane, not going much better.
Yep. Still going to be a bit of a gold advantage for Rich, who does manage to grab some shoes and a null magic mantle before he does come back. And Sponge just going to be wandering into the mid lane, picks up some poison on his way through. And Lucid wanting to grab himself a crab here, as he is lying in wait. Wasn't actually spotted. Oh man, yeah, pings out onto where exactly Lucid is. And so Sponge, man, is he going to get double scuttled and triple buffed?
You can actually see Barrel moving over and pinging the scuttle, so they know that's up.
Yeah, it is going to be Lucid immediately making his way over there, and it's the top side of the map that Sponge is heading to. This is what 3 lanes of prio gives you, as, okay, Shiu may actually just get run down again. This time he has W because he's level 4. That's going to be helpful.
I think there's Shiu planning to TP back anyway, so even though the trade looks really bad, any damage he does to Rich is actually going to stick. He's going to reset, pick up some items, but I think Rich actually kind of cheat that himself and pushes the wave a bit and goes for a reset. They are going for a swap now, and we've seen these swaps a lot, but this is a game more than ever where you want to get out of these normal standard lanes because they are not a good time for DRX.
Going to be feeling better after they have moved. Teleport in from Teddy. That does allow them to retain some tempo here.
Yeah, the double TP, not something we've typically seen in these swaps, but really allows you to speed up the process.
Yep. Saw it work for Gio as well with Nongshim on the Ziggs earlier on today. Showmaker making these Twin Fangs count, but not too much to really write home about as far as this mid lane is concerned. And yeah, actually should have a decent CS lead after these waves have been eradicated.
It's no Callisto mid lane, right? So
no, not quite, not quite. A little bit unfortunate there that he can't quite. It will mean that if he does win this game, he goes up to 50%. And, you know, that's a pretty impressive change as far as win rate is concerned.
I feel like the fact I got that just shows Degon's Fact of the Week is really working on me, you know?
Yep. Or you know exactly the stats that I like.
I think that was it. I was kind of like, okay, if he's giving this to me, I feel like there's a good chance one of them is like 100 and one of them 0. Like, it's definitely small sample size.
Mm-hmm.
And I was like, I know he'd love 100% Callisto win rate.
And that's exactly what it was. Pretty sure I remember that game as well. I think it was back in when they were really struggling with who to put on the Rift during COVID, I believe. As Xiu is taking a lot of damage, but isn't going to die just yet. Has that flashback up and available. As Rich and Sponge getting pressured out of their own jungle momentarily.
And this is much better for DRX right now. You know, Teddy and Andal able to pressure Xiu away. Yep. Rich is getting some backup to survive. And those rough lane matchups kind of just vanished.
Well, there's the flash in. They're just looking to kill him. And they should be able to do so. Does manage to get a bit of health back with the level up, which is absurd. And Xiu is now able to flash out of the way of the Mystic Shot. Teddy is likely to die, and he will go down. A 1-for-1. I guess maybe you'll take that.
What a play there from Xiu with a level up to survive the ignite damage. The ult for the slow clears the wave.
Lucid just flagged and dragged into this Dragon Pit.
Yeah, he's staying. He's like, yeah, this is where I want to be. No, never mind.
Yeah, gets himself out eventually.
Regretful decision.
A bit of free damage there on good old Jarvan.
I think maybe thinking, okay, bot lane, top side, I can just take Dragon here for free. But yeah, this was crazy, this play. Going for the burst here and thinking they just have enough damage, but the level up obviously keeps him alive. And then the fact he gets the ult, clears the wave with it. He's still 1 HP. The slow on a Teddy in the flash.
That could have been worse as well. It's actually crazy.
He just literally did everything he could.
Yep. And after the game that he had last time around, you can really hear Chronicler saying, this is what happens when you don't put him on the tank.
Yeah.
It's not necessarily his best performing champion, but he performed pretty damn well in that last play, so we're going to give it to him.
I mean, he's had some good games on the Aurora, you know? He had that Miracle Defense.
Yeah, I mean, the Miracle Defense is what I'm referring to. The rest of that game was a little bit of a rough time.
Let's just forget the rest of the game.
Was that also into DRX? I think it might have been. Right.
Well, I think it was because I remember they all clumped up together, and I think I was criticizing them for all clumping up together.
I also think Xiu got solo killed by Rich on Rumble in that game.
That's something I wanted to praise last game. They did a lot less clump together last game because they were spreading out.
Yeah, it might have been Rumble, might have also been Gwen. I'm not entirely sure. Anyway, it's neither here nor there. This is a new series. This is a new time, and these are the grubs, and Lucid's going to kill them.
Yep. Lucid being pretty objective focused this game, trying to get the Dragon early. Didn't manage to, but will get those grubs. All three, no contest.
Yep. And
lies.
Ooh, never mind. That is going to be True Shot Barrage taking one of them down. Nicely done there by Teddy.
Yeah, the smite could have reacted in time to secure that third one, but Teddy will get a little freebie.
Yep. I mean, I think he probably felt like Teddy deserved it.
Yeah, I think that's fair.
I mean, this is the cultural group.
And
it's about appreciating everything, whether it be on your side or the enemy team's side. As
not again.
May just be dead, does manage to get into stealth, but it's not going to save him. He's going to have to ult to get out of there, and does manage to do so. A lot of defense being played by this Aurora.
So hard to punish this champ. It's just why it's been so frustrating, because there's a lot of champions that are hard to play against in the top lane in the 1v1. And the reason we don't see them always come out is because a lot of them you just gank and they die and fall behind and become useless. But Aurora is just very hard to gank.
Well, we're seeing that. A fair bit of evidence for it. As a cannon is going to get eaten up by this turret. So they still do get a fair bit of value with the fact that she was sent back home. Doesn't actually invest the teleport though, as he is just going to walk his way back up there. And the Drake is going to be secured, goes over to DK. Next one going to be a Mountain. Aiming and Beryl getting to work on some plates themselves here in this bottom lane. Aiming finding a bit of damage onto Rich, but he can go immune, as Gwens do kind of want to do.
He was toying with the idea...
That's a curtain call.
Yeah. One...
Okay, just wanders away.
He was toying with the idea of walking into the Shroud there, under tower, and I was like, you probably don't want to do that.
Yeah. Sometimes, you know, it's not the thoughts that creep into your mind you should be judged for. It's the thoughts you ignore that are trying to creep into your mind, you know?
Yeah. Well, a lot of respect that he just backed away from that and said, no, I'm good.
Didn't listen to the voices.
Yeah.
Well, Yahoo and Showmaker are just trading waves, basically, over and over again. As we can see here, it is going to be entirely even. As a Beryl? What do we mean by this? As he heals, but he dies. That is just going to be Feats of Warfare going over to DRX. And if you want to know the why, I don't have it for you.
The why, because it's Beryl. The how, because it's Beryl. And the who, Beryl.
Got it. Thank you for that. I probably should have known.
Yeah. It's especially on bot. I mean, come on.
Yeah.
Like, more than any other champion in the game.
Well, Showmaker now is just going to yell at Andal, but he is unbreakable in his will. He will go down, though, so a little bit breakable. Wind becomes lightning, but doesn't actually lock onto Showmaker as the Cataclysm comes on through. Tempered Fate was Beryl.
A lot of circles being thrown about that just aren't hitting anything.
But that was a flash out from Sponge, and so that is why those circles were there.
If their goal was to make a Venn diagram, they did achieve it.
They did. It was a very inclusive Venn diagram as well, because they were quite on top of each other.
Yeah.
I've seen this one before. As Beryl can magically journey his way out of this.
But maybe he doesn't want to.
What does he want? Maybe not this. As Teddy's going to turn up, there is going to be the magical journey. Teddy does go through as well, and Beryl is just going to put down a shrine, keep himself alive for now.
He's just learned his limits from last time. How much damage can he take? And he baits out the Ezreal ult.
Oh, amazing.
Exactly what he wanted to do.
That's a free True Shot Barrage. Extraordinary.
Yep.
Shio also going to be able to lock down that cannon, so feeling good in the mental as far as this top lane is concerned.
I know obviously we didn't get like traditional lanes playing out. It was swapped, and it was Teddy and Andal putting pressure onto Shu. But the fact that Rich is up in farm in this matchup and in a pretty comfortable spot, he's feeling great.
Yeah.
If you're in the Gwen and you get through this lane without getting pummeled into the dirt, you're feeling fine. Oh, this... yes.
He was making a tea party! That's what he was doing. It's just a tea party.
Andal was invited. Teddy wasn't.
Yeah.
But he came anyway. He ruined it.
And Andal just trampled all over the doilies. Oh, no. Well, he's now maybe going to get punished. Meep Slap does come on through. As the flash from Beryl to lock down the cow. Does press R once again, but these Twin Fangs are just rocking him. And down he will go. Tempered Fate going to lock up the turret for fun. I think, and not too much more is going to come of it, but good aggression here from DK as they're looking for even more as these plates are starting to fall.
Yeah, Yahoo trying to defend here. There's not too many minions left, so the turret's going to be able to survive. Some proactive plays coming out from D+, get them back into a little bit of a gold lead.
Yeah, feeling a little bit better. I don't know whether they're out of the woods just yet. We'll see what the retaliation is going to be here from DRX as Yahoo is eating a fair bit of time. There is the petrifying gaze. Miasma means he's going nowhere, although he's right. So he definitely just wasn't going anywhere anyway. And that is going to be another kill going over to Showmaker. True Shot Barrage. Not quite enough damage there, as even the Uttercon walls just popping up out of the floor. Bit of a jump scare there.
That's the thing with the Rise, when you're casting your spells, facing forwards, very easy for Cassiopeia to find that ult. Showmaker gets the punish. And a good set of kills picked up by D+, and that turret not quite taken yet, but I think Aiming's just going to grab it now.
Yep, should be able to get over there. That's why he is there by himself, going to be finishing it off.
This looked like a good flank initially, but just not enough people there, really, in comparison. There's 4 members of D+ movement.
Flash from Showmaker as well. I'm pretty sure. It was a flash, right? does look like it's still available here, but it looked like he flashed so that the headbutt went in the wrong direction. And then Andal died. No, never mind. Didn't actually do it.
Okay.
Kind of. It's kind of a weird situation. He was like, I have ult, and then he just got him right on the edge of it as well. Beautifully played.
And now it's catching up here, 2-0-1 with a sizable lead. Looking like it might be able to force some win rate back on that Kalista pick.
Yep. It wasn't Andal's flash, was it?
No, because this flash is up.
All right. Well, I don't know. Perplexing.
Are you
I don't
okay?
know. Is my brain okay? Probably
Are you
not.
getting a bit too much culture?
I mean, this is day 3. And we've had some 6 gamers, we've had some long ones. As Amy just really wanted to take that magical journey. And he did so. As, I mean, Showmaker was right there, but they still did use the...
I feel like sometimes you get hyper-focused on objectives like winning the game, taking structures, taking the Nexus.
Yeah.
And Beryl just wants to have a tea party, and Aiming just wants to go on the magical journey.
And sadly, Beryl once again going to have his tea party interrupted. That is going to be a nice knock-up. Deadly Flourish is going to connect there as well, as Beryl looking to keep them all alive with this redemption. Aiming, not actually pulling the trigger on that R button, but there's a nice knock-up from Lucid as Rich going to get caught, and Sponge does have the ulti to keep him alive. The Venn diagram of the... Oh, okay, never mind. It just wears off, and down goes the Rift Herald as well as DK violently taking away the tempo vibes in this game.
Yeah, I mean, it just feels like there's so many things they can throw out, maintain a distance, the Miasma, the Burst on the Aurora, the Root, the Deadly Flourish from the Jhin, and the Stun, the Cosmic Binding from the Bard. And unless DRX are able to commit to a fight, they kind of just have to weather the storm. It feels really uncomfortable.
Yeah. And Showmaker actually just thriving as well. 2 items are done. They're the same ones that Yehu wants, and Yehu is nowhere near his Seraphs.
He's also, Showmaker's kind of in this position. He's not in a good position now.
Yeah, this is so, maybe it's a fine position, as that is a lot of damage down onto Rich. Showmaker finding these Twin Fangs. Andal's not going to be offering any damage back as Rich does go in, and that is going to be the kill finalized. Thankfully, Yehu turned up to make sure that that one was going to work, as the rest of DK trying to sort out this outer turret in the mid lane. It's likely just going to fall, as with Aiming and Lucid here, that should guarantee it. And there it goes.
A lot was committed to the top side to make sure Showmaker went down there, so able to translate that pressure into a tier 1 mid. D+ pretty happy with that, although obviously losing Showmaker not ideal. I was going to say though, like that play, during that play was when his Seraphs got fully stacked.
Yep.
Not had his Rod of Ages stacked yet. He's really approaching the point where he's going to be extremely strong.
Yeah, every item coming from now is where you really start to feel it. Because as you finish like these 2, it's like the most underwhelming item completions that you can ever really get.
Kind of fake completions.
Yeah. As Beryl is going to pay a visit to Yehu here. Meep Slap does come on down. Ashu doing a fair bit of work, but Andal will turn up, and Beryl going to have to get himself out of there. Does light Yehu on fire just a little bit, but not too much more going to come of it. She about a 500 gold lead and has actually moved into a CS advantage as well. We were commending Rich for that one. But he's still 1-0-1. I mean, this Gwen is still quite frightening.
Yep. Just feels like both teams trying to find action. And we're getting bits, we're getting here and there, but the kills aren't coming through like that rapidly.
Yep.
But it just feels like they're constantly trying to make plays. Mostly Beryl and Andal. Like, Andal's trying to set things up. He's trying to ruin the tea party. Beryl's trying to have the tea party. Now looking bot lane.
That's just a Cataclysm. It's going to get a flash out, as Lucid can then just hook onto his flag and head out of there. So trading ult for flash, you're always pretty happy about that. As Beryl, I mean, he really does just want a tea party, doesn't he? As Cosmic Binding is going to stop Sponge from having fun. As Shiu lying in wait. Oh, the barrel bait. The barrel bait. As the flash does come out, Redemption looking to try and get these health bars up. Tempered Fate says, no, you're not audaciously charging onto me. And he has to actually ult to get himself out of dodge, because there is a Jhin making his way up. And he doesn't want the curtains to be called. Man, I am very surprised that Beryl managed to get out. That was a magical journey in unto itself.
He's been limit testing and he's found his limits.
I think he has.
Oh, there's an ult for
nice sidestep. The curtain call is going to come on through. Arcane Shift from Teddy. Third bullet is going to land. The fourth one blocked by Rich. And Andal looking for a bit of an angle here. Xiu is going to be able to buffer that W really beautifully. And Lucid kind of hoping that he had that Cataclysm back up and available once again, but still a big win for DK. They'll be able to take down this turret, and the wars of attrition going on across this map seem to be all coming up DK.
Yep, finally able to get that third outer turret, and now 2,600 gold up. They're ahead in terms of gold, in a pretty fantastic spot. And it just feels like DRX really struggling to find angles in. Every time someone approaches, it feels like eventually they kind of just have to flash away from the situation.
And maybe what we've discovered is actually the real definition for tempo vibes is just Beryl's Bard.
Yeah.
If he's not just like instantly dying on repeat, then they have the tempo vibes. You know?
Is that specific to his Bard?
No, I mean, it's just Beryl, I guess.
Yeah.
But it's more clear with the Bard.
He does get some sort of inherent multiplier when he's on Bard.
Yeah, something like that. Realm Warp is going to deliver a cow towards Showmaker. He's not too worried about that, as Cataclysm used up once again, as Sponge using the ult really nicely. Lucid does get himself out of the way after the redemption does pop, as now Beryl having to take that magical journey out, as Sponge goes back in again, aiming able to deliver a lot of damage. That magical journey looked like it's way too long. Jeepers. Getting the angle right in there, as this dragon looking to be taken by DRX. This would be Soul Point if DK can get it. Headbutt Pulverize does come down. True Shot Barrage onto only Showmaker as Rich turns up as well. A magical journey going to be taken in by Showmaker, who does ult flash to get himself out of the way. The needlework is going to go wide, and now into the pit they go. Xiu is going to fall right after he goes between worlds. And the curtains getting cold here. Bit of damage onto Yahoo, but I think they should all make their way out. And that is going to be the dragon secured by DRX. And a kill going their way as well.
That magical journey was a little bit suspect. I'm not sure that's...
I would say it was a strange one.
Not sure that's where...
We've had some issues with champions appearing on other sides of walls and stuff like that, but I'm pretty sure that was definitely going that side of the wall.
I don't think Showmaker wanted to be there afterwards. So we get the play starting off. Sponge actually does so much. He gets jumped on, but the ult means aiming can't do any damage, and he kind of just bullies Lucid away. The other guy's actually doing a good amount of damage as well. Beryl dips. Lucid hangs around a bit too long, and then leaves to try and heal up, but it just means they can't really contest the dragon without the jungler there.
Yeah, and Lucid actually just goes over to his Krugs, right? So
yeah, and then here, so Showmaker, this journey, I think it was just like Beryl's like, wait, I've got you, take this. And then he's like, what?
Yeah. And then ult flashes, but unfortunately, Rich wasn't facing him. Blastcone delivers Rich back into the pit there as well.
I feel like this is a sort of situation where Showmaker will be like, why did you portal me into the pit? And
I hope there's not a large amount of infighting now, as Lucid is going to try and get himself out. And that Tempered Fate was extraordinary. Okay, Beryl, maybe you've redeemed yourself, as the Unbreakable Will has to be used here by Andal. We don't have the curtain call just yet to try and eliminate some of the low health members, or the low health cow.
Yeah, I was going to say, Showmaker would be like, why did you portal me into the pit? And Beryl would just say, did you live though?
Yeah, and maybe he also would have said, like, just Bard sounds. Because maybe he is like a method actor, you know, when he's playing Bard. And he's
I can believe it. And then that's how he's just locked in now. The ult there was pretty spectacular. Arkan,
that's their shot calling issues solved in an instant. As Arkan is getting a little bit mad at them.
A little feisty. Really wants someone to attack him, and they're just kind of resisting the urge, which is impressive for Rise Group teams. Normally, they'd have... Showmaker does have a tower, but it's still a little scary when there's 4 members.
Does manage to get some poison down there as well. Sponge actually taking a bit of damage. Xiu does need to be a little careful, as Lucid, at least he's at full health. Beryl above half, which is about as much as we can expect. As Rich was looking to come on over. Bullet is going to connect there. Rapid fire cannon helping aiming. All right, DK with control of the area for the moment, but I am still very worried for both teams.
DRX are kind of just corralled in here, though.
Like Sponge lying in wait. There is the Realm Warp as the ulti does come on through. Tempered Fate just to lock up all 3 of them. Eats the CC there onto Showmaker, and he now gets to get those Twin Fangs out. Beryl! My God, this man, he really is epitomizing the Bard play. Is Rich. He was immune for a few moments, but there's the knock-up on the Sponge. He pops like a balloon, and now Rich in so much trouble. Beryl finds him, utilizing the Otacon to get the Cosmic Binding, and now Teddy Oh, he has to deal with the curtains, and he's not going to survive. Rich goes down as well. Beryl, man, I don't know. I just don't know.
We just can't truly understand him, but we can appreciate him.
Yeah.
We can absolutely appreciate him. That
comprehension need not a pride. That was probably one of the best ults I've seen. But also everything else was just him looking for tea parties.
It's the fact it doesn't hit Showmaker so you can get some distance, but it hits everyone else. And then the follow-up afterwards, they take out the Rise, they're able to keep chasing. And you know, this is prime opportunity when you have a composition like this. You know, DRX's comp, shorter range, kind of has to be on top of you. Kiting away is so painful. Gets the stun here onto Rich. Keeps chasing with a magical journey.
That's a lot of kills going to aiming as well.
5-0.
Yeah. Well, honestly, escaping from this composition...
It's so hard.
Yeah, it's just not going to be a thing. And so aiming now, I think he just went back and bought Infinity Edge. Or did he have like a BF sword as well? Maybe he did.
He probably had some components.
He did get a lot of money from
that
last little exchange.
That is a big gradient.
Yeah, it looks like a bike jump, doesn't it? A little bit. Actually, no, it doesn't. It looks like a quarter pipe. It's a bit of yeah, this is when you're coming off the mega ramp. You know, at the end there is that that quarter pipe.
I was like, what sort of bike jumps are you doing?
Yeah, the ones where you come straight back down. I think is what that one's a representation of. And Lucid going to be coming on over, looking to steal this one away. Rich will be able to get a bit of bounty gold as that top outer turret does fall down. But DK, they do get the Otacon. They will be able to get Soul Point. That is just going to be eaten up here by Showmaker. And an inner turret does fall over.
There is a Bard coming.
Oh yeah, who needs to be scared? If I was Rich, I would be scared. There's also Lucid, so another reason why you should be scared. Knockup comes on through, aiming going to turn up here as well. They did need a little bit more here as the needlework does come down, but it is Showmaker that is able to secure it in the end. And maybe that just means Baron.
I think it does. I think probably can just set up for this. TP coming in from Teddy, try and zone them off though.
Yeah.
There's a good amount of poke from the Ezreal, so maybe that can cause some issues. I have TP coming from Yahoo as well.
They are grouped up. All four of them will be on that northern side as DK have started this. Remember, Showmaker does a lot of damage to the Baron as Teddy, position now going to be shown. W does tag on to Shiu, who's looking to wrap around. There's a Tempered Fate to lock down the Ezreal, and now they're going to try and turn. Lucid does get himself out of there. The magical journey from Beryl as Yahoo is going to get separated. There is the Petrifying Gaze as Teddy. He's ticking down, but he's keeping himself alive. But finally he'll fall. And DK, it was a 4v5. They should have definitely won it, but they actually will do what they were supposed to do. And it's Beryl that locks down the kill. Is that 500? Does he finally get there? Was that his 500th kill? Because that would be hilarious. He got one!
He got one.
That's five. Is that 500? I think that's 500. Did he get one in the last game? I don't think he did. There it is!
What a game to get it as well.
Oh, yeah.
Sometimes we get the milestones and we're like, you know...
Yeah, you remember like the closer one? Oh my god.
But we did have the hilarious owner one with the aura farming, with the T-posing.
Yes.
But this was a great game for Beryl on the Bard, doing some goofy stuff to get the 500th kill. And here, the ult connects with a Teddy even though the Arcane shifts. Lucid goes in, is focused on initially, they kite back. And you can see Shiu and Showmaker giving Yahoo some trouble. And then Shiu gets this massive ult, the Petrifying Gaze, the Cataclysm. And Shiu dashes forward to finish up Teddy as well.
Yeah, Teddy just almost stood his ground because he got a fair bit of damage down after he went incredibly low. Just wasn't enough.
Those happy chime noises, you know, they're doing a great job of calling the shots.
Yeah, honestly, that's what they needed. They just needed all of their shot calling to be done in Bard language. And then it was fine.
Yeah.
Honestly, there is just a sense of calm with the way Bard speaks. Not the way Bard players play.
No.
But the way he speaks. It's a bit ironic. As okay, aiming, moving towards his top lane as Shiu and him just closing in on Rich. Man, that was just one bullet. It's now going to be a 1v1, so not necessarily what they want, but Lucid is going to turn up, so now it's not a 1v1. It's in fact anything but, as Rich just going to get poked out. My god.
Just a little
Why did damage? It felt like Redemption did so much, but now they've dove on top of aiming. out. He gets flung as Lucid, as Sponge actually able to take down the Jin. Now Shiu in a little bit of trouble as Showmaker and Beryl making their way over. Shiu surviving for way longer than I think he had any right to as the Magical Journey gets Beryl out of there. Lucid coming on over as Andal. He is just free food waiting as Showmaker, he's gonna go golden. There's Ebba pulverized right on top of the Cassiopeia, but she just yells at the Gwen. Down goes the Alistair, and it's a triple for the Snake Lady. And Showmaker says, not today, we ain't throwing this one.
Just when it starts to get messy, Showmaker looks like he's under so much pressure. Multiple members of DRX cannot take him down. And it looks like his win rate will be climbing up from 0.
50 points. Absolute insanity.
It's a big leap.
It really is. 3-1-3 as well for this Jarvan. Lucid having a big turnaround here in this game as well. But let's have a look at how this one started.
It was a little bit messy. You know, Shiu ends up somehow locked in this sort of 1v1. Lucid is a little bit isolated under the tower. Not the cleanest setup, and DRX see a winner to go for. Despite the fact Rich is low, they're like, look, you can reset, we can go. Sponge and Andal on the flank here, and they get aiming. And so initially that's like, cool, we took out the AD carry, this is a good start, but unfortunately Teddy gets exploded by Shiu. I think if Teddy had survived, this could have been a winnable fight. And even though in the extended fight they do start to pick up more members, Showmaker just is such a presence and is so much threat. And you see Yehu keeps trying to like bounce onto him, and the minions are kind of blocking at times, or like he's just not getting enough damage, and then eventually he just goes down, and the yawning team was kind of here.
That is so incredibly Showmaker. Now he also goes back and completes the Zhonya's after that arm guard got broken in that last fight, so he can do that again. As Shiu level 17, as Sponge not actually able to get into that brush before the vision does show off his position. Tempered Fate gonna catch Yehu though. You cannot escape Beryl. DK also can't escape Beryl, but DRX in this game definitely cannot, as down goes Yehu. And Shiu is just trying to survive. He will be able to go golden. That's going to buy a bit of time. But base for Shiu is going to be the trade. And I don't know whether that's going to work out unless DRX really just wanted 3 games. And that sounds like a cultured opinion to me. As Sponge goes in, he goes out. And these Nexus turrets are going to follow suit. As, oh no, Lucid just put Rich in prison. Oh dear. His circle is going to be on the floor, but he is also going to be on the floor. Lucid going to be delivered to the fountain, but he has a GA and he gets out of there just in the nick of time. That's going to be another ace, and DK will bring us the distance. Another glorious 6-gamer.
Beryl even tanked the fountain laser for his jungler at the end.
If there is ever a time where there's going to be, it's not even justice for supports anymore. Today is just justice for Beryl.
Yeah.
That Bard performance was just everything a Bard player would want in a Bard performance.
Game 1 was chaos, and it was DRX finding a lot of strength in, you know, the power of the Pantheon, the power of the Rumble, lots of setting up aggressive plays. This was just Bard vibes, you know? Not bad vibes, Bard vibes.
Yeah.
And I think something to be decided in draft. I feel like the top and bot matchups favorable for D+. We've seen, obviously, Cassiopeia favoring the Rise. We haven't seen it always have as much impact. Showmaker, I feel like, in the team fights just really made Yehu have an uncomfortable time. That was pretty fantastic. And
yeah, I also think that the Jarvan really made it difficult for Teddy to make a good decision about his AD carry. Because the Ezreal, obviously, we look at it and we're like, doesn't feel very good. But you have to have something that doesn't just die to Cataclysm. So no Jarvan in game number 3, and so we'll have to see what is going to be hitting the Rift. Time for us to take a short break. When we get back, the space, gonna break that one down, and we'll have the 6th game of the night, baby. Let's go.
텐션을 키워 수락을 눌러 다시 불을 지펴 이그나이트 We are born to be a queen Now we rise yeah Sterling, sterling, sterling and dance Run it at the toki Ping, ping, flash Ping, ping, flash Sterling, sterling, sterling and dance Ping, ping, flash Ping, ping, flash Wake up, sterling on top Respawn
everyone, welcome back to the space. We are rising here very, very hard. D plus Kia and DRX doing battle as both these squads are just battling it out. But really, I think we have to take a look at the draft because we have some characters that
there is only one.
Some.
No, there's only one, Deacon.
Only one for Chris.
I don't want to, you know, normally I'm one to call out Beryl. And even this game truly has shown us again what an enigma he is. But in the end, it did kind of come down to Bard.
I was a little bit concerned about the Alistair pick face-up when the Jhin Bard is available because it's been such a strong duo, strong in the lane. Ezreal took teleport because Teddy was like, well, we lose this, by the way. I guess I'll just try to get back as soon as possible, lane swap. I was a little bit concerned also about the fact that they picked Gwen face-up into the Aurora. Now, or the Aurora's face-up, that is to say, so they picked Gwen into it. And they got the first blood, they got the first kill, but that doesn't change the matchup early. Rich got faster boots, but otherwise doesn't matter. So Prio in all 3 lanes was a big problem here early for DRX, and even though there was some shenanigans and the game got way closer than it should have been, I think the draft from the outset here ended up being very good for D+.
Can't believe Wolf was actually analyzing the draft when we all clearly could see that it just came down to Bard.
It did, ultimately, yeah. But, yeah, I want to keep this desk alive. I want to keep my job, Gronick. You're going to do this shenanigans. I'm going to stick around.
I do want to highlight one more thing, which is that Cassio actually looked good. This is the type of draft where outside of the Ezreal, she does have a lot of agency, so that was nice to see.
Yeah, it feels like recently, when we've watched this matchup a ton, it's been a counter pick for the Ryze, but it feels like it isn't working. But if you look at historically, it's very close, not a winning matchup, but it's almost 50-50. And with this win here, it's actually pushed into the lead here at 4-3, but it's been played 7 times. It's been 4 times, really, but... no, it is 7 times, sorry. My brain is broken from this series with Cassio versus Ryze. Ryze group win the Ryze-Cassio matchup. But what I'm getting at here is it's finally winning, but it doesn't still feel very strong. And Showmaker was not the main character in this one. It was Beryl.
Yeah, that's right. Actually, do you guys hear that? I think I hear highlight number 1 right here. It's Bard. It's Bard noises.
I'm glad that Atlas was casting this because he's the only one that knows. Why is Beryl there? Why does he miss his cue? He was here for like 30 seconds before this. Watch this.
Wow.
What?
Also, look at where his teammates are. Look at where his teammates are. Not anywhere near here, by the way. Look at the Baron. Oh no, there's no Baron up. Look at the Herald. There's no Herald up.
Oh,
not
calculated.
Sure. But Shiu is here for the save. Or did Beryl bait them in?
Was this all part of the plan? Who knows? We don't.
That was a great ult from Beryl, zone them away, slowing the advance of DRX.
Oh, look at him
as he gets away perfectly. We didn't always see the perfect magical journey lines, but this one, immaculate.
This one? Yeah, this was a Beryl, help me! And he's like, trust me, Showmaker. We won a world championship together. You cannot trust him. You cannot trust.
What's the
I don't know what he means.
It's not a magical journey. It's a devious journey.
He's just trying to give DRX a chance, man. He wants to send them Showmaker. Lots of flashes that to be used on this experiment. Late ult there from aiming. There were a lot of late ults or non-ults from aiming in the mid game, but ultimately it didn't matter.
A lot of W's that just were, leisurely fired up.
Let's just say he and Guma may not have studied the same geometry on those.
a lot of skill shots in general that went wide in this one. Peak Ryze, basically.
However, as much as we showed all of those earlier, this is what it's about.
Now imagine there's a vulnerable target. There's one man who could get collapsed on down here on the bottom side. Doesn't have the critical information. A Ryze ult comes through. Who's there for the save? Not one champion but Bard could pull this off.
Perfect.
Too bad Cassiopeia didn't ult all of them afterwards. That would have been sick.
And this actually, use it early. This actually wins him the game. Is the most insane part, right? He goes for the flash Q afterwards. This is what ended up because this game was up until this point very close. It was back and forth. I think we very clearly see in the series that both these two teams are evenly matched. Whether that's positive or negative, we'll leave that open up for interpretation. But it does definitely show that both these games, I feel like, have been decided in these very key moments. It was the catches on Shiu in Game 1, and it's, for better or worse, Beryl's Bard in Game 2.
And to contextualize that fight further, obviously, it was a really nice attempt there from DRX because they have the Realm Warp. They know Showmaker's isolated. They have the Sponge hiding on the brush, right? So they're behind in this game. They want to look for a catch. The Beryl outplays them, right? The Tempered Fate buys enough time. It looks, when you watch it back, like, oh, they shouldn't have overextended into this. It's a perfect play, but you just don't expect that to happen. You only expect the perfect 3-man Tempered Fate, and it was a good call from DRX, because if the Tempered Fate misses or Beryl isn't able to pull that off, they probably end up losing Showmaker, and potentially the game is completely different. We might be actually doing palm right now.
Yeah, absolutely. Like, it was a great trap attempt by Sponge and the rest of the team to try and capitalize on it. But what I love about this Bard play is that we've seen what great Bard play looks like. We've seen what bad games on Bard looks like. But this one was a dynamic Bard. We got both. We got good and bad. And even at the fight there at Baron at the very end, still a huge Tempered Fate.
Since before, Karius too clean. This is the most Bard. Karius too perfect. Sorry. Bard needs to sometimes, it needs to trick you.
All right, as we bring it back on in for game number 3, it is very, very important for DRX to try and tie it up against the Bros with this victory. Let's see if they're able to do that.
Thank you very much, gentlemen, for that breakdown. Couldn't have said it better ourselves. That was just pure peak Beryl Bard. It's just sometimes it happens, you know?
You know, I think a lot of people have the opinion, and it's a shared one that we have as well.
Indeed.
Fearless was a great addition. But the one downside is in situations like this, we don't get another Beryl Bard game.
Maybe we should make an exception. Could we just put in a last-minute petition to say, yes, we understand, but Beryl Bard, shrug.
Call it like the funny clause?
Yeah!
The pick is really funny.
Or maybe like everyone gets a pick, you know? And it can't be their best one, it just has to be their funniest one. Or maybe it's just a Bard rule. Maybe Bard just cannot be Fearless, but that'd be
dangerous.
That'd be way too strong for Carrier.
That'd be so dangerous for Carrier, yeah.
It's yeah.
Also,
so we
I
can
think
already
they would
see that'd be a bad idea.
Even if it was open, I think DRX would probably just regular ban it.
Yep.
In this game.
Especially after that performance, as Ambessa going to be the first ban here once again. And DRX on the blue side this time. The bans are still the same.
Yeah, so first time they're going to be on the blue side. Obviously having to fight from red side first 2 games, so a bit of an edge there.
This has actually started out exactly the same way as the Nongshim T1 series. Nongshim lose on blue side, win on blue side, get crushed on red side. And so, if you're a DRX fan, that could bode well if things are going to go the same. But if you know anything about the Rise group, you know that that's a bad sign. Consistently inconsistent. They cannot do the same thing in a row.
Yeah, that's true.
So maybe instead of it just being like it can't be a stomp. That's, I think, what we're going to get out of this. As Yone going to be taken away here as well. Does mean that things like the Poppy will creep in. Talia is still up and available. Azir is still there too.
Yeah, I assume the Yone ban is to try to set up for an Azir. I wonder if they ban the Talia here and really try, because I feel like if you do that, they're just going to ban Azir on 3.
Yep.
It would make it very telegraphed. They're probably going to ban the Azir on 3 anyway, so maybe don't ban the Talia and hope you get it. So if you ban the Nico, you're saying, please ban the Azir right now, and then we take Talia first pick, is maybe what I'm thinking they're trying to put across.
It might be leave up the Azir is the angle. I do feel like Talia has found a lot of success, but maybe Calyx has kind of skewed my view on the champion because he played so well. But they are going to go with the Azir ban instead.
Yep. Try to force their hands into banning the Azir, and now Talia left open and available.
That should be their prize.
You would imagine so.
We'll see. There are a lot of junglers that have been just fearlessly taken away, as the Demacian duo as well as the Monkey and the Pantheon. So quite a few things down the list that we're going to be looking at. Trundle's priority is going to be moving up as well, but the Talia going to be that lock-in. That is their prize for this first pick.
What are you going to take into this specifically? Some of the picks are left open available in the mid lane are like Galio or Victor, TF. There is the Ari, which is really common into it, but we've talked about that already today.
I hate it
Saw T1
so much.
The win rate's really low. This is probably going to be what they lock in.
I just really...
Wolf is so mad right now.
I mean, it's mirrored right here next.
But then again, he's also kind of happy because I'm pretty sure he predded against D+, so...
If he is a DRX Predator, then he is going to be very, very happy with the Vi lock-in. The Ari lock-in. If there was a Vi, that would be feeling a little bit better. But the Trundle is what's going to come on through instead.
I mean,
these are two of the most underwhelming picks at this point in time, I'm pretty sure.
Like, I think Trundle is by himself a good pick, but I don't think Trundle Ari is an inspiring duo. And we just got the news.
He predicted DK. So he's actually just incredibly annoying.
So upset.
Yeah. And honestly, I think in a vacuum, he's just going to be annoyed anyway, because then he's stuck inside a vacuum, and that kind of sucks. No, just because he just doesn't like the Ari.
Yeah.
Sivir is going to be locked away, though, and you can feel a little bit better about it, especially because it's Teddy, but also because there's no Jarvan. And the Nautilus going to be picked up there as well.
I'm not a bit... I really don't think there's a big need to pick up the Nautilus here. I also don't really like Nautilus into Trundle because the pillar like interrupts your flow. You also become... You're just so squishy and you can kind of get exploded.
Also doesn't synergize well with Talia for the same reason, right? You can just put walls in the way.
Yeah. Especially because like Rakan is available.
That is true. And it is something that DRX would have really liked in this draft, but Shiu going to be looking towards the Yorick here. Looking pretty happy about it, but he is just a pretty happy-go-lucky kind of guy. So I think is just going to be pleased with playing the Ghoulie man, and we'll be able to take that one away. So Dampe has hit the Rift. So looking at a whole bunch of bot lane bans here on the side of DRX. Otherwise, top side and jungle, I mean, the junglers are going to be limited, to say the least.
Yeah, I mean, they banned the Jax. You know, we saw the Jax into Yorick earlier. Doran obviously ran away with that matchup.
The Doran defense, I think I like that.
Seen Renekton also at times do really well into Yorick if you can get momentum. So maybe that ends up being a ban. Could also throw a ban towards the jungle.
Just depends what they're worried about. But a lot of things have already been taken away. Braum is going to be removed.
I guess Nocturne doesn't really fit with the comp. They do just take with the Renekton, yeah. So taking away things that match up well into the Yorick. I guess the pool of junglers has been trimmed quite heavily. Nocturne just doesn't really fit with DRX's composition. They could go the Z actually, I think DRX. You know, we saw the Z earlier. In the bundle, it's quite popular.
That's a Zeri.
D+ are looking at the Zeri. I mean, I think that composition needs a hyper carry. They have like Ari, and then neither Yorick or Trundle are super inspiring in team fights in terms of like carry potential. So you need someone who really carries that throughput in fights.
Jinx could do that as well. Also has historically had a pretty good matchup into the Sivir, as that is going to be the lock-in.
Oh, I think it could just be... They're looking at the Lee Sin.
I mean, Jinx Lulu could actually come on through here.
I actually don't like the Viegos. I honestly think if you're feeling confident, I mean, it's up to Sponge, but I think something like... I feel like they saw the Z earlier. If you get momentum on it, you could just absolutely decimate the Jinx.
Yep, Kled, bit of fun there, bit of Broken Blade flavor. But the Cassante, that would be a whole lot more LCK, and that will be locked in. Doesn't sound like a whole lot of fun into the Yorick, but the Viego will actually be the decision in the end. Beryl unleashing the Catfish, and there it is. The Tahm Kench going to be the choice.
I think the Jinx Tahm actually does a lot for this composition. You know, the Jinx outranges so much of DRX. The Tahm not only is fantastic into the Nautilus, but also like Viego is such a momentum-based champion. And the first target, quite often, you're going to try and get that reset off. You know, if it's Trundle, Trundle's going to become super tanky because you picked Cassante into Trundle.
Oh no, they did pick Cassante into Trundle, didn't they?
And if you try and focus somewhere else, Tahm Kench is happy just to gobble them up. So I think... to some extent, I was really confident in DRX taking the Sivir and taking the Talia. Really strong combo. There's a lot of DPS from that, but I actually think they kind of fumbled things as we went deeper in the draft. And I think the Tahm Kench, huge value here. And again, the Trundle into Cassante feels so good.
And if we were to look at it from an acronym perspective, it's also a disaster. Because it's Tissenkv.
No vowels.
And on the other side, get some of this. Atijit. Atijit kind of just works.
Sounds like
my mind.
At Egypt.
I know, and it also reminds me a little bit of Ejim, and I kind of miss him. Hope he's doing well in Canberra. Okay, time for us to get onto the Rift for game number 3 or 6 on the night.
수환사의 협곡에 오신 것을 환영합니다.
All right, here we are, ladies and gentlemen. We're on to the Rift for the final game of the evening, and we have absolutely gone the distance. We would not have it any other way. As Teddy, he'd have it a lot of other ways. As the flash from Beryl, okay, Tongue Lash going to come on through there, as Teddy didn't flash. So actually, he got 3 summoner spells from DK, and the minions have well and truly not spawned. He is going to have his back interrupted. But I still don't think it really matters too much.
It's a huge trade up in terms of summoners, and it looks like he's going to be there in time for the wave. He did have to start Spell Shield though. That is the one hit that he.
That is somewhat not good.
Yeah. Oh, they are.
Wait. They are really continuing this cheese.
I mean, Beryl is using the chef skin.
He is. And Showmaker is going to find that ward there as well. The ward is going to find him. Lucy's going to be starting on the bottom side of the map here. Could be some vertical jungling that will come through here as Teddy gets some vision down. They do know that the Trundle is likely in the vicinity, but he is going to be heading towards the Raptors next, so they're going to see him anyway.
I mean, this matchup was already going to be rough, but now the fact that Teddy doesn't have any proper trading tools.
Did you see that spell shield value though?
That's pretty good.
Yeah, not bad. Also, Andal getting his passive on both of them in that instance. Not too bad. Oh, never mind. Sponge will be able to take his Raptors as well. That's going to be feeling fantastic here for DRX in, isolation. As Yahoo just throws a rock at Lucid as he makes his way back towards his side of the jungle.
That's enough to scare him away, especially if Sponge was there. And also no pillar for the Trundle ganks. Not really too intimidating.
Okay. Rich's Cassante answer has not necessarily started to bear fruit yet. But trust me, as it goes on, it's going to remain bad, probably.
Yeah, just get to level 6 when he summons the Maiden. That'll be fun.
Yeah! Hey, but then Cassante can go all out and have less durability.
Yeah, I'm sure engaging into the Yorick, who has that, is really good.
Would you say that Ari's due? As the man who does generally work out whether things are due or not.
If D+ are going to win, if we're going to see Ari win a game, I think this might be the one. I think I have some concerns about DRX comp, but I don't think it's set in stone, because it is still Ari.
Yeah.
And Ari Trundle doesn't inspire huge joy.
Sponge is wandering right now.
He doesn't have much to do with some of his camps having been stolen away.
Yeah, well, we got an Abyssal Dive to come on through here. That's going to pair with these Flame Chompers quite nicely as Beryl has a whole bunch of gray health, but he may need to eat it. Never mind. Oh, he does, actually. I prefer not to press that button because it does give you a whole lot of health regen.
Yeah, he definitely actually didn't need it. He wasn't going to die. Yeah. So he could have just held it.
Well, Sponge is moving in. I believe unseen as well. As Lucid going to come down as well, so DK kind of wanting this one. The flash forward from Sponge is uninspiring at best. And now Lucid going to come over. Let's see whether this pillar is going to work out. Teleports coming in from everywhere. And DK, their health bar's well and truly low. As the hook just a little early, but still the stun's going to come in and down goes Showmaker. Sometimes the teleport is just not what you want.
Yeah, Showmaker not having a good time flying into that one and already down in terms of the mid lane matchup as well.
I mean, he did get counterpicked by the Talia.
Yeah, this Ari is continuing to not inspire joy. This might end up being one of those games where if they do win, it's despite the Ari.
Yes, and I think honestly, in this matchup, it almost always is.
Yeah.
Showmaker will be able to make his way sheepishly back towards this lane. I really do hope that this week sort of serves as a lesson for those that want to pick Ari and just stop doing it into Talia. As we're going to check this fight out one more time, Andal obviously wanted to start this as Sponge was making his way in. The flash forward was weird, and then Lucid came down, but then these teleports that came in.
Sponge not connecting the stun quite. Beryl didn't quite have his heal, and then here they clear out the minions, and then the dredge line's early, but the stun is perfect from Sponge there.
Yeah. one of them was going to nail it. And it was Sponge in the end, making up for the flash play from earlier.
It was also because aiming and barrel were a lot lower. They couldn't hold around and wait for their mid laner. They were just kind of like, okay, Showmaker, you have fun.
Well, Rich is actually trading pretty well here, but has teleported back. Xiu has not.
Yeah, I think that's kind of the...
Yeah, I got caught. It was a bit of the play-by-play thing where I'm just looking at what's on the screen, not
No,
actually
it
reading the
happens to
summoners.
all of us. It's when you come back from a replay and you're like, what's going on here?
What's the game state?
It happens quickly.
Xiu's got a dagger, now wandering towards this bottom side of the map. Aiming, holding this wave. It's not feeling too fantastic.
We were talking earlier about, holding all the items.
Yeah.
I would like to think that Xiu gives the dagger to one of his ghouls,
Oh, yeah!
And they just start shanking.
Yeah, little stabby boy.
Yeah.
I like that one a lot. As Beryl just diving abyssally. Doing that mainly for himself, rather than to actually try and do anything to Rich, I'm pretty sure. That's
going
my
for a
headcanon.
swim.
Yep. Showmaker looking for a bit of an angle here. Does get over the rocks and out of the way. And there's the charm. It will connect as Shoot. There it is. Yeah, going to be able to fall down to DK, who will be able to answer this. So both mid laners dying in this game. But it was the kill going over to the Trundle, so not necessarily optimal for the mid lane matchup.
Showmaker here is talking about the matchup and said, okay, I'll show you what I can do. I'll show you why you pick Ahri into Taliyah, and give us a little demonstration.
Worked out quite nicely. This is also working out quite nicely for DRX, as they are making use of this lane swap quite effectively.
Oh, the cannon's still alive, though. Come on, Xiu, pick it up.
Oh, can he get there? Morning Mist. Morning Mist. There it is. Actually just hits it with a Q. Gorgeously done. And gets the Maiden for it as well. So now it's an even matchup on that bottom side. 2v2. Sponge going to be able to take the first dragon of the game. Next one going to be a Hextech as well. So Infernal and Hextech Souls off the cards. Cloud probably the next best option, as the Seismic Shove missing was kind of the death nail here for the Taliyah.
Yeah. And Showmaker going with such confidence. The fact the pillar comes down, you're kind of forced to flash, and then once you've already flashed, hard to dodge away from the charm afterwards. I wasn't sure if they'd have the damage there, but if everything lands, they do have enough.
Yep, turns out it is going to work. As Lucid is actually going for the Trinity Force first. We've actually seen a few variations on the Trundle build, where some do go for the Sundered Sky early. This is looking to not be that.
Yeah. And I feel like the Trinity Force is a lot of damage for the Trundle, but I feel like the reason you kind of go Sundered Sky is that healing, especially when people go Spirit Visage later, it just makes you...
Yeah.
It's kind of when you're playing like that durability version, where you kind of just go for the chomp to heal up. You don't have as much presence in the fights.
Ooh, Beryl eating honey fruit, but the rest of DRX are now moving over. Just one of these grubs to go over to DK. That's Lucid looking to play some baseball here with Sponge. Teddy turning up to try and do a bit of DPS, as there is the wall to come through from the Taliyah. But Beryl's the one that's sort of caught out of position. He is going to have to flash, does get himself out of the way. The Flame Chompers, though, are just going to block any sort of approach. So that will mean that DK can get themselves the objective, as we head back down towards this bottom lane to watch this intense 1v1. As Sponge will be able to lock down his blue buff, but a bit of pressure being put on here by DK as the Ghoulie Wall is going to be set up. And Rich, I think he'll be absolutely fine. He does have his Bramble Vest. And look at the adorable Maiden making its way out.
Yep.
I don't know the tempo vibes of this game yet. I've just been kind of looking at it and accepting it for what it is, but not actually seeing any results.
They're in flux right now.
Aha.
That's how we describe them.
I like that. That is a bit of a Rise thing. Is now Yehu going to be able to interrupt Beryl here nicely. The hook is going to connect there as well, as he's looking to make his way out, but aiming is kind of free hitting here. And the DPS potential of this duo is not necessarily massive.
I like how the mist comes out and it suggests like Sponge is coming, but he really just started channeling his recall instantly.
Yeah.
Just spooks them.
Perfect. Now they have no idea where he could be. But he's likely back. And that is precisely it. Beryl now hitting level 6, does have access to the Gobble. And I'm looking down and I'm seeing 2 hyper carries. One of them is a little bit further ahead, so aiming pretty happy about the state of this game. And he has been their most consistent member as well. As Yehu laying down the rocks. This could be a dive, 4 versus 2, but they're clearing out the minions very nicely. Showmaker goes in, immediately gets knocked up, as they will be able to take down the Taliyah. There goes Andil as well, as Beryl eats the Grey Health and then dies unceremoniously. But the kill does go over to Andal. That's probably best case scenario for DK.
I think you definitely take that, you know. Unfortunately, the Beryl did die at the end. I think part of it was he ate Lucid a bit too early.
Aha.
But overall, still, play went pretty solid. We'll see a replay, we'll see exactly how it went down, because Lucid took aggro. And takes 1 tower hit, takes 2, he's healing. I think maybe he could have taken 1 more.
Yeah. I thought that he was probably going to have enough gray health, but just didn't quite. And I think it would have been
He did get
pretty
healing
close.
from the kills as well. I think it was just he was, to be fair, not chancing it and then him dying instead. I don't think it's like a bad call or anything.
Yeah.
At the end of the day, the main thing was they got the kills. Aiming was still alive, just push everything in. And it's a good play for DK.
This is maybe not, as Beryl taking a little bit of damage, but never mind. Chasing Beryl into the jungle while he's ghosting away from you is never an opportune move, I would say.
It feels like a trap.
It does. And oftentimes it isn't, but you can never really risk it because it feels even more silly to be baited by Beryl.
Yeah.
Because you're like, I should have known!
Yeah.
That's maybe why he gets away with things. As Lucid now does have his Trinity Force done. Blackfire Torch first here for Showmaker on the Ahri. It's interesting. Could be the old dot build. Kind of cute. We did see Bulldog make it work quite effectively on the Azir earlier on in the week.
I like Blackfire Torch has gotten more popular. I know they've been building a lot in the LEC. You could also end up going, I don't know if you will, or like Blackfire Cosmic Drive, because the dot keeps the Cosmic Drive running.
He does very much like the Cosmic Drive, as Rich has pressed a lot of buttons. Shiu is just going to flash away, but I think that it's not going to work, as Sponge going to be able to take down the Yorick. Really nice gank here from DRX to even up the kill score. Seismic Shove going to go a little bit wide, but you can see Andal trying to get himself out of there. Super Mega Death Rocket sails by majestically, and will head towards that top lane.
Nice dodges there from Andal. Dodges the Charm and the ult from the Jinx. Keep himself alive. Teddy.
Abyssal Dive does come on down.
Let's just sidestep it.
Yep. Lucid going to be moving in, and they're going to look for a bit of a plate gank here towards this bottom side. And there it is. Plate is going to be secured. Boomerang Blade, fair bit of damage onto Lucid though, so he does need to be a little bit careful.
I mean, it's a Triforce, Trundle, and a Jinx as well. You'd love to get any alone time with power.
Well, there is the hook forward from Andal, but he doesn't actually hit a player. It is the wall that was right next to them, as now Lucid moves in, actually isolates Andal, and he's just dead. That's an excited aiming. And that is 4 kills for DK, and should be a dragon, double dragon denial here as well from DK. Wow, that's a lot of Ds. Even DRX starts with D, my goodness.
I think he did catch Beryl, but there's this weird hitbox thing when he's like round a wall.
Yeah, it sort of got pulled into the wall instead.
Yeah, so he wasn't in melee range of him afterwards, so it's...
I mean, I don't think we should try and work out the math of Nautilus Hook.
Yeah, it's that weird...
It's not real.
It's got like a lollipop hitbox sort of thing. It's like thick at the end, so like it can kind of...
Yeah.
Sort of, it feels like it curves around walls.
I shouldn't have distracted you, by the way, with the hitbox conversation.
Yeah.
Because we have another one.
That's kind of on you.
I mean, if it's on me, sorry, not sorry, right? Because that means Showmaker gets so much extra healing from his resets, Shiu is going to get so much extra healing from being Yorick, and Lucid is Trundle. Not to mention Beryl's playing Tahm Kench.
Okay.
I mean, this is a Chemtech Soul dream game, if ever you've seen one. Plus, I mean, it was Infernal Hextech first two, so we weren't going to be too enthralled by the Soul.
You were never pitching phenomenal. I mean, Mountain could have been good.
Yeah.
But that was kind of all you were really working with. That was on.
Would have worked against DRX, though, because the more Mountains they get, as I've said before, the more value Trundle gets.
Cloud could have also been. But yeah.
Yeah, Cloud would have been the best option, obviously.
D+ setting up in the area for this Herald spawning in 50 seconds.
It's a long way away, actually.
They're trying to establish the vision and just threaten. Because the thing is, if you play Nautilus, so much of Nautilus is like, okay, you step up, someone tries to attack you, you queue terrain to get away. But in a Trundle, if your pillar's behind you, you're just kind of stuck, especially with no flash.
Yeah.
If it goes to the reset for the Merc Treads, though, it just gives them a window to push in and really establish vision here. And the Sivir does just kind of melt waves now.
Well, Coolie Wall going to be denying Yehu for the moment, as Shiu not going to be walking out of the way of that seismic shove. The rest of DRX going to turn up and put him in the ground once again. Targeting Shiu has really been the bane of DK. They still have a slight gold advantage. It's not end of the world, but not a great sign for them, as DRX gain control of this Herald. Boomerang Blade goes a little bit wide. The flash out of the way of the big anchor there from Beryl. And now the Tahm Kench without flash. That is a big deal. Actually means a lot for aiming safety as well in these team fights. But he still does have his flash, which is important. DRX is standing on a ward. That's awkward. Trying to be sneaky when you're just in full vision. Still, they are now going to back away, and the Trundle just going to move over towards this Rift Herald and see whether he can take it down.
Yeah, he's on vision, but I think just the confidence gone with those tools bin from DRX.
Yep. They do sweep it out. Sponge is actually looking to try and make his way in, so maybe there is going to be a little bit of a fight. We'll just have to see. As Shelly is going to lose patience. Teleport in, okay. Andal going to get slowed down by the zap. There's the hook that's going to connect onto Lucid. He will get knocked up as now Showmaker looks for the charm but doesn't quite find it. Teleport in from this Cassante towards the top end of this fight, but she is moving down as well. These health bars are getting softened up. The rocks go down. Shelly once again is just kind of annoyed. Hooks connecting, is aiming, able to sidestep, but does still get pulled back. Can he get excited in time? And the answer is no. The resets coming in from Sponge. And the Abyssal dive actually from Beryl to try and get him out of dodge, but it doesn't work. There's the chain CC and DRX spring to life.
Managing to kite away from D+, trying to find the aggression, trying to find the charm from Showmaker. It doesn't connect, and the re-engage comes in clutch. Sponge leading the charge, getting the resets. Aiming gets caught out on this Jinx, and can only find a window of safety on this pick. It just felt like D+ were really scattered here.
Yeah.
Start off with the play initially, the pillar comes down, but they actually engage onto Lucid here. CC comes in, and then Showmaker, he started his ult, so they're like kind of on a timer to make something happen with the Ahri ult, and eventually it just times out.
Yeah.
And that's when the re-engage comes in from the blast cone. Aiming doesn't
on a ward
expect
once
this.
again.
Yeah, he gets slowed. And there was actually an eat onto Lucid to save him from Rich, which just means Aiming's dead. Yep. And Lucid, he's low, so he's gonna die anyway.
And Sponge gets over for that extra reset as well. And that means that now this Viego is such a massive problem as DRX, yeah, Song feeling pretty good about this one. And this is the kind of fight that you desperately need as DRX in this mid game to make this composition work, as now they're looking for even more. As Beryl, you may ask why, but not understanding is also okay too, as he is going to go down extraordinarily low, eats the grey health. There is now Showmaker making his way in. Lucid gets gobbled up yet again as Showmaker, the point blank charm is going to connect onto Andal, and they will get the first kill. Now the resets are coming in for DK. And all right, the pendulum, it swings back and forth, ladies and gentlemen. It swings back and forth.
You can never be sure of anything in the Rise group. And these comps are so momentum-based. We have Ahri, Jinx, Viego. If you don't get that first initial kill, it just feels like the comps can sometimes hit a wall.
Yep.
And that's what happened. Beryl surviving for so long there. Lucid as well. And even, you know, we think of the reset potential of the champions I've named, but Trundle reset potential, the extra health, you know?
There you go. What about Tahm Kench reset potential? He doesn't really reset, but, like, he would still be there as well.
Yes.
While the other champions are resetting.
Yes.
Potentially. As turret in trade for the Dragon, and that is going to be feats of strength and strong feet over to DK. As we're going to check this. What happened here? I like the rocket. That was my favorite part. Okay, the Herald was taken and the Herald was denied. Okay.
So Beryl survives so long here because he has Celestial opposition, and then he just doesn't press his grey health. Like, I actually want you to look at how late he leaves it. He waits until then. I actually thought he was going to die before the Redemption came in.
Yeah.
And then he gobbles Lucid to save him, throws him back in, and Lucid's like, I'm going in. It's go time. Psychopathic behavior from the jungle support of D+, but it works, so how can I fault it?
Well, I mean, you can probably do what you did and explain what happened. As once again, this time he's dead. Andal also getting close to that, but the reset is there. Sponge looking fantastic as his chefy self. He will get himself out. So it is just the pick onto Beryl.
A good target to start on, because even though he's bulky, you know, he can't ult himself as much as Beryl definitely would like to in moments like that.
He plays as if he can. As all right, Showmaker is going to be able to tidy up this bottom lane. It looks like it is going to be Cosmic Drive as well, coming in second. So going to be moving a bit fast. Does have a chunk of AP on that item as well. A little bit of experimentation with the build, aiming, looking for item number 2, but oh man, just needs to finish the recipe of the IE. That feels terrible.
Yeah. I mean,
and it's a 1,000 gold lead for Rich. What?
I mean, he's got a lot of kills and assists.
True.
Okay, so Beryl doesn't have the Celestial Opposition up, which obviously makes him lost squish here.
I think in Beryl's mind, he was setting up the fight for his team.
Yeah, he gets CC'd, and then he runs out of health.
Haha!
Yes.
I like using that instead of died. Runs out of health.
Yes.
As DRX, they are going to try and make Arakan run out of health. DK are in the area, but full information is here for DRX, and they are starting this. The Mega Cone can possibly get them in, but that is going to be the knock-up on the Lucid. He does try to avoid a fair bit, but the Gobble, it does come in, but immediately they all just die. There's the all-out from Rich. Is now Showmaker finally going to get here, and the Cassante will fall. DK, though, this is a 3 versus 4, and I don't think they're going to be able to make it happen.
Honestly, it looked like it was just Arakan for DRX, but if an overcommit from Rich ends up getting him punished, I still think they're going to be able to secure the objective, though. Sponge starting off, but does need a bit of backup. We'll see, though. D-Plus are moving in.
Yeah, there is a control ward on this, so they know exactly what's going on. They're trying to defend this outer turret.
No way Sponge just solos this, by the way.
I mean, that's what he's trying to do. He'll eat some honey fruit. Maybe that's going to help. As Andil going to move out of this brush. Boomerang Blade is going to come on through there as a charm. Does connect onto Andil. Super Mega Death Rocket finishes him off, but Shiu flashes away. He keeps himself alive. Somehow DK make this thing work.
It was a pretty interesting set of circumstances, you know. Sponge trying to solo the Arakan, and then they just try and make the play happen. The seismic shove not onto Shiu, but onto the Maiden instead. And in the end,
Maiden really got shoved, though.
She absolutely did. Yeah, this was so weird. Okay, this play was pretty straightforward. This was a great turn from DRX. They start on a Lucid. Beryl comes in to try and make the play. Andal turns to CC on the Beryl, so it stalls out the Gobble, and then it's just double reset. Little deep from Rich, though. This felt overforced, unnecessary, because the rest of the team just couldn't get there in time. And I think
Sponge also dove into the Ghoulie cage.
And then here, okay, so this is where it gets funny, because the shove, he was going for Showmaker. He was going for Showmaker.
Yeah.
It just looked funny because it looked like he just shoved the Maiden.
But he did do that.
Yeah.
To be fair. As all right, we are straight back on this Arakan, and DK are nowhere in sight. So it will just go over to DRX in the end. Shiu going to be trading that one for an outer turret towards his bottom lane. Aiming going to try and grab this outer turret in mid as well, as Teddy was looking to rotate over. Beryl is going to deliver himself as a distraction. And I guess that worked out, but
Beryl is always a distraction.
He is. He certainly is.
Sometimes to himself.
But the problem I'm seeing here is that there's a 505 Viego for DRX.
Yes.
So that is going to be the biggest thing that DK needs to try and mitigate. And on top of that, there's also a 106 Sivir. Teddy has been kind of unchecked this game.
There is also a 4-1 and 2 Jinx, though. Aiming is starting to come online. It's a big if they can keep him alive, though. It feels like their focus has kind of been keeping the front line alive in these fights, rather than have to keep aiming alive. Aiming kind of is dying last, but it feels so much about kill the front line and then just charge forward from that.
Yeah.
We'll see how it pans out here, though.
Showmaker trying to get some vision available. Seismic Shove is going to go wide. The Weaver's Wall just to block off the approach here for DK, as it is just going to wear off. This Dragon still up and available as Andil going to get CC'd. It looks like the Drake is not what DK are looking for. As never mind, Lucid, can he actually get in there? The answer is no. But the King's Tribute gets him all of his health back. And now the Cassante is dead. Beryl looking to try and close him, but Andil gets a great hook. And Beryl is going to gobble up Showmaker. He now has a big shield. And Teddy is trying to kite it out. He does do a lot of damage, but not enough to save them in this one. And DK, they just leave Andil alive. And even he may not survive this one. We'll see what they can get off the back end. Maybe they can kill. No, they can't.
Slash opposition comes up, and the Gobble from Beryl, the momentum killer. You know, the Viego's nothing without those resets. And these comps are so volatile. As soon as those kills start coming in, it makes such a difference. Lucid's denied access to the dragon, but the focus is so much on the dragon rather than on the fight. And Lucid's low, but he gets the redemption heal, gets the heal as well for the King's Tribute, and then they just blow up Rich. Because think about it, the ult...
And the goalie wall goes down, he dashes in, and then Shiu just traps him.
Yep, and Sponge trying to get the reset on a Showmaker is denied by Beryl. Teddy's trying to do so much AoE, but again, AoE doesn't find the kills apart from on the Beryl. And it just ends up not working out for DRX.
Still, as we can see here, the swing moves DK into the same level of lead that DRX had prior. We also see Arakan still there for DRX. That'll be there permanently. They will have that pedal advantage. And it's just 2 dragons apiece on both sides. What my point is that we are no closer to knowing who is going to win this series.
Oh, no. And the thing is, it could so easily have a fight where someone on D+, like if Beryl dies quickly and then the resets come and they happen again and again and again, and this Viego's so fed. Teddy is doing so much damage.
What is it?
Beryl.
Okay, well, there is some scary things happening here as Rich is in the front line. They are just eating Andalo, and he's just dead.
Okay.
Now Aiming's going to get excited, runs towards Sponge, but DRX are out of there. Once again, the Y is hard to find, but they were looking to try and get vision on Baron.
Yep.
It's not necessarily... No, the Y is easy. The what? That was the hard thing to comprehend in that particular moment.
It's just so hard playing Nautilus into a Trundle and walking up in these situations so easy to get trapped. Now Luce is looking.
Yeah, once again, puts the pillar down as the charm is going to connect onto Rich. Beryl looking for an angle as he does get shoved back. Ghoulie Wall goes down as well. And man, there are some jump scares in this game. Jonas Strong playing with our hearts right now.
You can see they're not confident enough, having just killed Andal alone to like start Baron, but they're like, let's just throw a pillar down and hope this is enough.
Yeah. And look, it kind of was. Showmaker just wanders behind as well. And Sponge manages to get the stun off onto Lucid, but Showmaker managing to find that angle. Gets a whole bunch of Essence stacked up there as well. And this is the start of those double resets that we were talking about. DRX now going to be able to find a reset timer here and will be able to get some vision down. The DK well and truly back out onto the map once again. The intensity is very high though. Oh, Beryl very close to finding it. The Abyssal Dive not going to connect. I say that. I feel like the confidence for Showmaker is quite high. He finishes the Magi's. He has 11 stacks.
Yep.
And so maybe Showmaker is not actually worried at all about the game state at this point in time. He's just kind of feeling himself. Up to 900 gold. He's like 7 losses in a row for Ari. I like those odds. None of us do, just to be clear.
He said those famous words. Ari's just do a win.
Yeah, well, I know the commentator that did say that first when HLE just managed to become the LCK champions, reigning LCK champions as of right now as well. As a face check does come on through, they get the control ward down, the hook does go wide, and there is the pillar as Lucid eats an exhaust and then just wanders his way out. Showmaker lurking on that flank angle. Will be able to clear out that ward as they make it as dark as they possibly can. Beryl gets over the wall, flashes, has to be used there. And now DK looking for a bit of an angle. The Ghoulie Wall comes in to try and hold them in position. It is going to be the Viego that's the target, but Rich, oh my goodness, he gets shredded. The Gobble comes through yet again to deny another reset as Beryl has that gray health to keep him healthy. And DRX, they will be able to back away. Oh my goodness, this game is so incredibly intense.
I thought DRX were about to lose to a Ghoulie Wall. Honestly, the placement, Yehu got trapped by it, and I actually thought they were just going to lose because they weren't killing it in time.
You only need to hit it like twice, right?
Three times with the levels.
Ah, right, yes, it goes up in level.
I think it goes up to, is it 4 at max rank? I think it's 4 at max rank. I think at the rank it is now, it's 3.
If they all turn on it, though, it just disappears.
But no one was hitting it, because everyone was dealing with different, like, people were trying to hit Shiru, and Yehu was there, just like, please, help me, and then...
It is stressful, and it's a stressful time, and then the Ghoulie Wall comes up, and it's comical, especially with this skin.
Yeah.
It's just lanky cats everywhere, and it's really hard to fathom. It's okay. Soul Point available for both teams. DRX getting on it. Vision going to be there. Showmaker looking for an angle. Andal doesn't find the anchor though. The Tongue Lash will connect. Charm just barely not going to work out there as Lucid wants to come in, but he's not going to be able to take this dragon as Gio gonna get turned on the side. Showmaker looking to make his way over and the seismic shove goes wide. Sponge having to flash so early, and now the death machine of DK is moving forward and DRX are walking the wrong direction. Showmaker is looking for these resets. He's going to get them as Rich, he can't go all out of this game unfortunately, unless it's via a loss, as Showmaker will go golden and DRX, it looks like they're running for safety, but they're not on the red side anymore as the double kill comes through for aiming. He will die to Teddy, but that's the ace for DK. What it means is probably a Baron. It took me a little while to work out what it actually is going to come of this, but with 3 alive, they should be able to take it.
I'm not sure if they're moving to it right now. I mean, it's long death time. We'll see how the fight went. So D+ have just said, we don't care about Chemtech Soul, we care about the fight. They go for this initial engage on Anvil and blow him up. As Showmaker and Shu are moving on the flanks, DRX are kiting backwards. He was playing super aggressive. They trap Yehu, who eventually just manages to get away on super low HP. Rich goes in aggressive and gets deleted, and that's when the resets start to come in for aiming. Again, Beryl trying to deny resets from Sponge. Kind of messes up the dive, but Lucid Blast cones over in anyway. And Teddy goes for the hero play and does manage to kill aiming. I kind of want to see what's happening in live, because if they didn't Baron, which they didn't, so him killing aiming,
yeah, may have actually saved the Baron.
May have saved the Baron, because I think if aiming's alive, they head straight there and they clear it up in no time.
What did they actually get?
I think they just pushed in bot, which I think Shu just pushed in bot lane, and that was kind of it. So they didn't really get anything in terms of like objectives. It was just gold, some farm, and a little time to chill. Yeah.
I'm sure they're chilling as well. They
did
also
get a lot of kills on aiming.
Yeah, they also lost a few stacks on the Magi's as well, as Showmaker did die, so down to 7. And also has a broken arm guard, so not going to be able to use that in the next fight as well. No Zhonya's has been completed just yet. There's a reset angle here for DRX. And they will be able to go back now. Shu with the Maiden is now chilling in this side lane. Does he have his Black Cleaver now completed? Because that will make side laning into him as Rich a little bit more difficult, and there it is. It is actually done. So DRX well and truly feeling on the back foot right now, but they do have vision around this Baron that does need to be swept away. Beryl is going to be able to find that cheeky little ward in the entrance. As Pillar just being frustrating here. Lucid just showing all of his trophies.
Okay, I picked up for Teddy as a pretty big spike. Both AD carries on 4 items, and it really is so centered around them.
Yep. Beryl needs to be glued to aiming. He needs to stop using ult on cooldown on Lucid.
No. You don't understand. Aiming's fine, right? It's all about stopping the resets, right? That's.
I mean, yeah, that is a good point.
Also, it's really funny when Lucid Lucid's this big troll.
He's like trying to go in and then just gets eaten over a wall.
Yes.
It is prime comedy. It may not necessarily be good for winning the series, but winning the hearts of everyone watching.
Again, I think you just need to redirect your prime focus. If your prime focus is having fun, Beryl is always winning.
And honestly, it's a game in the end, isn't it? And so what are we here for? We're here to have fun.
Beryl is always winning the game. We just don't know what the game is.
Oh my god, I've never heard a definition of Beryl so perfectly done. As Sponge able to dash over the pillar. It's a charm! It catches Yahoo! And he's just probably dead! Blasco, never mind, it's a Mega Cone. And Super Mega Death Rocket is not going to land either. Yahoo barely gets away.
Does have TP, so he will be able to get back for this. They have to rush in, though.
Yep, vision is going to be there, but this is going down very, very quickly. King's Tribute's going to make sure that Lucid is going to be very healthy by the end as well, as now they need to watch out for Sponge. Lucid, he's going down very low. As these ricochets are so scary. Lucid, you cannot just die. He flashes out of the pit, but the resets start to come in for aiming. As Andal is just dead. Sponge, he does steal away the Baron, but is it a Baron for Nexus? That's going to be the question as Rich goes in, then goes out, then he's dead. Aiming locks up the kill. And DK, they haven't taken down the carries, but the carries have no front line. They should be able to wipe out the base.
It's going to be tricky because there is a lot of wave clear, but there's 5 members strong.
Teddy's
it's definitely
no.
D+ favored. It's definitely D+ favored. Teddy has Soms, Yahoo has Soms. They have to try and clear the wave with the ricochets. It's D plus favored, but we'll see what they can do.
Well, Lucid is just going to run behind this turret to get this pillar down. Yahoo is going to go down so low. He finally gets chomped by Lucid, who gets himself in there. Beryl was tanking up the turret.
Teddy?
Yep, Teddy, these boomerangs are really hurting. And DK, they'll eat some honey fruit and they'll get themselves out. This turret gets angry at Shio, and the inner turret is still alive, guys. As another ghoulie wall. My goodness, these boomerang blades. As Teddy also had an extra BF sword off the back of that one. So yeah, they'll take down an inhibitor. Winning the game was optimistic. They might lose Chemtech Soul for this though, as Sponge is up and available. They're going to see all of DK.
Sponge, it's reset central with the HPs at this level.
Yeah.
See Aiming trying to heal up off the blue buff.
Lucid going to get a bit of health back for that one as well. Spirit Visage, of course, going to be a big deal on that one, as they do have vision. Lucid not wanting to give this one up, as he's just standing in amongst 4 people, and he's just dead. What the heck was that? Was it even worth it? I have absolutely no idea, but it was so cool.
Showmaker slides in and gets the dragon. Lucid was just a bait, and this game, what is going on?
I don't know if it's good. I mean, that's the problem, because now they lose Lucid.
And it is a Baron push.
It is a Baron push. There's one left. Teddy does have one.
Okay, they're definitely taking this tower. Can they push further into the base? Looks like they won't go for it. Again, it's a short-range composition into a Jinx, who has that Runan's lot of wave clear.
Oh my god, I can't believe that just happened. Okay, so
this is,
as everything settles,
this is so cold.
It's still a 4,000 gold lead.
They double trap Yahoo with the terrain and then sneak up on him and chomp, but then Teddy just shreds.
They just bypass Teddy to make sure that they kill Yahoo, and Teddy does like 3 whole health bars of damage. As Showmaker, look at this. Okay, sees this health bar going down low, he's like, I'll take that. Yoink. Yep. He was just saying, I ate it, I got it. Just get out of there.
Man, what a crazy play. And yeah, I think as well, if Sponge hadn't secured the Baron, that push to end is so different. They just push and use the minions to... So many individual plays just really defining this game.
Sponge also still very, very scary.
And you know, DRX, this series, win or lose, fate deciding whether they make it into play-ons or not. Everything on the line.
And there could still be some shenanigans, but they lose so much agency.
Yeah.
If they do lose this,
here would mean so much for them.
52,000 damage in this game. And it is an 11 kills Jinx on the other side. Aiming, really doing work as far as getting back to being the Gold King again.
Those ricochets are so scary. Earlier on the Baron, Teddy was autoing a control ward, and then it bounced from the control ward to the Baron to Lucid.
Yeah, and he almost just died. He had to flash.
He's doing so much damage now. It looks like he's back in for a final item. Yeah, he picked up a BT. So he can kind of just sustain through damage and shred, but he doesn't have the GA that Aiming has. It's obviously a lot of safety against the burst, resets, but if he stands his ground, that shield goes a long way. We do see turret taken down there by D+.
Yeah, this is the problem, is that the range advantage from Aiming in these siege scenarios when there even isn't a Baron, it is still going to be helpful. So 5,000 gold is the lead here for DK. I want to reiterate, that doesn't mean anything. It's close to 40 minutes in this game. And this is obviously one that DRX could still make work. It's whoever starts the reset train. And double Randuins, both finished, one after the other here by Shio and Lucid.
Honestly, Randuins does so much to cut down the damage of an 80 carry full build like this. The crit damage reduction really goes a long way.
Yep.
I feel like it's you know, when you're playing against an 80 carry at this stage of the game, like armor, because you have that armor shred with the LDR, it just doesn't feel like it offers as much. But really the Randuins, a 30% reduction on crit strikes when it is 100% crit carry, will help just add a good amount of durability. And that's the thing, is like, you're never going to survive forever with Teddy hitting you, but a second or two can make such a big difference in these fights.
Well, Lucid really wants to be able to take down Sponge here, but he does manage to slink off into the mist.
You have
Rabadon alive. 40 seconds until the Baron.
Rabadon's just picked up there from Yahoo, so big spike for him as well.
Yep, no Void Staffs done yet from either of these mid laners, but it's on the way here for Showmaker as item number 6. Okay, Lucid still just denying entry, right? This is what it's about. Let's make it as dark as possible to get towards this Baron. As Andal, he's the one that has to face check, and we know that he's not that durable. As 7 examples of that already in this game. 6 examples of Beryl also not necessarily being able to face check very comfortably. As aiming almost just takes his whole health bar and damage. What the heck was that? The Gobble does have to come through as aiming back over the wall as he flashes over the other wall. Beryl will finally go down as Lucid gets the subjugate off into this backline, but it's Shiu taking down inhibitors in the top lane, and DK just trying to keep them interested. There's the Abyssal dive over from Sponge, and Shiu,
Is Beryl enough? Taking Beryl down. Getting the summoners from aiming is huge, but is taking down Beryl enough to give you confidence to start the Baron? They're trying to move in, but it's still so scary.
Yeah. Lucid looking for a pillar angle as they do get the charm onto Andal. Moves himself out of the way. The seismic shove is going to miss, but Andal gets himself out of this one. Teddy is so scary. The ricochets do come on through as there's the redemption for a bit of a heal. 10 seconds on Beryl.
Teddy.
Yep, DRX are just corralling them. That boomerang blade could have been so scary. Shiu also going to have to flash the ghoulie wall. Can it help? Seismic shove, not enough. Mega Death Rocket connects onto Rich as they will be able to get the crab. And we've also got a full wave of minions pushing in on the bottom side of the map as well. As DRX are just getting pulled around their base. Teddy, Spell Shield now on cooldown just for a moment. Morning Mist going to come on through there as the Maiden. It's going to be another prize here for DRX. Teleport to bring Andal in, looking for a bit of an angle, but the ghoulie wall again. Oh, Sponge is going to get taken down by aiming. That's one of the resets now removed. And DRX now having to deal with their jungler being dead.
That's going to be Soul, and you likely just go straight to Baron afterwards. An overstep from Sponge. He thinks he's found Showmaker.
Oh,
a moment
no.
to remember, Showmaker had Zhonya's as well. So definitely a miscalculation. Go
An absolute heartbreaker for the young jungler here. Chemtech Soul for DK is what they're going to pick up first. But it's 30 seconds until Sponge is there. He had that hero steal before, and he's not going to be alive to see the next Baron go down as DK.
I think you could sense the frustration that D+ were just walking away.
Yeah.
The audacity they can just walk out of that play on low health. You're playing Viego. You're like, surely we kill them. Surely we get these resets.
And you know what the biggest mistake was? Killing Beryl.
Always. But it was the fact that he went specifically for Showmaker, who had Flash, had Zhonya's as well in pocket if he needed it. And aiming was there to turn it around. You know, just it's one of these moments where you think you see the game-winning play.
Yeah.
And it's a moment too far. Now D+, sizable gold lead. Gold's starting to mean less and less at this point when everyone's approaching full build. But they get a Soul in pocket.
Yeah. Soul and Baron, they're what means the most.
Yeah. And especially this long-range comp, you know, Teddy has a ton of wave clear, but it can be a little awkward. And also, Shiu is starting to be a menace in the side lanes, just pushing up and causing problems.
Yeah, and the utility that Lucid and Beryl will have later on in the game when it is just aiming, able to 3-shot anyone on the other side of the map. The pillar is so incredibly valuable, and the Gobble is extraordinarily strong. And only one inhibitor turret is left standing as well, as DRX still dealing with super minions, conga lining down the top lane, and DK playing this one very slow. A big difference, I feel, in this series and this game especially, is the DK certainly have been respecting their opposition a whole lot more than they have earlier on in the season, or especially last week, and not pushing their advantage too much here in this one, especially not in this moment. This is confirmation of first place in the group if they are able to win here. And DK wanting to confirm that as soon as possible because things in the Rise group have been somewhat up in the air.
Just a little bit.
Needed to make sure that that sounded like the understatement of the century, and I think I got the tone. As Showmaker lurking on the side, the ward is going to spot him out as Shiu also going for a bit of a split push, but now going to get caught out. Heartbreaker comes forward. Shiu trying to get back to the rest of his team, but he is just going to get taken down. No one going to be there to answer it. And now DK, their push, going to be a whole lot more difficult. So this Baron I don't think is going to work. The Rebel Baron power play sitting at 66 gold.
Well,
Super Mega Death Rocket gets the flash.
At least it's positive, right? So that's something. Oh, wait, plus 7 gold?
Minus 21.
Wait, Teddy's throwing a wave?
Yep, so it's going to be even more.
Minus 250. Wow.
So
360. Oh, it's in the bin. It's in the bin.
Basically, we're going to get confirmation that it's how we were all expecting this one to go. And that is the Elder Flip.
Oh, yes. Oh, yes. Well, I think credit to DRX for pulling the trigger and punishing Shiu, but it kind of shows how, even with the range, even with that advantage that aiming had, still so scary to step up and still Teddy the wave clip from this Sivir just causing problems for them.
Yep. Aiming has also just sold his Runons, which I think is a great idea.
For the rapid fire, wanting to play around that extra range.
Yep.
I feel like in a lot of these fights, there's not that many opportunities to AoE and hit multiple people.
Yeah, because you have to be pretty close. The range on Runons is not great.
This is also one of these times where, you know, the feature strength boots feel really nice, the fact that you have them, because everyone has them now.
Yeah, you have something to spend your money on.
Yeah, or I've already spent it on. But it is very, very late in the game. I mean, I guess on the other side, DRX did have the Arakan to kind of balance that out. There's the extra adaptive force, the 41 pedals, which is a good amount. So contributing a decent amount there.
This is going to be so cool, because I think we might be able to throw directly to the pre-show of the Saturday Showdown.
Yeah.
I think that might be what we can do.
Italy Gen G.
Oh my
We just get bangers after bangers.
It's going to be incredible. Maybe not as cultured as what we're seeing here in this.
I'm hoping for a cultured matchup there. Last time we went 3 games, you know.
That's true.
Can we build up a bit of a 3-game streak? We've had too many 2-0s. It's a little bit cringe, if you ask me.
Yeah, the Legend Group really needs to step it up as far as their 3 games are concerned, and T1 doing their bit.
Yeah.
Losing 1 to Nongshim today. There's also HLE doing their bit, losing 1 to KT.
Yep. And in it was a very T1 fashion in which they lost it.
Yes.
And here we're getting a very D+ experience.
It's a minute until stuff's going to happen. Okay, guys? We promise things will happen.
Oh, you know what would be okay, I don't think it'll happen, but there is the timeline where one team takes Elder, one team takes Baron, and then they just ping-pong waves at each other until they wear off. But I don't think that'll happen. But I've seen that before, you know?
I mean, ultimately, Teddy was the guy that they designed Elder for, right? Yeah. That was a fantastic palm comment from Prince.
He's now sold boots.
Yeah. He also has, like, basically 0 movement speed in the build at all.
Yeah.
Anyway. So he's a very slow Sivir.
See, I have mixed feelings about this because I think movement speed's so valuable, and he's like glacial. I know you get free movement speed on Sivir when you hit things, but you're not always able to hit things. And obviously ult provides it, but
yeah, sidestepping things is going to be quite difficult,
when he gets
especially when the pillar.
It's basically it's a route.
You do press R and get a lot of movement speed. So I guess there's that. A Showmaker looking for a flank angle. He was spotted on vision as DK starting to lurk forward as Rich fighting the Maiden as the wall does come down, but aiming not going to be too perturbed from that one. So that is just an ult on cooldown. Yeah, not quite finding an angle, not throwing the game. Right?
He did actually use Ghost there, and he committed the ults in return. It is a pretty short cooldown at this point. You can see it taken away quickly, but not available right now this second. Both the buffs are live now, so any second we expect to fight.
Hook is going to connect there onto Lucid. The immediate gobble does come on through as Andal down very, very low. Sponge flashing to get himself out of the way as aiming lands the zap. The slow lasting forever is what it feels like, but Showmaker has also started that cooldown on the ulti. Wanted to get through a bit of this essence, but it looks like DRX are just going to back away. Shiu doing exactly what he wants to do, and that is push a side lane.
Wait, are we getting the trade? Are we getting the trade?
No, we are going to get the trade.
We're getting the trade.
It's the gentleman's agreement. Okay, well, now we're going to learn whether or not the Elder or the Baron are better. In a fight, the Elder's better. In a push, the Baron's better.
What I will say is because DRX's base is already kind of in shambles, they've already lost 2 inhibitor towers, it may be hard to defend against the Elder, even if you have the Baron. But it's very funny that we have the gentleman's agreement.
And I love that you also said, by the way, what if this happens?
Yeah.
And guess what? It did. We got purple versus the kind of green, but it's just white, isn't it? It's just a white little border. It looks a bit green because there's always grass behind it.
It would be pretty great if this game just went on forever, you know?
I know. I mean, that's what we were set up for, and I think that it would just be so beautiful if that happened. The one thing I know is that they will keep the stat of the longest games in the league. As the wall is going to come down, it blocks some of the minions, but not too many of them. The Baron not looking too useful right now as Teddy gets exhausted. The rockets are going to fly through as Showmaker looks for an angle, does go golden. There is a bit of a flick back as Teddy now is so low and Beryl gets a massive knock up. The one man not afraid to start this fight, and he trades his life for the Fountain Laser. And DK still pushing forward. They have so much damage. These turrets just melt as Rich tries to get himself out, but the Dragon's Wrath, it is swift and merciless. And DK, after the biggest test that they've had so far in this culture-driven Rise group, will finally topple DRX and confirm first place.
What a battle! What a threat! What a gauntlet! What an experience that we, the teams, the players, the fans, that everyone has gone through today. It has been an experience, and D+ come out on top. And
I want to thank my mom. I want to thank my dad. I want to thank you, Ox, for being here with me.
Yeah,
for experiencing this beautiful series with no misplays at all on either side, and the fact that you get to just so confidently tick that support box without, like, ignore the knife. It's not real, I promise. Tick that. Yeah, there it is. Perfect.
You know, I think this sense of fulfillment and completion, this is what it must feel like to go through Bart's magical journey.
It must be.
This was a magical journey. That's the only way we can describe what transgressed today.
Look at Showmaker, just not enthusiastic about the win at all, as you would expect.
I think, you know, I said it before the series, we're going to have fun.
Yeah.
I don't know if the teams are going to have fun.
Oh, no.
But we had fun, and that's what's important. And D+, they got that win in the end. DRX, there is still hope for them. It is a big blow with how close they were to winning this series. This could have been a big difference maker for them. There is still hope for them to make it into the play-ins, but definitely a difficult blow to deal with.
It is. And the Bros, if, you know, they could also drop a series, I think they weren't coming up against DNF. Honestly, I mean, they've done that one before. Could be a chance that DNF do save DRX here, as we're going to check out some of the highlights. Hopefully we go through all of them, so that it will be Wednesday next week when we do finally throw over to this space.
Man, this was just... so much happened. There was just...
It really did.
You know, we had, like, all the barrel gobbling people who were aiming.
And by people, we mean Lucid.
Yeah, and then, like, Teddy trying to do 1 million damage in the fights and getting jumped on.
And he did do 1 million damage in the fights.
He literally did 1 million damage in the fights. Bit of a heartbreaker for him. Sponge with the Baron steal. I feel like I just binged watch a show that was like 7 seasons long, and it has 28 episodes per season.
Yeah, and no, do you know what it feels like? It feels like you watched a Lord of the Rings marathon, and you're like, this was extraordinary.
And it was extended edition as well.
Yeah, but I missed 7 birthdays, you know? Like, that's what it kind of feels like. As Beryl does deny the depth charge. This was like psychopathic from aiming in this moment as well. But somehow they only got Beryl out of it, and this from Sponge.
You know, Beryl,
that was the moment.
Beryl really does give a lot of Merry and Pippin energy. You know?
He certainly does.
He's into shenanigans.
I'm sure he'd love 11sies, wouldn't he?
Oh, he certainly would.
He really would. What about second breakfast? Oh, that's Lucid as well. Don't worry.
Well, he just jumps in and he gets the knock up out of the Sivir. It's psychopathic, but it works. So how can I fault it?
Well, this is the thing, because actually in this moment, you have decision paralysis. Because this game means so much to both of these teams, and it's so incredibly late. And you know that whoever makes the mistake loses the game. And Beryl says, it ain't a mistake. And he just goes in and dies.
Beryl's like, I've won 2 world championships. This ain't nothing.
Yeah.
W's in.
I didn't win these 2 world championships by being a coward.
Yeah.
Okay.
Goes in, dies immediately, but he gets the knockup. Job done. Puts his body on the line.
74,000 damage for Teddy.
Oh, heartbreaker. He's the human Nexus, but the Nexus died, unfortunately.
Oh my goodness. Hats off to him. I mean, Teddy on the Sivir. It does bring back those 94-minute memories.
This game.
Yeah, I mean,
like
we got, you know,
we're approaching on it.
Do you know what's insane?
It was closer to 94 minutes than it was to 0.
The 94-minute game, this was only half of that. As Showmaker is going to get it somehow. He did steal that dragon.
He stole the dragon. The Cassiopeia game was pretty solid. You know, I don't think it's a bad vote.
I think it's a terrible vote. How did Beryl not get it?
I want to see what the POM vote spread is like. I'm hoping it's just like scattered mess.
I hope it's a mistake. That's what I hope, because there is no way, after like epitomizing Bard performance, and then whatever that was on the Tom Kench.
Max, that Bard game happened what feels like years ago. People don't remember it anymore. Are we sure that happened today?
Yeah, maybe actually the main driving force was making sure Showmaker had to do the interview. Which will be the most interesting part.
That's sick. I hope no one did it for that reason. That's messed up.
Well, honestly, I wouldn't question it. Today we've been on one heck of a journey, but it's been an absolutely beautiful one. And now it's time for that to end and the interview to start.
Thank you so much, guys. This is Steer for the POM interview translation, joined by Showmaker on the side of D plus Kia. King of Rise, just like your nickname. You locked in first place. How do you feel? Wow, today the match was just so difficult, and I feel like I'm just so drained, but I'm glad. Yeah, it was actually a battle between teams with the longest average game time, and we went to a close series. So why do you think you end up playing longer games? You know, is it because 6 game days or Subin days? Well, longer game times, it could be seen as a good thing, but I feel like there's also something that can be seen as a bad thing too. Because it means that you are not able to close out a game. I think we definitely do have some room for improvement in that sense. And in game 2, your Cassiopeia made an appearance after a while, and you've only played her in the LCK once before today. So what made you pick her? You know, Cassio, I don't really play her on stage, that's true. But I do believe that I'm pretty good and decent at playing Cassio, and I've always wanted to, you know, I've been meaning to play her on stage for a while, so I think today was the right day. Yeah, she seems viable as a counter to Rise, so how was the matchup? To be honest, I feel like from Rise's perspective, it's pretty doable, and same goes for Cassio, so I think it's pretty much a skills matchup. And in game 3, Yorick got targeted and Shiu must have had a rough time. So what were the comms like from top? Yeah, he was getting focused down really hard. And Shiu, he was definitely having a difficult time, but he held on just fine for us to be able to win in the end. And I'm sure everyone enjoyed watching game 3. And with so much back and forth, what was the game plan to break through? I think we just tried our best with whatever was given to us. And the enemy had Sivir, and I think the only range champion that we had was Jinx, and we had so many mistakes, and it just ended up becoming such a long game. So when were you certain of victory? Honestly, at the very end, when Beryl was shouting out Sivir, Sivir, Sivir after he was using exhaust, that's the moment that we actually felt like we were winning. And you guys got a buff IRL today. Someone came to site to cheer for D plus Kia, and it's Nagori, your former teammate. He's wearing your jersey today. Any message to Goody Ping? Good evening. You look so good in your jersey. And Naguri, I'm just so happy to see you after a long time, and I'm really happy that we're able to win today. And as the king of Rise, you'll have to touch up on your form until the play-ins. So, what do you want to improve on? Lately, we haven't been performing very well. But now that we have secured first place, I think we just have to make sure that we play well in the rest of the matches. Congratulations again, and that's the end of the interview with showmaker of D+Kia and back to the space. Thank you.
Thank you very much, dear. Welcome to the Saturday Showdown post-game show, as this one was long, almost into tomorrow's matches. Crazed fan stayed within it the whole time. Cronny, how do you feel, man?
And now this is where you might expect me to pop off.
Yes.
But actually, me and Wolf, while going through a lot of emotions during this match, we figured out what Rise Group is. Rise Group is a mirror. It's a mirror of you. It's a mirror of what these players go through. What is it? Was this the best League of Legends you've ever seen, or was it the worst? It depends. It's in the eye of the beholder. What did we learn about ourselves?
Only the viewer can decide what it means to them. For some people, elated. Some people, like myself, begging for it to go on, because I felt like the more I learned about myself, the more I was scared, and I wanted to see if maybe I was wrong. Maybe the early mid game showed me something I didn't like, and maybe if it went to 94 minutes, I'd see something I didn't watch live with Teddy and that generic green game.
I just didn't want it to stop. I wanted it to keep going, because you know what? I have an unhealthy emotional relationship with the well-being of this team. They barely won, but we made it. Let's go! And that too is wisdom. And only Rise Group gives you that. Legend Group doesn't provide this. Rise Group is a mirror, and it teaches you what you need to know.
Let's see the last look at that mirror with our highlight from the final fight there, as it was just very, very close. There's the POM votes there, but yeah, this was the moment.
Remember the last time Teddy was in a very long game on Sivir, on generic green wings, a long time ago, there was one thing that didn't exist back then. You guys might think I'm talking about the Elder buff, but no, I'm actually talking about Barrel on Tom Kench with exhaust. And Teddy is going to get caught in this final fight. They're pushing through the inhibitor, and we're wondering, like, does Teddy actually survive here with all the wave clear he has? Gets engaged on by Tom Kench. He's killed, ironically, both by Barrel, that wasn't his nemesis back then, but also the Elder buff that executes him as he dies. And they don't survive. They don't go to 94 minutes, and they don't win the game, Chronicler.
And if there wasn't proof that Elder buff does what it needs to, it killed the human nexus. It killed the fountain laser. And as Oaks was highlighting, as I think we finally have to talk actually a little bit about the game, he might have lived if he had boots, right? And like, this wasn't down to Teddy. I think he did all he humanly could. Obviously, the fight ended with him getting caught, but it was always going to be about him. Sivir doesn't have that much effective range, so you do need to step up at least a little, because he is the one that needs to clear the wave. So, and for me as well, this isn't the type of game where you look at the final play and go, man, I can't believe player. There were legitimately 100 different timelines in this game.
What Wolf said was that the game kept choosing the best scenario every time.
Again, it's we don't know what it is. It's what we want it to be.
It was so funny that the casters pointed out, we were watching, we're like, I guess it's going to be an Elder for Baron trade. That ultimately ended up happening because both teams didn't want to. They were in a volatile situation where if you lose the fight, you lose the game. You're closer to Baron, they're closer to Elder. You're like, you have that? We'll take the Baron. And if Teddy is able to clear those waves and doesn't get caught there and maybe doesn't sell his boots, he survives, they don't win. They just prolong the game, and maybe we have that trade again, and maybe it could have just kept going.
And really, again, the takeaway is, if you don't like Rise Group, that's Rise Group showing you something. That's not valuable.
Look deep into yourself and tell yourself
that's
what it
not
means.
Judgment of Rise Group, because what we just witnessed was transformative.
Yeah. I feel like it still ends up being as awesome for a D+Kia fan.
What did you see, D-Gon?
Heartbreaking as it could have been for a DRX fan.
What did you see, D-Gon?
I saw great gameplay. I saw 80 carries playing to the max. I saw a charm off of a Talia wall. I saw the best choice every time as we take a look at the POM votes here. 7 out of 13. Barrel, 4 votes. And the media, Soup and Chijijik strike again. 3 votes going that way. Jonah Strong giving it on over as well.
So we stand by our barrel vote collectively. I think a Showmaker vote would be my second go-to because of the impact he had in the final game. The Ari has not won a lot, but no one else could have led DK to this victory. The cleanest victory, perhaps, in Rise Group. The cleanest Rise game, some might say, except 2-time world champion Barrel.
Yeah, this series was a barrel full of monkeys.
Thanks, Wolf. Yeah, get in there.
Thanks, Barrel. That was great.
Let's see what else we had here. From Ox. Again, Ox was the man that said if there's a win that Ari was going to get, it was going to be today. He didn't vote for Showmaker, though. He voted for Barrel. I don't always understand you, but I will always appreciate you.
Ox, too, learned a lot about himself in this series.
If Barrel didn't end that game, we might still be in it. So I think a lot of people, production-wise, are appreciating Barrel right now as well.
Pony as well. Bit shaky at times, game 1, but a support that clutch when it counts. It can clutch when it counts. Yeah, there it is. So Pony appreciating the genius of Barrel. Showmaker, show mapping carried the game.
Yeah, obviously.
Show my ping. Like the jersey.
Like the teeny pings.
Yeah, he had a lot of game-winning moments. I do think that as far as, carrying the fan signs go, I do go back to the tiny ping being eaten by SpongeBob.
That was...
and for part of the game, it looked like it came true, but Showmaker in particular, that secure on the Soul might end up being the difference maker as Cloud Templar, Rise Group training session is over. Legend Group mid lane should be afraid now.
I think everyone should be afraid. I think we should all be...
I think Legend Group should be afraid of Rise Group. They look over and they see these beggars going as long as they can. They also D+1 after giving up that early first blood in game 2. It's scary.
Playing's going to be sick, D-Gun. Get ready.
All right, final one here. Even Neymar would be jealous of Showmaker's phantom dribble. Ooh.
I like that. Showmaker being a super big football fan himself. So I think that Coco really hitting the nail on the head with that one. And, we had a long game. I think maybe we can keep the show going for another 30 minutes so we hit that 90.
Yeah.
Right?
Could hit all 90 minutes.
We could have just dragged it out for one more hour. It could have become Saturday Showdown itself. We could have canceled Saturday Showdown and turned this into Saturday Showdown.
2 Saturday Showdowns?
But I guess we basically get both now.
That's too much. That's too much. It must be contained into 2 separate days. Just like the culture of the Rise Group is contained in this group and not in Legend Group until play-ins, which is what DRX is on the outside looking in. They had a great opportunity to try and close the gap here against Bros. They were in position, and in the end, D plus Kia are able to weather the storm.
And that is 2 really big and rough losses for DRX, who, if Bro win tomorrow against DNF, are going to have an excruciatingly hard time actually getting out. And don't forget, for DRX, 9th place, not enough. 4th place in that group, they need to get to 3rd. And I mean, I don't need to tell you what Hanwha Life Gen G is going to be a banger. We're going to be there. We're going to be there. We're going to be there.
We get 2 Saturday Showdowns tomorrow as well. You mean Bro versus DNF is not Saturday Showdown? I kind of got it backwards for a second. I thought that one was the one, and then we also just happened to have Gen G Hanwha on the same day. Oh, baby.
What a day of games today was. And we've got a whole nother slew for you tomorrow. On behalf of everyone here at the LCK, thank you so much for watching. It was D plus Kia getting the win tonight. We'll see what happens tomorrow. Bye-bye.
젠지가 붙습니다. 1, 2위 간의 매치긴 하지만 2위 자리가 생각보다 꽤 불편하단 말이에요.
This is here, but into the backline goes through. Chumps everyone up as the equalizer. Shove finds nothing at all.
너무 아쉽네.
시원하다.
치즈! 젠지입니다.
젠지가 기본적인 라이너들이 너무 단단했어요. 이 팀은 그냥 안 넘어지는 팀이에요. 그래서 더더욱 오늘 경기 진정한 의미에서 시험대에 오르게 된 거죠.
What doesn't kill me makes me stronger.